is a new game that I'm streaming. You can see, you'll see if it's really live or not. Enter from within to. Oh yeah. It's already registered. Oh yeah, so like basically, I'm gonna be streaming the story Spring into Joy, and it's of Time Princess. Time Princess is like a fairy comes to visit this girl, and then she tells her that her grandmother's lost across time and space. So then, using a magic book, she goes back in time in order to find her missing grandmother and run into various adventures here and there. And it's at its core, it's a type of dining game, but more heavily focused on like historical stuff and like license-free books. And like it even has like some Phantom of the Opera here and there. But I'm gonna be streaming the only story that I have managed to play from beginning to end. Like each of the little episodes are not connected to each other, so it's fun to just play various chapters. It doesn't follow like a long plot per se. Alright. So let's start with the first one. Deity or demon? '20th day of the 12th lunar month, Black Mist Mountain. Today is considered auspicious for bathing, but not for travel. Unsure you, the mortals down the mountains usually call us demon. Master has been cultivating for 3,000 years, and she should have attained enlightenment and ascended long ago. Yet for some unknown reason, she has chosen to live in seclusion in the Black Mist Mountain, leading a life of leisure. Minor immortal. I am curled up in a worn, dry, shin-fan cave and about to doze off when suddenly a shrill scream pierces the air. Oh no, could it be Master? Help, a ghost. Turns out it's just a mortal who has stumbled through the boundary. Hey, you gone the wrong way. This is a private property and we don't welcome outsiders. You're a demon. Just as Master said, these mortals don't make a fuss over nothing. What demon? Take a closer look. I'm an immortal. I quietly recite an incantation with a wave of my hand, and the mortal's outer robe soaked by rain and snow dries instantly. An immortal? Indeed, I am a minor immortal. Just happened to be passing by and heard you shouting for help. And what trouble have you encountered? I'm just a humble vendor looking to sell homemade dry fruits and cured meats at the temple fair for some coin. I intend to take a shortcut through here to reach town earlier for preparations, but unexpectedly I got lost. And just now I saw the trees moving by the lake and thought I seen a ghost. So that's what happened. What a coward. What exactly are these dry fruits and cured meats and you just talked about? And what about a temple fair? The man wipes his hand on his rough jacket and pulls out something I never seen from a basket on his back and put it in my hand. Since you say me, if you don't mind it. I open my hand and looks like these are melon seeds, logans, and walnuts. And right after that, the man pulls out a small leaf-wrapped package from his basket and hands it to me. Would you like to try it, immortal? I am skeptical at first, but curiosity eventually gets the better of me. I pick out the smallest piece of black and red algae and take a small bite. It smells so good. I live in the Black Mist Mountain my whole life, drinking dew and absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. I never knew that anything this tasty in the world. This is cured meat I made myself, although it cannot compare to the dishes served in the town's grand restaurant, and I assure you ingredients are of the finest quality. Cured meat is preserved with salt and spices, so feel free to eat it. In that case, I'm going to dig in. And I stuff the melons and logans and walnuts into my sleeve and take the leaves from the man and shove the rest of the cured meat into my mouth. And about the temple fair, it's the biggest one around here. Every single year at New Year's, the men in the family take their wives and kids and grandkids to check it out. I listen to the man's lively description as I munch on the melon seeds. And there's a lot of amazing food and beautiful lanterns there. Good food and beautiful lanterns. You mean it's even better than what I just had? Absolutely. And this man works since my spirit drifted into this incredible temple fair, a place I can only imagine. Tell me everything about this temple fair. Where is it, and how do I get there, and how do you even say it? After getting the location for the temple fair and showing the man the way down the mountain, I turned into a wisp of green smoke and returned to Shinfen Cave. I thought about going with him as a snake in his basket, but my master would be furious if she knew I was gone. Better put some kind of illusion first. And I returned a freshly sprinkled bamboo leaf from my sleeve and gently blow on it. And a body that looks exactly like me appears on the bed lying under the silken covers, looking soundly asleep. Perfect. I clapped my hands and turned my back into a wisp of green smoke and chasing the man down the mountain to the town where the temple fair is held. And then this is the starting aspect that happens between each of the little chapter stories. Since I just started the game, I don't got a lot of good stuff to work with, but whatever. It's enough to make it to the next stage. Ouch. Who's trying to get me? Hold on, I know this power. Master. A fragrant breeze was over, and a large flurry red tail was around me, rendering me immobile. Master, I'm amazed you got an even more powerful in just a few hours. You're truly worthy of admiration. And where are you rushing off to, girl? Well, I've been in the cave for a while just stretching my legs. Nonsense, you're trying to sneak down the mountain, right? It's broad daylight and I'm leaving the mountain opening. How can you call that sneaking? Sayo, take a good look. The moon is already up among the branches. And whether I will speak before I sing, and I can't talk my way out of this now. Master, I thought you went to Chin. And how are you back so soon? Before I left, I put a little spell on the snake pen that you're wearing. And if you try to take on one step outside the mountain's boundary, I will know. Master, how can you be so unfair? I'm over 200 years old and not a kid anymore. Why do you get to go down the mountain whenever you want, but I have to be stuck here? It's not fair. Alas, you're really just a child. Years ago, there was another little green snake just like you who kept nagging to go down the mountain. But she was much smarter than you and definitely wouldn't use a bamboo leaf as a standing, making it so obvious. Realizing that Master was watching my every move, I feel uneasy. Master, how can a little snake with barely any powers withstand the dangers of the mortal world? Master, can you release me first? No. Master, you've been using your tail to hold on to me this whole time, and it must be tiring for you even if you don't feel it right. I got enough tails for my whole family, and if you're feeling a little bit shitty, I could always lend you a few more. Yeah, 'cause she's like a fox spirit, and they have, like the 9 tails for Naruto. Kitsune is the proper name, but nicer. Master, please just let me go down the mountain. Oh? And are you planning to turn your back on your master and walk out of my life? Absolutely not. I just... So you've always been so obedient, and what's gotten into you that you suddenly want to go down the mountain? I've been cooped up in Black Mist Mountain for over 200 years. I'm dying of boredom. Is that the truth? And if I were to tell you the real reason, will you promise to let me go down the mountain first? Of course. I long to visit a temple fair of the mortal world. I won't agree. It's really annoying when you just stop talking in the middle of a sentence like that. A temple fair, and that cow spirit from the 6-pine forest had gotten into you again, hasn't it? And you're always fascinated by whatever it brings you. And I tell Master everything about how I got the vendor down the mountain. Master, you won't believe how good these snacks are, and you gotta try them. Master shields her mouth with a look of disdain. I have no taste for mortal food. Are you telling me you never once tasted human food? What of it? And how can you dislike something you never even tried? And you really baffle me at times. I'm about to try to sweet talk Master into letting me go down the mountain. Out of nowhere, a huge snowflake starts falling on from the sky, and Master flicks her hand and fluffy tail and whips us both into a deserted, rundown temple. Master, looks like you do care about me after all. I just don't want to get my clothes wet. And should she just use magic and avoid getting a single snowflake on her, talk about being stubborn. And with the snow coming down, you're not going anywhere. You're coming back with me. If you want to convince me, you're going to have to do better than that. You always tell me that you can't force things in life. And why can't you just follow your own advice now? I'm just worried about you're too innocent and we'll get into trouble out there. If you're so worried, why don't we go down together? Absolutely not. The smell of human makes me want to throw up. Alright then, if you insist, leaving. You have to prove yourself and answer these three questions correctly, and I'll let you go. Do you really mean it? Once I said something, I stand by and my word is my bond. Then please ask your questions. Master, no matter what challenges you present me with, I'll find a way to overcome them. Don't overestimate your abilities. Transversing the mortal world is far from simple. And if you get on the bad side of the demon hunters, you're in for a world of trouble. But I haven't done anything wrong, and why would demon hunters come after me? Humans with their limited lifespans and narrow perspectives think we're monsters who eat people, and they want to get rid of us as soon as they see us. They don't reason with you, so you need to learn how to disguise yourself. So you keep saying you want to go to the temple fair, but do you know what's the most indispensable thing there? The most indispensable. Since Master's trying to trick me, the answer can't be that obvious. It's obvious, people. A temple fair without people will be incredibly desolate. New Year is supposed to be a festive and bustling. Incorrect. Wait, what? I take it back, forget what I just said. You're cheating again, and don't do that again. Temple fairs, and what do people do at temple fair? Oh, they buy food. That's it, it's about money. Correct. It's important to know that you need money to participate in activities at the temple fair. Okay, here's another one. A stick of sugar-coated hams costs 2 men and a bowl of lava conies and costs 1 yen. And if I gave you a tael of silver, how much change would you have if you bought 2 sticks of sugar-coated hams and a bowl of lava coney? I hold up my hand to Master. Master's going to give me a tael of silver, and where is it? And Master reaches out and gently taps my hand. If you don't answer now, I'll assume you're giving up on leaving the mountain. 995 when. How about it, Master? Did I answer correctly? Huh? Impossible. Could it be that I calculated incorrectly? Calculation is correct. However, your approach lacks sufficient caution. Sanyo, the purpose of this question extends beyond assessing your familiarity with the motor world. Its primary objective is to instill in you a sense of constant vigilance. Maintaining vigilance, is it possible that demon hunters will be conduct patrols even during the festive New Year's period? And it is always best to be cautious. It's always best to be cautious. Temple fairs are notorious for overcharging, and a bottle of lava cognac wouldn't go for just 1 yen. And in such a case, the stall owner would undoubtedly be a demon hunter in disguise. Got it. Just buy the priciest food then. There's no need to be so wasteful, and if you're concerned, how about we just go back and you can concentrate on your cultivation? Master, you promised that if I got the 3 questions right, you'll let me leave the mountain. So you're really set on going down this mountain? Definitely. You have no money, you won't get far if you don't go down the mountain. Then I'm relying on you, Master. I bow to Master and then hold out my hand. And give me money. Happy New Year, Master. Can I get a red packet? Your quirky personality reminds me of someone I used to know. But that won't work on me. Don't forget, you still have 2 more questions. Master, no time to lose. Give me the question. It's not easy to blend into the human world without being spotted by demon hunters. Humans do everything differently from us. You're not planning to go down the mountain looking like that, are you? I look down at my thin, gauzy dress and I remember the vendor. So the common folks wear simple clothes and I'm definitely dressed inappropriately. I get it. With a flick of my tail, I instantly turn into a plain village woman. Master, how is it? How is this? Master signs, looking worried. So how could you possibly let you go out like this? This isn't working either, and I need even change my face to blend in. Could it be? Am I just so naturally gorgeous that even simple clothing can have my beauty? She is so vain. She probably thinks the song is about her. The modern world is dangerous, and it's not safe for a young woman to travel alone. Even if you don't run into any demon hunters, there's still plenty of bad guys out there who cause trouble. Master, you're not just saying this to scare me so I won't leave the mountain, are you? You'll understand my good intentions someday. Now that things are like this, why don't you just go back to keeping K with me and train? No way. And I remember you saying that the most important thing about training is perseverance. So no matter what, I am going to see through this, and that includes leaving the mountain. Fine, you get one more try. So what are you going to transform into this time? Wait, Master actually relented. This has to be a trick. I can't mess this up. Okay, so going as a village woman didn't work. Guess I'll be a more conventional disguise then. I turned into the vendor who gave me the snacks. But Master still has a deep frown, clearly not pleased. Chayo, you never even met a human before, and how could you conjure out such a handsome face? That's the vendor I met in the mountains, so that's what mortals consider handsome? Besides giving you snacks, did the man say anything else to you? He mentioned all of the amazing food at the temple fair and the beautiful lanterns. Master, are you upset? And I was just curious, Master, and I never even considered leaving you. Master's expression turned serious, and I scratched my chin and suddenly have an idea. The spot scratching certainly sprouts a white beard. Master, and I read in books that a beardless man can be trusted. Surely that puts your worries to rest, and for some reason Master's frown deepens. So you listen carefully when you go down the mountain this time. Huh? If you happen to see any attractive young guys, absolutely do not talk to them and definitely don't look at them in the eyes. Why? Because they're almost certainly demon hunters in disguise. Ever since a demon hunter for like that. But then again, she's a Ninetale. She suffered through an attitude. Chayo, if you answer incorrectly the last question, I absolutely will not allow you to go down the mountain. Your disciple is ready, Master. Please ask away. Suppose you are recognized by a demon hunter at the temple fair and are in immediate danger. What would you do? Master, I am not so naive as to be discovered without a cause. I am not looking to steal or commit any acts of wrongdoing. And if I just had my presence, those hunters won't know it's me. This is just a hypothetical scenario. Say you were actually discovered and you weren't prepared. What then? I knew it. Master is making things difficult for me. I'll never hurt anyone, and if they insist on killing innocent people, what good does that make them? Since they're evil, I don't care if they find out my true identity. I've been cultivated for 200 years, and a few demon hunters are no match for me. That must never happen. If you start a big fight with those demon hunters in the middle of a big city, you would only bring harm to the innocent around you. Then, you'll not only lose all your power, but you'll also be cast into the cycle of samsara, and even I won't be able to help you. Master's face is pale, and she looks totally serious, like this thing had actually happened. Master, and how do you know this? Is it possible that you once, at least for 3,000 years, could I be unfamiliar with anything in this world? Wait, the look on Master's face just now. It wasn't just anger, but also regret and sorrow. Could it be, Master, that you actually see someone like me make such a huge mistake? Master turns away from me as though lost in a painful memory. Once upon a time, there was a green snake and a white snake who, like you, grew weary of their time in the mountains and descended to the mortal worlds to wander. Being naturally naive, they readily believed the lies of mortal and ultimately falling into the trap of demon hunters. In a desperate attempt to survive, they were compelled to battle the demon hunters using their powers. This ultimately led to disaster, forcing them into the cycle of samsara to atone. No, no. Saint Master so said I immediately break out into a cold sweat. I am merely leaving the mountain for a short trip and had no intention of staying in the Mother Realms for long. Can so many things happen in a single day? And besides, there are good and bad demons, just as there is good and bad people. And if everyone in the human world was evil, they wouldn't have killed each other off a long time ago. How could they have invented so many delicious and fun things? Master, the story you just told me, that you maybe read it in a novel or something. Indeed, over 1,000 years, this story of the white snake and green snake has been told in so many different ways. But it's all true, and they were close friends who used to cultivate alongside me. So now, have they atoned for their sins and continue their cultivation? No, they have forgotten their past lives and become mortals in the human world. Mortals? I don't want to be a mortal. Mortals are bound by the cycle of birth, aging, and illness and death. And how can they ever be free as immortals? Even though they have magic and live forever, immortals can't always do as they please. You're right, Master. For someone like you, finding an auspicious spot to become a wandering immortal is the best possible choice. Even the most auspicious places in your eyes are ultimately not as interesting as the mortal realm. Otherwise, why would you be here chatting with me for most of the night? I was just talking shelter from the snow. Although I can dispel the cold with my powers, chatting with you in this little temple has its own charm. Master gives a snort of amusement and pushes open the dilapidated temple's preciously hanging door. The snow has stopped. If you still intend to go down the mountain, you should leave early and return promptly. With that, Master takes out a pouch from her sleeve and tosses it at me. Here are a few taels of silver. Go spend it. Many thanks, Master. I wish all the best in the coming years. Eternal youth, and I want to offer my auspicious words to please Master, but before I know it, with a flick of her sleeve, she vanishes without a trace. Is Master mad again? No, if she was really angry, she certainly would have given me money to spend. I carefully tucked the pouch away and transforming into the appearance of an old man and set off down the mountain. Twenty-ninth day of the 12 lunar month by Bailu. Today is considered auspicious for opening a business, but not for acquiring money. Also, if you open a business, but you're not gonna, you can open a business, but you're not gonna make money out of it. So it sounds like a bad deal all around. This is the biggest town for miles, with festive decorations everywhere and a lively atmosphere. And I follow the crowds and find myself in the streets where the temple fair is held. Stalls selling snacks, food, toys, and cosmetics line the entire street. And in the center of the fair, many strange outfits are performing fire breathing and sword swallowing. And I stop a passing child and ask him for direction. Hey kid, what's that man doing over there when everyone's gathered? The man? Oh, you mean the street performer. That's the most popular troupe in town, and they perform here during the festivals and holidays. A troupe? What's that? Sir, you... The boy gives me a pitiful look and shakes his head and walks off. What an impolite child. I stroke my graying beard and imitating no man I had seen on the way and shuffle over to the gathering crowd. And unexpectedly, as I approach, the passersby give way and making a pass for me to the crowd. And they being too polite. Well, in like Asian cultures, like they respect, or at least in the time period, like all gentlemen were like treated with reverence. So that's why, so since she's like in the form of an old man, they're being very nice to her. While watching the Jews performance, I suddenly smelled something amazing. This aroma enters my nose and into my mouth and down into my belly. What smells so good? I must try it. I push my way out of the crowd and with quickened steps and follow the scent. My perseverance pays off and I find myself in front of a pot of oil. The smell is definitely right. But is this it? I wash the hawker shape, the white dough in hands and flatten it out and then drop it into the oil. Sir, are you looking to buy a pastry? This is a pastry. Fresh meat pastry, 1 for 6 1 and 2 for 10 1. Would you like two? 1 for 6 1 and 2 for 10 1. And can you sell me 1 for 5 1? Sir, as the saying goes, good things come in pairs. And your granddaughter is quite hungry. And why don't you get two? Granddaughter, I don't have a. I follow the Harker's gaze and turn around, and to my surprise, a little girl seemingly out of nowhere has wrapped her arm around my leg. I don't know her. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I won't run off again. Can you buy me a pastry? Oh dear, I shout this junction and go hungry. And the hawker quickly grabs up two pastry. Here, consider it my treat for you and your granddaughter. Wait, you. And since I became an adult and I had never been in such a perplexing and awkward situation. And I scratched my head and reluctantly reached into my robe to retrieve the purse my master gave me and hand over the teal of silver to the hawker. It's the Lunar New Year, and I know it's tough for you too. But before I can finish, the vendor has stuck the silver into his sleeve. Okay, here's your pastry. And here's your charge. Have a good day. Someone grasped my pants leg, and I looked down and glancing at the pastry in my hand and then at the upturned face of the forlorn little girl. Fine, you can have one then. And the little girl assesses the pastry happily and buys, and immediately takes a few ravenous bites. Where are your parents? I should help her find her family and get the money for the pastry back. I'm lost. Do you know your way home? The little girl shakes her head. What should I do? Wait a moment, I recall that story that people usually go to the authorities when they are in trouble. And why don't I take you to the authorities? They are capable of people who can bring you to your home. And I want to go to the authorities. The little girl's cries immediately draw the attention of onlookers from another direction. No, I don't know her. And the surrounding whispers grow louder. If it draws the attention of some demon hunter, I'm in big trouble. Oh well, just forget about the fight one. I'm just about to ditch the little girl and run when a young woman suddenly bursts to the crowd and comes running towards me, screaming and crying. My child, I've been searching everywhere for you. With that, the woman reaches out and grabs the little girl from my side, but the girl, clutching her pastry desperately, hides behind me. And after some back and forth, they start circling around me. Stop. And without further ado, I simply see the cross-leg on the street, on the steps by the roadside. You two carry on, I'm tired. Grandpa, help, I don't want to go home yet. So she truly is your mother. Madam, your child just ate one of my pastries. 5 rand, please. You child, how could you eat food given by a stranger? Throw away the pastry and come home with me this instant. No way, I'm not done having fun at the temple fair yet. Madam, that's where you're wrong. This pastry hasn't done anything wrong, and it's such a waste to do that. And perhaps we should settle the matter of the payment first. Who knows if you're a swindler or some kind of thug? If I hadn't any arriving time, my daughter might have been adopted by you. Say what you will, but your child ate my pastry, and everyone around here saw it. Oh man, like going to war for a sweet, I can relate. The pastry hawker saw it too, wouldn't you agree, little girl? The little girl clutching the pastry looks at me and then at her mother, and in a quick bite finishes eating the entire thing. Alas, when I was her age, I seemed to have caused my master no small amount of trouble. Never mind, consider the pastry a gift. The young woman looks embarrassed and wearily pulls the little girl to her side. This old man really didn't do anything to you. And the little girl visually shakes her head and pulls away from the woman's grasp. Mother, I'm not a child anymore. It's so annoying having you follow me around like this. Mother's just worried about you, especially during the Lunar New Year, and you can't just go running around by yourself. But you're the one who broke your promise. You said you'd take me to the temple fair today, but then you had to entertain relatives. You don't even let me go out on my own. It's unfair. And the woman touches her child's face and wipes her mouth carefully with a handkerchief. I was wrong, and how about I take you around the temple fair now? As long as we get back by New Year's Eve dinner, so the whole family can gather together and stay out for the New Year's, and your father shouldn't be angry. For some reason, she suddenly reminds me of Master. The stories say that the New Year's Eve people not only get together to stay up all night, but also get set off firecrackers and fireworks. This way one can ward off evil spirits and misfortune and keep their family healthy and safe. And Master must have been very lonely all alone in the mountain. And perhaps I reached into my pocket and intended to buy some New Year's goods for Master. However, there's nothing there. My purse! Where did my purse go? He got mugged. The 30th day of the 12th lunar month, Black Mist Mountain. Today is considered a special day to pray for blessings, but not for relocating. So that's what happened. My lack of vigilance gave the thief an opportunity. So the mother and daughter are married on a silk shop, and when the owner of the shop found out, he insisted on expressing his gratitude, and unable to decline, I accepted this New Year's gift. And from within my white sleeve, I received a neatly wrapped assortment of pastry and food, and respectfully present them before Master. I told you countless times I don't like human food. Please be patient, Master. There's also this. Before departing, I requested some leftover bamboo strips and rice paper from the silk shop owner, which I brought back to the mountains to make lanterns. It is said that there is also a custom in town where every household makes a display of lanterns during the lunar year. How about we make lanterns every year from now on? And the little lanterns are slightly enchanted by my magic and hover in the air just like at the temple fair. What do you think, Master? Isn't it beautiful? They are indeed beautiful. And Master offers no further comment, but instead pours himself a cup of wine. I take off my hairpin and throw it into a canyon and start playing Master's favorite song. There's no need to be so attentive, and I don't have any red envelopes for you. I came back just to spend the New Year's Eve with you. Okay, what do you want? Master, you're on this time. I rushed back just because I was worried about you. And if I'm not here, the Black Mist Mountain will be so quiet, I'm afraid you won't be used to it. You're grown up, and you're going to want to go out and see things, and I understand Master's worried that I would encounter demon hunters, and my cultivation will be ruined, and I understand all this. However, I believe that as long as one does not harbor evil intentions, even a confrontation with demon hunters can be turned into a fortuitous encounter. Besides, I am merely curious about the life of mortals. I don't want to get too involved with them. Oh, why? Of course, it's because I can bear to leave Master. No matter how far I travel, I would always return to your side in the end. Master smiles faintly and finishes the wine in her cup. Then she rises to her feet, bathed in the light of the lanterns, and begins to dance gracefully, her swaying figure resembling a carved apple tree swaying in the wind. Every New Year, I will always be by my master's side like this, and this year is naturally no exception. Alright, we got the ending, Cherish This Night. Alright, and that's a little story. I hope you have fun with me streaming for the first time, Time Princess. I will stream it again once I make progress in a different story. Bye bye and God bless. You're more familiar with playing music for fun, so Joanna eyes. Jonah. Alright. What do you have in mind? Observing her enthusiastic expression, I can tell that she has likely been contemplating this for a while, and is now seizing the opportunity to share her thoughts. We already experimented with both strings ensembles and piano accompaniments extensively. And how about we try adding some vocals this time? Vocals? Indeed. The shallow tone and range closely resembles that of a human voice. And lately I have been watching numerous videos of cellists collaborating with vocalists, and I had a strong desire to try it out myself. I knew it. Jonah has recently developed a passion for scoring the internet for crossovers involving cellists and has compiled an extensive list of sheet of music she wants to try. If we're discussing sheet music that is well suited for vocal accompaniment, how about considering Jupiter and the bringer of Jolly from the planet? And I swallowed my words, holding back the too easy that nearly escaped my lips. And relax, John Sion relaxes, and the music festival is meant for enjoying the music. Two cellos, a piano, vocals, that seems quite fitting. I flipped to the sheet of music that Jonah has already prepared for me, and I playfully teasing her with a half-turned face. We're definitely leaving the piano part to Baek Jun Hyo, aren't we? Oh, definitely. And seeing her carefree and completely oblivious to the hidden meaning in his words, I can help but sigh and mourn for Park Junior inwardly. After all, Lee Seung-chan is currently not in the country. For reference correction, I really it's hard to say who between me and Park Jun-hyo is more pitiful. So I guess in this dimension, I'm a bit of a small novice musician. Not bad at all, considering Lee Seung-chan isn't even in Korea at the moment. And he received a last-minute invitation from his parents' friends to participate in the competition in Germany, and he got on a flight 2 days ago. Originally, I had planned to get him a holiday gift. However, upon hearing the news, I didn't even bother to go to the airport to see him off. Instead, I decided to go back to practicing. This was supposed to be the first holiday season we would spend together. Just in you. The next day, during a break, Jung-ho comes to the classroom to find me. And when I see the sheet of music he's holding, I know Yuna has enthusiastically filled him in with everything about the music festival. Hey, Jancho, it seems like you're joining the performance, huh? Park Jung-hyo's ears turn slightly red, but he maintains a gentle smile. This show seems really interesting, and I'd like to try performing for the fun as well. But have you found the right vocals for the person yet? Not really. The arrangement of Jupiter, the bringer of Jolly, it actually isn't too difficult when it comes to the instrument part. The real star is the vocal part, and its quality directly affects the performance. As far as I know, there are very few people in the vocal department who can handle such a wide range of notes. Really, is it that difficult? Yoshio, you really don't pay much attention to your other majors, do you? I shrug. I don't really bother to learn about classmates whom I don't need to work with yet. And I didn't even come here for gossip. In terms of familiarity with the top students in other fields, Park Jun-hyo is qualified to be my teacher. Do you have any recommended candidates, Park Jun-hyo? There's actually someone, and have you heard of Shin Min-yeon, the Princess of Turandot of the vocal department? Princess Turandot? Shin Min-yeon. Well, Jonah, don't just appear like that, you scare me. So apparently Jonah doesn't respond to my words. Instead, she furrows her brow, pondering something. Are you guys discussing the vocal part of Jupiter, the bringer of Jollity? Yes, I've seen the person from the vocal department to sing this part is Shin Min-yeon. Not her. Jonah firmly interrupts Park Jun-hyo before he finishes speaking. I look at her surprise, but Park Jun-hyo seems to have already anticipated, and that's a soft sign. Her vocal ability is evident to all, Jonah. I know that, but not her. And I look at the two with some confusion, trying to discern what's going on from their serious expression. Punchani Jonah has a straightforward personality and quickly explains. Xinjiang Xinjiang has a really bad reputation. I mean, extremely bad. Well, that's a really intense tone. In the past, she partnered with someone to collaborate a performance, but under the other final assignment, she suddenly broke the agreement. Once she held a solo concert and forced her classmates to buy unreasonable, expensive tickets. Like force them by a gunpoint, or like how do you force someone to like? Well, I guess bullying goes a long way. And Jonah's face turns bright red, and her lips are tightly pressed into a line. She has a violent tendency. What? Violent tendency. Like how violent? Like throwing books at you, or like Richmond High violent tendency? No, she's somebody who sang the Princess Turanda. Before, in the middle of a simple accident, she openly fought with someone in the street. The incident was recorded on video, and it can still be seen on the campus forum. That's like public humiliation or one like putting online somebody's stupid fight forever. Jonah tightly clenched her face and barely suppressed her anger. Sympathize with Jonah's concern. As soon as I hear about the act of fighting in public, I can't help but feel nauseated. I really don't want to work with someone like that at all. Basically, I can perform a stage with someone like that. And I just keep looking for female vocalists in the other music department. There must be a suitable candidate out there. I look at Banjo here and he helplessly shrugs his shoulders. I'm just giving suggestions based on my professional experience. The rest is up to you to decide. The night is dark. It usually is. And I just finished showering and I lie on the bed browsing to the campus forum. This is Shin Myung-gyo, and there's really a lot of scandalous information about her. The campus forum presents a one-sided situation. Dozens of women boldly display Shin Myung-gyo's name in the most prominent places and clearly indicating what mistake she has committed. I watched the video Jonah mentioned. In the video, Shin Myung-gyo is seen completely ignoring attempts by others to restrain her as she recklessly swings her backpack at a middle-aged man. Well, maybe she had a really good reason to, or a student to hate a middle-aged man. Despite the man's frantic attempts to escape, the police found the onlookers for her to stop, she continued. And she's surrounded by a number of students in the Shamani Conservatory uniform, yet not a single person dares to approach or engage Shin Myung-gyo. Although the video duration is just about a minute, the comment section is a buzz, and some individuals who seem to have witnessed the incident claim that the man accidentally bumped into her. Others have come forward to argue that Shin Myung-gyo attacked the man without provocation simply because he was in her way. And there are those who marvel at her ferocity, and others empathizing with the man, and some offering cynical comments about something that doesn't concern them. In short, they're all condemning Shin Myung-gyo. This has really stirred up a lot of anger, and my phone vibrates, interrupting my thoughts. It's Lin Xiu-shan. Good evening, Miss Jones. Good afternoon. I'm calling because you remember to call me because it's lost. And I called you yesterday to get another place, but you didn't answer. Have you called off? No way. I'll never forget that you left me alone over the holidays. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. And I heard from being that you guys are planning to participate in the music festival. And your dad will try to collaborate with vocalists. And by the way, do you know Shin Myung-gyo? Princess Tura, her hechicito has quite a different personality and really interacts with people. So familiar, doesn't it? Don't joke around, at least it doesn't physical. Promise I'm getting physical fights, but what? What's wrong to you? I said, are you okay? It's fine. It just leaves almost fell. Just came in like that. And it's just so beautiful. He has hang up hastily because he's on break. Oh my god, like, why did it pass the test so quickly? I didn't even say. No, pero así no funciona este juego. Sí, tú tocaste algo que lo hizo que saliera más claro. I set down my slightly warm form and my gaze returns to the object that just surprised me. Next to my computer, the crystal ball is now emitting a faint light like a cozy decorated lamp, and the contents of the crystal ball also begin to flutter. The crystal ball has activated, doesn't mean. I turn my head to look at the computer screen where the web browser still shows a video of Shin Min Young. And as the contents of the crystal ball move, they flutter faster and faster, gradually forming the word Shin. So Shin Min Young is the target of the December Spirit Stars. The next day after school, I arrived at the vocal department classroom. Surprisingly, many students from the vocal department recognized me and even greeted me. But when they learned that I looked for Shin Min Young, their face expressions suddenly changed and they reluctantly pointed me in another direction. What did Princess Turandot do to have such a strained relationship with everyone? Well, if you know anything about Princess Turandot, she would decapitate any of the suitors that failed to that failed to answer her riddles, because she didn't want to get married. But it's like you could think about it as a reverse type of Arabian Nights situation. Because this time it's a murderer. It's like a princess in a high position of power getting a lost obedience murder for very petty reasons. While the guy from Arabian Night, just because a Jin's wife have his way with him, then he started murdering all of the women in the kingdom. Yeah, like nobody reads the beginning of Arabian Nights, but it's like messed up. Yeah, everyone always keeps Aladdin, but the reason why that guy went nuts is because of psychotic Jin's wife. So yeah, whatever. I'm getting sidetracked. This should be right. And I walk up to the practice room and said to be used by Shimon just exclusive and try opening the door. It creaks open, but there's no one inside. I involuntarily take a step back to see if I have entered the wrong room. Who are you? I hear a cold voice behind me and I turn around to see a tall girl in a chaminade uniform. Her arms are crossed and she stares at me expressionless. And just from this brief encounter, I can already see where Shin Muñoz's bad reputation comes from. Are you Shin Muñoz? And I am Yo Xion from the Shadow Department. Would you be interested in joining our performance for the music festival? Saying that, I hand over the sheet of music for Jupiter, the bringer of jollity. She Minyo doesn't outright refuse as I have feared, but instead casually takes the music and flees through it. Hmm. She appears to be looking at it seriously. Perhaps she isn't as difficult to deal with as the rumors suggest. Jo Xion. Yes, that's my name. Shouldn't you look through the music sheet first before asking others to join you? What does that mean? She lifts her head and mercilessly tosses the sheet music at me. Are you giving me this music to sing because you don't want to use your brain or because you don't have one to begin with? If she that dares to say that to Shinjo is anything like that, like me again, I'll buy a plane ticket to Germany and give him a good telling off. She's so unreasonable. Joe, don't go looking for her anymore, and I don't want to work with her in the first place, and her attitude is just terrible. Can we look for other candidates? I thought of that too. But a weird fairy from a different world tells me that I have to work with with his psycho chick, so we gotta deal with it. That day, after getting rejected by Shin Min-yo, I decided to ask the vocal students in the practice room. But they either said they couldn't handle the piece or they already promised to perform in other programs. And a few of them in turtles in the past, but even to someone less experienced like me, I could tell they were struggling with it. It seems Park Jong-hyun was right. There are only a few that can sing this piece well. Also, the crystal ball shows Shin Min-yo is a target. In terms of singing, Shin Min-yo is undoubtedly the best in the vocal department. And I certainly pass it in terms of technique. To be honest, I don't really know how wide Shin Min-yo's vocal range is. I haven't personally witnessed Shin Min-yo's ability, and I only heard about them from others. I encouraged her to take out my phone and open the campus forum. Shinyo, what are you doing? I want to find videos of Shinyo's performing home. I can't believe there aren't any. I don't know. That's kind of weird, I guess. She removes them online whenever they're posted or something. Maybe the algorithm doesn't like her. Yeah, maybe the algorithm doesn't like her. Or maybe the guy managing the campus forum doesn't like her, so he doesn't post anything about her, so then it only posts things talking bad about her. Oh, maybe they forgot to click the like and notification bell. Maybe they forgot to click the like and notification bell, so her stuff doesn't show up on the feed. The negative rumors about her security, but I can't find any videos of her singing. Maybe she forgot to put the title and description of her video. Jenna takes out her phone and opens several music websites that she often visits. Chaminade, Minyo. Ah, got it. Nene is gonna look at the small phone screen with her. The video title is not fancy at all. It's only a few words like Shaman. Yeah, there it is. That's why her performance is not showing. And she puts simple titles. The algorithm likes like word juggles. Chami, the dramatic soprano, and Chin Min and the popularity is just average. Yola taps the play button. The phone external speaker plays the sound of the singing at a nearly its maximum value. The clear and powerful high notes ring out as if they're about to pierce the roof. In this palace, thousands of years ago, a desperate cry went out. This is a song in the Cuesta Reya from Puccini's opera Turandot, which is sung by the female lead upon her entrance. Shimenya's voice completely surpasses the level of the student and sweeping the entire stage with unstoppable momentum. But you see that even though she sings well, and she doesn't bother with the titles or tags or description. And then volumes and stuff. And it's also not level, so then the robot looks at all of that before deciding to throw your hard work in the bin. Her icy face sends her resounding singing towards the sky, and that cry after many generations to shelter in my spirit. You should have been singing some Banana Rama. No, Makeba, yeah, a tribute to Makeba would have definitely gone back. Yeah, and then you do pop music so that people listen to your opera stuff, which is license free and monetizable. So she needs a healthy balance if she wants to make it if she wants to make online money from her singing. Oh, and collaborations. Oh yeah, and collaborations with more popular stuff. Go to see with Emanes and she collaborate. She's open to collaboration. Why did she collaborate with Lisa Sterling or something? Well, I'm getting sidetracked. As the video plays on, Jonah and I remain captivated by her performance, lost in the deep contemplation for an extended period. Jonah. Yes, we can't look for anyone else. It has to be Shin Min Yeon. Her talent is a completely different level compared to others. You must have realized that after hearing her sing, right? Jonah hesitates as she looks at the screen as if searching for clues to support her thoughts, and she eventually speaks. I admit Shin Min Yeon's skills are truly unmatched. And if I had to choose a representative for a major competition, I would definitely choose her without hesitation. But right now, we're just talking part in a music festival. Our goal is to perform something anyone can enjoy and have a good time with. Chimayo can work happily with someone like that without any resentment or bias. I don't think I can. Jonah looks at me straightforwardly, and I know that all of this is her sincere opinion. Turning a bit more keep an open mind. Jonah, besides Chimayo's bad character, is there anything else about her that bothers you? Nope. Just go ahead and try to contact her directly once and see how it goes. And what do you mean by that? I said, well, you can't get to know a person by reputation alone. You just sometimes gotta put yourself over there, and once she treats you horribly, then you can hate her. Look, breaking appointments at the last minute, forcing the sale of tickets, and fighting, these are all things we heard about from roommates on the campus. And have you ever met or spoken to her in person? If you're concerned about her character, shouldn't you go see for yourself and make your own judgment? Yeah, maybe the computer guy hates her, the guy who manages the online forum because she wouldn't sleep with him or something. So then, like, he went on a personal vendetta against her, like, cause that's just what petty guys do when a chick they like doesn't give them any. Jonah gazes out the window, deep in thought, and after a while she turns towards me and sighs and tilting her head. Yeah, even if I'm willing to try to reach out to Shin Min Yo's her attitude, you know what I'm talking about. If we try again, who knows what she'll say this time. Well, I guess you would develop a hostile attitude if everyone like comes at you with all piss and vinegar, you know. Oh, you just reminded me of that. I quickly gather up the scattered papers on the music stand and get ready to leave. Where are you going? I'm going to find back Junior and to revise the score. And I hesitate for a moment and then reluctantly at me. Except for watching Shimiya's video earlier, and I know what she said I wasn't using my brain. I don't know just where was required to pass the stage, because since I started the senior, I don't have a lot of variety and stuff. Beck, Jung-hyun, and I spent 2 days each adapting several versions of the cello and piano parts. After another day of rehearsal and practice, we even called Lee Seung-chan to have him listen and provide feedback. After 4 days, I found myself standing outside Shimeo's practice room with the newly revised version of Jupiter, the bringer of jollity in hand. This time, how the princess stood on that would be satisfied. I stared at the closed door in front of me, and I heard no displeasure creeping in, and besides me, Byronson is struggling to stifle his laughter. Just you know, this is the first time I've seen such an expression on your face. It was the first time someone called me brainless, and what an embarrassing milestone. And after taking a deep breath, I rap on the door amidst Byron's unrestrained laughter. And there's no response, so just as I am about to push it open to see if it's empty. Oh, hi, hello, Min Young. It's you again. Min Young opens the door and casts a cold glance at Bayon So beside me, and her glance turns for a moment before turns and walks back into the room. Come in. What's the matter? I take out the revised music sheet and thinking about tossing it at her like what she did to me last time, but I don't dare try. Previously, the music she has wasn't suitable for you, and I take responsibility for that, and I apologize. This time around, we made adjustments to the music sheet with your vocal range in mind. Would you please give it another look? If this revised score doesn't align with your requirements, I won't trouble you any further. She appears to completely disregard my frustrated explanation, and her attention fixed on the music sheet. My invitation seems to evaporate, leaving me feeling powerless as I awkwardly sit there waiting for her reaction. I did make a significant mistake previously, and Shimenya's nickname, Princess Durana, is renowned for her rare dramatic soprano voice. However, the previous version of the score was tailored to suit more singing, confining the vocals to the mezzo-soprano range. For Shimenya, the vocal range will not only conceal her strength, but also limit her room for expression. With the piano and the cello, there will be a sense of forced collaboration. I wonder if this adaptation will yield a more favorable outcome. I cross my fingers and wait anxiously for Ming-Junon's response. This time she takes a considerable more time to read the music sheet and occasionally flipping back to previous pages and carefully considering certain notes with her finger. Unexpectedly, she rises from her seat and leaves the piano lid. Let's give it a shot. Now? A trace of impatience flickers in her eyes, and Bajono nudges with his elbow, and we promptly take out our position at the piano and cello. The cello gently sound resonates first akin to tranquil waters, while the piano notes resemble smooth pearls cascading on the sea one by one. Her singing starts with a mid-range and gradually directing the audience's attention to us higher and higher until it reaches the heavens. In the celestial expanse, the colossal Jupiter turns at its own steady pace, unchanging through the ages, bringing peace and everlasting joy. This is even better than what I thought it would be. and after a first performance, both passions and against achievement yelled with astonishment. Despite having experienced her commanding high notes and never imagined the gentleness and beauties of her mid-range vocals. Joshing Hyun, this version isn't too bad. So are you saying you agreed to take part in our program? She furrows her brows slightly, and it's very to see such a distinct expression on her face. Although it's not bad, the accompaniment still appears somewhat lacking, like something is missing. As I marvel internally as she Minyo's sharpness, I stand up and take a deep breath. Your intuition is correct. For this arrangement, the accompaniment should consist of two cellos and a piano. I stride to the and abruptly swing it open. Hyun, Jonah is standing in the doorway looking lost. And I offer a smile and she's my gaze towards Shimiyo and she's inspecting the cello that Jonah has slung in her back. However, this crucial second shell is Kian decided she wants to collaborate with you. This is by Jonah from our cello department. Finally, I had the chance to return the favor and feeling invigorated and elated, I laughed fully joyfully. Would you like to have a brief talk with each other? Jonah stands outside the door, her right hand fidgeting with the strap of her cello case silently. She obviously heard Shin Minyo singing just now and it still appears resistant. Since no one is explaining anything, she looks at us and suddenly asks a question. What is there to talk about? Jonah. Under the worried gaze of Pagnotto and me, Jonah takes a deep breath and calmly begins to speak. Chiminyo, there's something I need to ask you. Why did you back at our last moment when you were supposed to perform on stage with your partner for the final assignment? I don't want this to happen to us during the music. At the last moment? Festival? Chiminyo's sudden words interrupt Jonah and she lowers her head and quickly opens the messaging app on her phone. She places her phone on the table, indicating that we should look at it. The week before the assessment, I contacted the person to say that I wanted to withdraw. I sent at least 10 messages, but I didn't get a response. Is this what you guys would call at the last moment? No, but since you already agreed to work with them, why do you want to back out? Can you read it yourself? I angrily pick up the phone and look at it with Jonah. It seems that after the first practice together, Shimeya wrote a long list of suggestions for rearranging the score and comments on the performance and sent it to the other party. And the steam blunt tone of the Princess Dorado clearly shadowed the confidence of the other party. If someone can accept my suggestion, we'll keep working together, and if they can't accept them, we'll have to stop. Didn't I also give you feedback, John Chino, and you accepted it? I didn't accept it willingly, and she can tell from my expression that I am not pleased, and her face becomes even colder. After I gave my feedback, that kid never showed up again, and she didn't reply my messages, avoided seeing me, and skipped all scheduled practices. How could I possibly work with someone who also knows how to avoid things? From the moment she refused to participate in practicing, she lost the qualifications to go on stage. Despite Shimeya's behavior, it is clear that the other party's negative attitude is the main cause. In this situation, the responsibility for breaking the arrangement shouldn't be placed on Shimeya's shoulders. It was the other party who failed to fill their obligation. So what about the situation when you were pressuring your classmates to buy tickets for your personal concert? That's not what happened. The ticket was handled by a professional company I had no control over. But many people have said, who are these many people? Let them come forward with evidence and confront me. If the company forces them to buy tickets, I'll sue them. Bajano fell silent, and I believe he has come to understand that many things are merely rumors. Chimeyo leans against the wall and her gaze sweeps over each of us with a stern expression, and she speaks with a tone that carries a hint of annoyance and anger. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Let's clear up everything. One more matter remains. There was an incident where you were involved in a fight in public, and it was even captured on video. Do you deny this? Hmm. He had it coming. He had it coming, sure opinion. Shimeyo, who has always been resolute and quick to rebuke, suddenly falls silent, and my heart tightens in an instant. Is it true or no? This is exactly what Jonah detests the most. People took a video and posted it online. According to the law, recording and sharing someone's private information can result in a maximum prison sentence of 5 years. When I in the US, veía they post people's personal stuff all the time to make viral videos in the hope of getting monetized, but it never happens. Whatever. At least, yeah, like, cause they making it just like trying to make it to monetization level with shorts is a death sentence. It's never gonna happen, cause like you need 5 million views in 3 months. You're better off doing it by hours. Trust me. Are these individuals willing to face such consequences? But you're not faultless, and I too feel my knees weaken. Were you contemplating this earlier? I am aware of the matter you spoke about, and it's wrong to get into a fight, but I do not apologize. But I'm not going to apologize. He's not worth it. She clenched her hand tightly, and a hint of suppressed emotion appears on her icy face for a brief moment. And she quickly lifts her head and tosses her long hair behind her as if to cast away those emotions. Yeah, just as I suspect, he was probably like an old lover or something. Cause that's tradition like literally everywhere throughout the world with teachers taking advantage of their position. The bastard. Whatever. Moving on. The person I was fighting with was my mother's ex-husband. Oh yeah. The incident is related to my family, personal matters. Oh yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of clause to tread, or maybe I'm just inventing random stuff in my head. Moving along. If this is your concern, all I can say is that I have nothing to add. The anger in her pierced stare causes me to tumble over my words nervously. No, we don't intend to intrude into your family matters. Are you implying that the other party is in the wrong? In the wrong? That's putting it mildly. Who knows what she did for her to go ballistic on her mother's ex-husband? That's a lot of red flags there. Why didn't that scumbag make a report and seek compensation after what happened? Red flags. Considering for yourself. Jonah falls silent and glancing at her, and Bayano can't help but interject. In that case, why don't you clarify the matter publicly? Because certain things people are not comfortable taking it to a public forum, especially if it's uber sketchy. Just to they should respect her privacy. What do you want me to clarify? I mean, sharing the facts will shed some light in the situation. How does that concern me? I simply do as I please, and as long as I have a clear conscience, that's all that matters to me. I am not bothered by other people's opinion. But this way, your reputation will be tarnished. It has already been tarnished. In that purpose, I don't want to waste my energy on useless socializing. People who genuinely care about my music will come and see for themselves, and even if they're prejudiced against me. Well, if if people want to continue seeing what's that singer that ate a bat? Like if people continue seeing Ozzy Osbourne after he ate a bat and did all the drugs and then he got cleaned up again, then it's just fine. Just getting into a random fight with a random on the street is no big deal in the pop music world. But it's just fine. Like you guys. Her words make all three of us feel somewhat awkward. It's a compliment, right? Although it doesn't sound very flattering. And as for those classmates who are gossiping about sales and TV shows, our class, just forget about them. If you don't conform to their standards, you'll be ostracized and criticized, and what a waste of time. I didn't come to Chaminade to make friends, especially if they're not going to be genuine friends. Huh. Jonah. It's nothing. I just feel like the two of you are very similar. She glances at me and she means with a twinkle in her eye, and that's what Li Shushan said too. No way. I'm not as blunt as her, am I? Oh, about that. I shoot a glare at Bajanov, who mutters under his breath, but her nonchalantly averts his gaze, and Jonah bursts into laughter. Chimeyon, who has been sidelined, unhappily crosses around and redirects the conversation. Is that all your questions? And could you please explain our program for the music festival in more detail? Turning to the confident Princess Dura, Jonah smiles gratefully and extends her hand. I have no further questions and am looking forward to performing alongside of you, Chimeyon. We'll enjoy the music together on stage. Chimeyon extends her hand for a handshake. However, Jonah gives a high five instead. The practice quickly comes to an end. And I rather not dwell on the practice session, even if Shimeyon isn't as malicious as people say, she's still strict and unsociable. Jerry decided to her rigorous demand that her performance has been refined to an almost flawless level. And as the first audience member, Lishina comments that this level of preparation is already deserving the performance of a Weiner music variant. We will be going on stage in 15 minutes, and I'll be waiting on stage, having already changed into my performance outfit. Bayana, who just came out of the men's change room, sees me and hurries over with a gloomy expression. What's wrong? Where is everyone else? They're still in the changing room, but will be out soon. What's the matter? Just a moment ago, I overheard people in the hallway, and it sounded like they're planning to sabotage Jimenez's performance. My heart sinks. Did you recognize any of them? What are they planning? The voices sound familiar, but my guess is that they're from the vocal department. Bayana and I exchanged an annoying glance, and we both recall the incident in the storeroom during the final exam. And Bayana's face reflects a complex mix of emotion, and he understands, but his understanding only intensifies his anger. Don't worry too much, Bayana. You go check if our instruments are damaged, and I'll return to the dressing room now. Wow, so like, even though it's like a festival where they're not gonna get scored, where you're supposed to just play for fun, like they're already planning to sabotage her chick, they're just jealous of her talent. Cause it's easier to like, than to like sabotage someone more talented than actually learn to sing. I need to make sure Shimenyo and Yona are safe. Why do you need to do that? Yona, who has finished changing, walks out to me unnoticed, and she appears perplexed, and Shimenyo also conveys her confusion to her glaze. Oh, Yona, Shimenyo, has either of you encountered anything unusual? No, what do you mean by unusual? Oh, it's nothing. Maybe I misheard. Go get ready. It's almost time for us to go on stage. Before I can explain, Banjano quickly dispels her concern. And Michelle shoots me a sharp glance, but upon seeing me, remains silent, and she sits down and resumes studying the music as if not there. Hmm. I can understand Banjano's approach, and our interaction with Jimmy are limited to this program. And after we take to the stage and successfully complete the performance, we don't need to further involve with her in her bad reputation. Whether turned up is good or bad, a misunderstood genius or an ostracized misfit has nothing to do with us. The key is she herself doesn't reject the stage of being excluded. Jimmy Yao really doesn't care what about others think and even enjoys the freedom of being alone. And if she doesn't mind being maligned herself, what business is it ours? I toss a crystal ball behind in my back and feeling slightly warm as the contest continued to dance inside. But unlike the cheerful dancing contest, the crystal ball shimmering on herself stands alone as if rejecting no external connection. What exactly is Shiminyo's wish? And I stare blankly at her, feeling extremely powerless. The curtain rises and the instruments are in position, and perhaps because the two performers who got first place in the exams have been scheduled as the final program. And Bajan is already sitting in the piano Hinasara, and Jonah and I meet each other and prepare to play. And she stands in the center stage, and when she sees that we're ready, she turns her head to face the audience and bows gracefully. And just as she's about to begin, hey, it's the fighting princess. With a sarcastic remark, the entire audience erupts, and a malicious laugh creates the main melody while the harsh whisper of the curious student from the back section. And after an initial the school administrator Tavias scolding the noises stonings in a low voice, but the stern tone only manages to become more seamless the segment of a grand chorus. Oh no, the situation's already out of control and we are awkwardly left hanging on the stage unable to do anything. And United National look bewildered while I can't see Shimio's expression as she's still facing the audience. We can only wait until the audience quiets down. Also, to keep her from performing, they're just gonna be loudly rude. That's kinda infantile. Well, this is the, I don't know, like the Phantom of the Opera, right? Yeah, remember when La Carlota was singing Oh yeah, I remember that. And when I read like the Phantom of the Opera, the actual book, not the Time Princess adaptation, the when La Carlota was singing, the audience would quiet down. But then when Christine was singing, the audience would boo and hoot at her so that the people wouldn't be able to hear her singing, and that was how they found her. That's how they were sabotaging her performance. Just get ready, huh? Is this in my imagination? How could I possibly hear Shimiya's calm voice amid such deafening laughter? She begins to sing, and Princess Dora, renowned for her high-pitched singing voice, unexpectedly ventures into a low-pitched range. Come on, wearing, as if moved by the mountain, a resolute tone as firm as a cello. It's the part for the accompaniment, and her singing takes over the opening cello, piercing through the noise and transversing the world. And even the raucous music has that sound remains crystal clear and undistinguishable. I understand, Mitchell. You chose not to engage on verbal disputes because you want to prove yourself to your music, right? I take a deep breath and harmonize with her singing, and soon I hear Jonah and Barcelona joining after the other. And the faithful tones of the cello and piano steadily complement the human voice, forming unwavering foundations beneath. And she keeps ascending on such foundations, climbing higher and higher, and suddenly in the section where the tone should descend, it soars 8 octaves, returning to its original vocal range. And as the noise from the audience lessened, I no longer had the energy to care about it. And returning to a familiar vocal range, she made John holds nothing back and guides the audience with a potent commanding voice towards the sky above. And a solitary figure in the vast cosmos that appears out of place due to its enormous size, stirring a tempest that has ranged for centuries. She is none other than Jupiter, remote and lonely, the ancient planet. Well, Jupiter is actually one of the first planets that formed when the solar system. It would have been a second sun, but then it wasn't able to get enough mass to become a second star. So yeah, Jupiter is a failed star. It appears that in the blink of an eye, the performance has ended. And when I come to my senses from the music, the audience is silent. There is no mockery, but also no applause or accolades. Everyone stays as if their thoughts are still adrift in space, yet returns to solid ground. Hmm. Shin Young simply bows and turns to leave the stage alone, and just as she leaves, a sudden burst of enthusiastic applause erupts in the concert hall. Incredible, amazing. She truly deserves to be the top student in the vocal department. Bravo, bravo. And the mockery before the performance has transformed into deafening cheers. And earlier we were perplexed by the audience's malice, and now we're just as perplexed by their applause. And I catch a glimpse of Shin Young heading towards the backstage and seriously bow to the audience before following her. Shin Young, wait. Hmm. She stops calling and waits for me to approach. Before I can say a word, she beats me to it. Don't say anything for now. Huh? Let me listen to it for a bit longer, the sound of their cheers. She leans against the wall, gently closing her eyes, and on her face is an uninhibited expression of vulnerability and peace. The artist on the other side of the wall is still cheering for her, and she refuses to accept their praise on stage, but behind the curtain she is deeply moved. She said, dude, let me just enjoy this. I silently sit down and accompany her throughout the brief glory until she opens her eye and reverts to her usual icy demeanor. I can probably guess what you want to say, John Cheon. Do you hear that applause? All I care about is that sound. No matter how much they malign me, they can't malign my music. I take a deep breath. Is this your wish in me, John, to prove yourself through music? That's why you wait for someone strong enough to be willing to understand you to come to your aid. I wish Barry so did that perhaps you hadn't even realized it yourself. Yeah, like it's not that she doesn't like collaboration, it's that she doesn't like to collaborate with idiots. She wants somebody that like respects the music as much as she does, you know, like if you're just gonna fool around, I'm out of here. She be that type of person. So do you achieve what you set out to do with tonight's performance? Her gaze falls upon my face as if trying to decipher the meaning behind my words. And after a while, she finally averts her gaze. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. While I'm still smiling at her, she pauses and her eyes start to decide. Thank you. There, you said thank you and you didn't spontaneously combust. In the quiet backstage, I seemed to hear a mute clicking, and perhaps it was the crystal ball in my bag. But I had no time to attend to it. The imposing presence of Chimeya has attracted my attention. All I want is to crush all the rumors about me. I don't need any other victories. What I want people to remember about Shinyo is her singing voice. I will probably never forget her gleaming eyes and the rest of the vow she has made at this moment. This will be the path she has chosen for herself. When faced with external doubt, must we always respond? And to those with clear conscience only need to stay true to themselves, and that's the best response. When your singing is truly remembered by many, I'm sure we will have a chance to collaborate again. Be sure to seek me out when you're ready, Princess Turandot. And in that moment, I see her flash a fleeting smile. As I answer the music, I hear Jonah's unexpected exclamation, and heavy snowflakes are gently descending, just like the contents of the crystal ball, enveloping the world like wrapped present as far as the eye can see. The students around me are engaged in enthusiastic snowball fight, but she may all remain distant and walks calmly out of the crowd. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. I understand that she will continue to tread her own path, and I will do the same. Happy holiday, Miss Youngshu. And our path may differ, but our destination is the same. I close my eyes and count the seconds in my mind, allowing my heartbeat to gradually calm down. 3, 2, 1. Obtain the ending, no regrets. Let's see. I think 15 minutes. Yeah, the stories are like kind of. I'll do the other one tomorrow. Well, tomorrow. I hope you have. Don't forget. All right, my name is Artsy Sister, and for now I'm doing the sound test. Okay. All right, so we have sound. And my voice is projecting more or less. Okay, so and continuing with Time Princess. Like I first did the top two stories, and now we're gonna do the one at the bottom. Like I'm basically going from world to world in order to fulfill people's wishes, so that the winter spirit doesn't disappear off the face of the earth. Cause since she procrastinated on her work, now it's up to me to pick up the slack. The wooden door quietly opens. Obviously, someone is trying to move as silently as possible. I don't look up, but from the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of a small figure gently closing the door and sneaking up behind me. I pretend not to see anything and quietly put down the crystal ball I was examining, and I mentally prepare myself for the impending impact. Miss Dahlia. And I feel a gust of wind and a small sturdy arms wrapped around my neck, and I feel her weighing on my shoulders. I readily steady her and then place her on the chair next to me. Huh? I never managed to surprise you. Do you want to know why? Tell me. Because I paused for dramatic effect, and Winnie waits eagerly and her arms still around me, rubbing her cheek against me. I can read minds. Even if you don't say anything, I know what you're thinking. And plus, the Time Princess has time travel powers, so yeah, of course, nobody can surprise you if you can like time travel and stuff. I don't believe that. Martha said that people's hearts are never easy to read unless Winnie's sparkly emerald eyes start about. Unless you can tell me what I'm thinking of right now. Winnie covers her mouth. Let me take a look and see what you're thinking about. The sharp thoughts are almost written on her face, and combined with the recent excitement of the people's for Hawk, it is easy to guess what the little one is thinking. But I still make a few mystical looking gesture, and Winnie's eyes follow my hands closely. It seems to be related to the Edith Festival. The origins of the Edith Festival are not recorded in writing, and other half-bees have nostalgically remarked that the ancestors of half-bees and bees have already begun celebrating this festival when they lived in the jungle. And the half-bees got driven out of the Edith Mountain in scattering groups, and they were bullied and enslaved and gradually lost their ancestral tales. But in the blood of every half-beast there flows a love and reverence for Edith Mountains. Now led by Aaron, the tribe has returned to the Edith Mountains, and the half-beasts can finally worship the forest god once again. So you want to celebrate the Edith Festival with everyone? Well, that's totally right. So what do you think? Winnie exclaims in admiration and closes her mouth, staring straight at me. It seems we need to go out and buy supplies for the upcoming festival. Let me see, who should I choose to go with me? It has to be someone who's strong and able to help out. Me. Pick me. I'm not an adult yet, but I'm very strong. I smile and rub her horns, and she's still young, so her horns aren't rough and feel like polished stone. Haha, yes. Who else? Go ahead and change clothing now. We're leaving soon. Awesome. I love you the most. And Winnie leaves bouncing and hopping, completely indifferent from how reserved and fearful she was when she first arrived to the Fort Hawk. And I feel comforted by my gaze and involuntarily fall on the small crystal ball. The crystal ball doesn't seem to be doing anything, and how do I complete the task for the December spirit? Right now I have no idea what to do, so it looks like I'll just have to take it one step at a time. And my mind is filled with countless thoughts, so I interrupt by light and quickly knocking at the door. And Miss Dolly, have you changed your clothes yet? I'll be there soon. I can just go with whatever gives me the most course cause like since I just started and I don't have a lot of selection. The one simple underground cave is now completely transformed, and against the background of the festival atmosphere, the streets of the lively are bustling, and most of the resources are adequate, and humans and half-bees celebrate each other's festivals without any restriction. And even though the Edith festival belongs to the half-bees, the underground humans happily join in the weaving rows and decorating their homes with animal totem patterns. Just says that when I grow 2 years older, I can join the Warriors tournament, and I will definitely be the winner. The Hasbys are naturally competitive, so the celebration of the Edith Festival doesn't emphasize emotional attachment like human holidays do. And apart from worshipping the forest god Edith, they also have their own ways of celebrating hand-to-hand combat, which is how the Warriors tournament came about. And when is talking about the Little Warriors tournament, and the energetic Cubs, upon learning that that the adult Hasbys could participate in the Warriors tournament, clamored to join in as well. And we had a plan a Little Warriors tournament for the Cubs as well, and set age restriction for safety reasons. Having confidence is great, but you can't slack off on training just because you underestimate the opponent. You're underestimating me. And she takes my hand and puts it on her arm. Touch my arm, feel the muscles. And I squeeze her arm and can't help but marvel at the Hasbys' innate strength after a win is not even 10 years old. In the future, if I encounter danger, I can protect myself. I know Winnie is talking about the incident that happened in the Paquette Kingdom and that she has been feeling guilty about being a burden. Silly child, how old are you? And you still have a lot of time to grow. But I don't want to take it slow. I don't say once that time waits for no one. Don't even think about taking her away. And his hoarse, mournful voice and an old woman with a withered face that close stumbles towards us. And I quickly put Winnie behind me, but am knocked down by the old woman. And knowing the pain, I pitch Winnie away. Run away, Winnie. I'm not leaving you. And Winnie tries to help me, but the old woman grabs her and starts dragging her away. Let go of her. I won't let you succeed. The old woman looks insane and my heart races with fear. And Winnie Harbour doesn't stop. Instead, she turns around and signals to me not to worry. It's okay, I know Granny Sarah and she won't hurt me. Winnie. I'm about to ask for more details, but Aaron suddenly appears and interrupts me. Dahlia. And I've not heard from him in a long time, and I was even mentally preparing myself for the possibility that he might not come back, and now he's here. And this is clearly not a good time to reminisce. And what did she do to you, too? I don't share in him, and he seems furious, and I can sense the overwhelming aura of a determined half-beast. And surprisingly, Sarah's not afraid of him, and still doesn't let Winnie go. And the atmosphere is tense. Take a deep breath and calm down, Aaron. Yeah, like it's just a crazy old lady. You're not gonna murder a crazy old lady. Like, take it down a couple of notches. I think there'll be some kind of misunderstanding. Aaron backs to helping me up and he reaches for Winnie again. Don't touch her. And Sarah holds Winnie tightly like an old mother leopard ready to fight to the death. Winnie, come on, come over to us. And Winnie struggles slightly and Sarah holds her even tighter. Granny Sarah doesn't have any ill intentions. And Winnie looks at me pleading, knowing she can easily break free from Sarah's grasp but is afraid of hurting her. Do you know her, Winnie? Yeah. Sarah is really nice and she even makes little sparrows for me. But I don't know why she's like this today. Are you hurt, Dahlia? And I quietly rub my back and shake my head at Winnie. If you know each other, perhaps it's just a misunderstanding. And I watch Sarah trying to comfort her. Thank you for taking care of Winnie. And Sarah doesn't answer but stares at me with cloudy eyes, and I unconsciously clench my fist. Today is a holiday and Winnie agreed to go out with us. Let's go home. We're going home. And I don't know what angered the old woman, but she grabbed Winnie and started walking, and Winnie stumbles along behind her too scared to break free. And I feel heartbroken as I watch and I wish I could bring Winnie back, but I change my mind when I think of what Winnie said. Aaron, keep up with them and make sure Winnie doesn't get hurt. I am in a hurry to leave, but Aaron grabs my wrist. And what about you? I'm going to find Martha and ask what's up with Sarah. Which Martha? Batman's Martha? We don't spend much time at the House, so Martha should know more than we do about what's going on. Promise me you won't act recklessly. And Winnie really likes it, so I won't hurt her. So if she didn't like her, he wouldn't have any quarrels about like beating up a crazy old woman that probably doesn't even know what year it is. Martha, here I am. Why are you in such a hurry? This isn't like you. Winnie has been taken away by an old woman named Sarah, and the old woman looks not quite sane. Or maybe it's Sarah from like the Terminator. And that's why, because since Time Princess, she like travels back and forth to time and like sometimes pulls people from different times. And I guess Sarah Connor ended up in Beast World. How do you know? I was the one who brought her here. Ah, so you did. I tell Martha what just happened. The matter with Sarah can wait, and let me check if you're badly hurt. I'm alright, I'm not bleeding. Come into the dressing room and I need to examine you. And why don't you change your clothing too? You're the owner of the Hawk, and you can't let people see you in such a sorry state. Alright, I listen to you, Lady Martha. And I bow mischievously and receive a glare in return. Alright, good enough. We can continue. After confirming that I'm in my harm, Martha finally talks about Sarah again. I haven't paid any attention to Sarah in a long time, and I only know that she has no family here and used to wander near the shops on the east side of town. And whenever we do an inventory check at the end of the month, I always see her and ask the staff to keep an eye on her. You didn't plan on bringing her back at first. Well, although the protection of the door has made things much easier for us, it's still important for us to keep a low profile, and I can just bring back just anyone without investigating first. There might be consequences. Rapid expansion is never a good thing for any group. Did something happen that led you to bring her here? A large fair was about to begin when she was driven away by angry residents. What could one person do that was so bad? The crowd was furious, and she tore down many of the vendor signs and even tried to smash their wares. It was devastating for them, and they were just regular people trying to make a living, and their hard work had come to waste. And Martha doesn't need to understand any further, and I understand her situation, and the crowd can get stirred up, and angry groups can end up doing strange things. And Martha is an excellent merchant, accustomed to weighing the pros and cons, and how could she know? And how could she not know that getting involved in a matter like this brings nothing but harm? But I am first and foremost a person with consciousness, and I can't watch conflict escalate into a bloody event. And anyway, Sarah is an elderly woman. So I paid the to settle the matter and brought Sarah back to Fort Hawk. And at the time, someone warned me and said I regret my decision. Yeah, be like you regret helping a little old lady. Look at this too, Gore. Do you think you want that you done will change this old woman? Keep on dreaming. And she only looks pitiful, and underneath her skin is a mean, thoughtful bird. And we helped her out plenty of times, and then what? And how has she repaid us? We were hard for half a year preparing the fair, and now it's all gone to waste. And you regret helping her if she ends up hurting you. Like, dude, like you don't, like sometimes helping another person is its own reward, cause so that's what Jesus would do and all that nonsense. After she arrived at Fort Hall, she kept herself, and the people here don't accept her. And you know, this is a small community and its own ecosystem, and it's not a good thing to overly favor a few people. And luckily, Sarah didn't cause any big trouble, so I relaxed a little. You've always been a very sensible person, and Martha has always taken care to help the vulnerable. And saving people in times of danger is a matter of consciousness, while neglecting them is a philosophy of self-preservation. I don't know how Winnie got involved with her, and I can't tell if the decision I made back then was right or wrong. I understand how you felt at the time, and if it were me, I would have made the same choice. And Martha brushes away her worry and cheekily glances at me. Of course, you made similar choices many times before and reaped exceptional sweet fruit. And look, your fruit can't wait to meet you. And she gazes warmly over my shoulder, and sure enough, when I turn around, I see someone. And I cough lightly, trying to expel my restlessness. And how do you get here? And where's Winnie? A small head pops out from behind Aaron. I'm here. And you didn't notice me this time. Did your mind reading powers fail? Sarah is very wary of me, so I couldn't get too close and had to wait outside the house. And how did Winnie come back? Granny always seems really tired, and she fell asleep while holding me. And I was afraid you worried about me, so I sneaked out of the house. I could hear steady breathing, and she seems fine. And long-term companionship has created an indescribable understanding between Aaron and me. And if I don't say it, he knows what I'm worried about. Sarah is old, and after the outburst, it's not surprising she tired herself out and fell asleep. But to solve the problem, Martha seems to start for Winnie's sake and simply exchanges a glance with me. We need to make sure Sarah isn't a danger to Winnie. And Martha writes a lines of words on paper and hands it to me. This is a place where Sarah used to wander. I guess we'll have yet another place to go. And of course, going back to the root is the best way to find solutions to problems. And Winnie looks up at us, confused, and I put myself together and lightly ruffle Winnie's hair. And looks like we're getting one person on our team in our purchasing team, Winnie. I know who it is. And Winnie enthusiastically takes my hand and arms it, and then waves goodbye to Martha. I will help you keep an eye on Miss Dahlia and Aaron. That's such a huge responsibility. Before leaving, I quietly take out the crystal ball and keep it in a pocket. And at first, Winnie is very curious about the ball and keeps asking me what it is for. And as her attention is quickly diverted, and after several minutes of not getting a response from the crystal ball, Winnie loses interest and gives it back to me. But I have an indescribable feeling about it after hearing Martha say it. The feeling has only grown stronger. Perhaps Sarah and the crystal ball are linked. Perhaps because Aaron has returned, Winnie is even more excitable than before. And when she sees something interesting, she rushes forward without stopping, and when she realizes that we're falling behind, she quickly runs back at us. And thus she keeps going back and forth as if she has endless energy. A little like an energetic little bunny. And come on, Dahlia, and there are woven sparrows here too. Do you want one? Not really. And when he runs to override and lowers her voice as if afraid of being overheard by the vendor, hey, just between you and me, Granny's creations are way prettier, and she's giving me several already. And when he's very open about how much she likes Sarah, and that worries me even more. And after a response, I casually broached the topic. People really like you, don't they, Winnie? Unlike me, do I look like a bad person? Oh, with those creepy glare, with those weird cat chasing, yeah? You look like a sus person. She scrumbles up her face and shakes her head gravely. No way. You shouldn't talk about yourself like that, Dahlia. You're the best in the whole world. And Granny Sarah didn't mean it to. She's just. And perhaps her vocabulary isn't wide enough for her to accurately describe Sarah's condition. And when he struggles for a long while before finally finishing her sentence, she's just sick. And when his voice grows soft and my heart feels heavy, yes, Sarah is sick. Sick. What a gentle description. And we don't get to go out often, Winnie. And why don't you pick out a gift for Sarah? Treat it as a thank you gift for the wooden sparrows. That's a great idea. Do you think a scarf would be better or a hat? As long as it's from you, Sarah would like it a lot. When we return, we discover that Fort Hall has an accident during our absence. And the forest god won't forgive you, and you're a wicked person who has ruined the celebrations. And she ruined the festival and disrespected our custom, and she does not deserve to stay in Fort Hawk. And she also ruined the decoration we made to celebrate the holiday, and it took a lot of effort to make them. And she's been here for long, and yet she keeps causing trouble for everyone and not showing us any gratitude. And why do we still keep her around? And the residents gather together shouting as if they're trying to outdo each other. No matter what happens, Martha will definitely step in to mediate at times like this. And I says to the crowd for Martha and found her earnestly advising the people, but to little effect. And behind her is Sarah, who is in a trance. And Sarah looks like she wants to destroy the altar, but she's being restrained by someone, and she lets out a mourn for crying. And remember what Sarah said, I can roughly guess what happened. I guess she created trouble for the festival. Fair festival is that she can bear to see others happy, or maybe festival gave her bad flashbacks. I shake my head and dismiss his speculation. It is far more important to calm everyone down right now. Is it about the customs of the happy community? Aaron, I'm afraid we need you to step in and help Martha resolve this issue. All right. Dahlia, distance yourself and take Winnie with you. And there are too many people, and it seems get out of trouble and worry you might get hurt. Yeah, I nod and pull Winnie to the side. Winnie, come over here. Well, I'm impressed, young one. And during the organization of the hospice to reclaim the territory, indeed, is mounted such situations of difference of opinion had occurred many times, and there have been so many that Ivan has transformed from an inarticulate youth into the composed and calm leader he is now. And even Martha can trust him to handle things. What happened, Martha? I don't know. By the time I got here, everyone was already riled up. And Martha falls silent for a moment and then suddenly covers Winnie's ear, and she lowers her voice and can hear very clearly over the noisy crowd. Is keeping her here really the right decision? I know Martha doesn't need me to answer, and she's just a bit confused, but I can always arrive in time. And after speaking, Martha releases her hand and she smiles at Winnie, but her eyes show fatigue. I guess like nursing homes don't exist in that world. Whatever, moving on. I'm about to say something when the crystal ball suddenly vibrates, and it feels almost like a machine starting up after it has been switched on. And while Martha's attention is still on us, Winnie, I sneak a glance downwards, and as expected, the previous 10 of snowflakes are not swirling about on their own. What's wrong? And I jump a little and look up at Martha, giving her a helpless smile. I find the source of the problem as soon as possible, and suddenly Winnie shakes my hand. I want to go check on Granny Sarah. She seems really upset. And seeing that the crowd has calmed down without us efforts, I agreed to Winnie's request. All right, I'll go with you. And when it was faster and faster, still holding this card she picked out for Sarah. And Sarah struggles again upon seeing Winnie, and she's unable to get free, and she starts seeing red. Let Sarah go. I promise she won't do anything that won't harm everyone's interest. And the person hesitates for a moment, but releases Sarah, and Sarah breaks free and embraces Winnie with such force that even the bystanders are taken aback. Granny Sarah brought you a gift. And when he tries to put the scarf on Sarah, but Sarah stares blankly at Winnie and murky tears slide down her face. Grandma has finally found you. Shao, can we stop fighting and make up? Oh, I guess like festivals give her bad flashback of a time that she lost her granddaughter because of a stupid fight. And then she tore the, I don't know, I'm just guessing. Let's move it along. You just got back and you're going out again. And I have my contacts gather information about Sarah and I'll send someone to retrieve it. Sarah isn't a famous person and she doesn't have any information that for her needs and no one has paid attention to her before. We waste too much time going back and forth and besides we just try while the iron is hot and I already know where the problem lies. I just need to confirm it. The crystal ball has activated. The task has begun. Aaron is waiting for me, so I'll leave Winnie and Sarah with you for now. I look forward to hearing from you. The address that Marta gave us is very close to the clinic we set up in the east of the city and just 2 streets away. The buildings in this area are very old and the houses have been weathered by wind and snow. However, the unremarkable area is actually the most dense populated part of the city. And however, poor residents also have to rely on daily wage jobs to make a living and young laborers go wherever there is work. And with so many people on the move, there are hardly many unscrupulous middlemen, but the area is also an excellent source of information. And Martha and I noticed this, and this is why we decided to set a Litos clinic here. During the times when there was no special mission, 4 housing formats are just regular clinic staff. And only by representing the 4 house token and confirming each one's identity will the informant drop their disguise. I didn't expect for you to come in person, and I heard that you've been traveling between several towns for the last 6 months, and I wasn't thinking that maybe I wouldn't get to see you this year. The Iris Festival is coming up, so I want to return to celebrate with Winnie and everyone else for a hug. And as for why I'm here this time, there's a reason behind it. Go straight to the point and inform her of our purpose. And throughout her life, and I thought her life would have become more stable as the martyr took her in, but she sadly recounts everything she knows about Sarah. And we regularly hold free consultations and often provide assistance to the elderly and children in need, and just as you and Martha requested. Unlike everyone else, Sarah has never come over on her own. Either a kind stranger can bear to see her like that or brings her to us, or Martha happens to come across her doing her rounds and brings her along. And how should I put it, Daddy? The old woman is like a soulless shell, and her life of wandering and sleeping outdoors has left her with many injuries and illnesses, but she seems unable to feel warmth or pain. Maybe she has lost the will to live. No, that's not it. She shakes her head and her expression thoughtful. Daddy has been practicing medicine for many years and has seen all kinds of situations between life and death, and people who are determined to die usually don't live very long. And at least from what I can see, the old woman is doing everything she can to stay alive. I suddenly think of an old story in the Tarakin and a story about atonement. Is she punishing herself, using the rest of her life to atone for something she did wrong? Dahlia, her home is near the old oak tree in the Starling Alley, and that's where you go if you want to find out more about her past. We leave the clinic and we find the old oak tree. And the door of the house before us is the old, but it looks fairly clean, and the place doesn't look like it is uninhabited. And I glance at Aaron and step forward to knock on the door. Who is it? The person who opens the door reeks of alcohol, and he leans against the door half frame, half closing his eyes as if he sizes me out while holding a barrel of liquor. And I furrow my brow, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but given Sarah's situation, I try to keep as calm as possible. Do you know Sarah? No. And he picks up the wine barrel and gulps down some wine before pulling on the door, but Aaron stops and closing it. If you don't know Sarah, why do you look so guilty? You're trespassing and calling the guards. And I can't help but feel amused at the threat. And before I left Circe, I dealt with similar threats countless times. Let's stay here and wait. I wonder, once the guards figure out what happened, who will they help? The man starts to panic, his face turning as red as beet. Who are you? I breathe a sigh of relief and I can possibly investigate the owner of every house in Starling Island in a short amount of time. But based on the information only regarding the address and the nervousness of this man has shown upon hearing Sarah's name, I confidently conclude that the house does not belong to him. How sly of you to take over someone else's home. And I push the door open and walk in and survey the room like it's mine and taking in the decorations and even the dresses of the previous owner's life. And I walk to the corner where the stove is and gasp between the empty wine barrels and I feel dusty moving birds. You're the one who kicked Sarah out. And the accusatory infuriated and the man grabs a wine barrel and trying to drive me away. Stay away from her, and Aaron has been nation jumps onto force and scaring the man so much his knees buckle and he almost falls to the floor. Just to be honest with me, I might not tell the sheriff about who you're taking out someone else's property. But if you don't behave, I smile and ask him another question in a most casual tone. Before you kick Sarah out, did you even bother to find out how many years you could be in prison for illegally occupying someone's property? The drunkard is crying mournfully, but he cannot break free of Armand's grip, and he can only beg for mercy. So please have mercy, I'll tell you everything, and don't send me to prison. First question, what's your connection to Sarah? She's a relative of mine. And upon here answering, he seems to gain confidence and his voice growing louder. That old woman is crazy and doesn't have any children, so why can't I stay here? You have some nerve saying something like that while your relative is out there wandering around. And I know this person's character is beyond saving, but I don't plan on wasting my breath. Tell me what happened to Sarah. It's really her own fault, losing her granddaughter on a happy holiday and then losing her daughter. The drunkard's account of Sarah's past is even more complicated than I had guessed. Sarah's husband passed away early and her daughter was naive, and when she became pregnant, her lover deserted her and she gave birth to a girl. And Sarah chose to raise the little girl. And it was a happy family made up of 3 generations of women. And Sarah's daughter worked as a washwoman at a noble estate during the day while Sarah sold woven goods to supplement the household income. And I can't remember which holiday it was, but there was a celebration going on in the city and many prop vendors were eagerly making a profit. And the old woman probably thought the same thing. After all, those little things she made were quite popular. And the little girl, who was about the same age as Winnie, had always been well behaved and sensible, and no one had the heart to refuse her whenever she wanted to go out and play. And when Sarah saw that her daughter was busy with work, she decided to bring her granddaughter along when she set up her stall. And the earlier they finished their selling the wares, the earlier they could close up and enjoy the festive home. When it was time to close up, her granddaughter was nowhere to be found, and Sarah searched all night until every household had gone to bed to no avail. Also, she brought her 10-year-old granddaughter to sell stuff at the market, and then someone took the 10-year, and then somebody stole the kid, and that's the end of that story. My cousin health wasn't very good, and when she found out that her daughter was missing, she became seriously ill and died shortly after. If you ask me, the old woman was just cursed from birth, and that's why people closer to her suffer from so much misfortune. I glance at him, and the suffering of a loved one is like a joke to him. You're not wrong. That's why Sarah's remaining family member is about to enter prison. It is simply fate. The drunkard's face turns pale, and he struggles frantically, but I am present, and he can't possibly break free. You said that as long as I confess, and you let me go, didn't you? I only said that I consider it, but I didn't promise I would. And what? After handing the drunkard over to the guards, I hired someone to clean Sarah's house. And the sunset casts long shadows behind us, and even though we are almost at the Fort Hog, I feel exhausted. How should we handle the situation with Sarah? And a woman who's obsessed with finding her granddaughter, and she doesn't know or perhaps doesn't care how much trouble her behavior causes for others. No one is obligated to understand her past, so we can't expect others to forgive her current behavior. Is this the wish connected to the Cristobal granddaughter? Or perhaps an old woman without many years left today simply yearns to experience family life again. She has brought harm to many people. While I feel for her, we can't let this continue. The bad person, however, even good people can do bad things, and if they do bad things, they should be punished. If she starts doing bad things, it will help her. That's my stance, Dahlia. And our simple answer immediately dispels my previous cluster and even disturbing thoughts. You're right, we can't mix these two things up. We should give the decision power making power to the people who have been hurt by Sarah. I tell Martha everything. Sarah sees Winnie as her own granddaughter, and when she woke up and found that Winnie was gone and everyone around her was busy preparing for a celebration, all of that brought her back to the day she lost her loved one. And Martha sighs and nods to me. I agree with you, your idea that the people who were hurt should decide what to do about Sarah. Martha gathers around the people for her away from Sarah and Winnie and calmly explains the situation. She has the ability to embellish and describe Sarah's past in a more tragic and moving way, but she does not do so. The decision is up to you all. Don't worry about anything afterwards. After all, I'm the one who brought Sarah here, and if you think she's not a good fit, I'll find someone else for her. Aaron and I found Sarah's previous one, and it has already been cleaned up and by a higher help. And I want you to know that even if she can't stay here, she won't end up with no place to go to. The crowd remains silent for a long time, and after a while someone finally speaks up in a dry and dull manner. The damage she caused isn't really that great, and it's just some decorations, and I'll make a few more when I have time. Her words are like sparks quickly igniting the wilderness. The goddess of the forest is the most compassionate of us, and she wouldn't fault a poor grandmother. And besides, Sarah calmed down right after finding Winnie, and we don't necessarily have to drive her away, do we? Yeah, as long as she doesn't harm my child, I can also have my daughter visit her often. My loved ones also passed away while hunting. And easy for harm, a home for the homeless, and who are we to kick out someone who has nowhere else to go to? The crowd tosses sadly and finally reaches a consensus, and when everyone wishes to let Sarah stay, my vision goes blurry and Iron tightens his grip on my hand. You're amazing, Dahlia, and you gave us all a home. The vibration of the crystal ball comes to a halt, and I place my hand on the crystal ball. It is warm amidst the cheering of the crowd. And people had accepted Sarah, and she's now part of our family. And Sarah's secret wish has been granted. The Edith Festival proceeds as per schedule, and worried that Sarah might have another episode, Winnie has been keeping her company. This room is too warm, I am starting to sweat, and let me take a look to see if we burn too much charcoal. And because of the Edith Festival, Winnie only has half a day of classes today, and after school she goes directly to Sarah. Hey, Granny Sarah, and why are you still wearing a scarf? Aren't you hot? I'm not hot. Alright, maybe humans are just not very resistant to the cold. And Winnie is no longer hesitant, as if suddenly realizing something. She hourly approaches and crouches down in front of Sarah. Granny Sarah, I want to ask you for your help. As long as it is something you want, I will help. Will you teach me how to weave like sparrows out of straw? It's so cool. Miss Dahlia was envious when she saw the bird you gave me, and I want to learn how to make them so I can give one to her. Oh, and I should give one to Aaron too. Of course. This child. And Sarah teaches and Winnie learns, and the two are close as grandmother and grandchild. I gently close the door, and then I turn around and run smack into someone. Aaron. And we're standing so close together, and I can hear the thumping of his heart, and I'm not sure if it's his or mine. Sorry. You just can't stop following me around, can you? And why can I follow you around? Hey, a stalkery behavior there. We've been apart for so long, I just can't help it. And he's right, and I feel a bit melancholic. After all, we don't spend much time together. Martha told me that the person often comes looking for you, and I know you feel different about her, and I can't stop you from seeing her. But I still hope to have a place in your heart. And Aaron's ears droop, and his puppy-like eyes make him look like a fluffy and vulnerable animal. And I suddenly lose my composure, and a pang of guilt makes me reflect on whether I have neglected Aaron. I'm such an idiot. I instantly hug him. I do like you. And why wouldn't I like you? Who do you like more, her or me? Wait a moment. I let go of Aaron and caught with Stern in my mind. Aaron, who taught you to say these things? And his glance sideways away from me. No one. It's just me. If I hadn't figured things out by this point, I wouldn't deserve to call myself a business person. Martha, come out and explain this to me. Aaron leans down and wraps an arm around my waist and plants a quick kiss on my lips. And before I can respond, he releases me. Martha told me that if I did it, you wouldn't be angry anymore. You do. And I don't have the heart to scold them, and my voice grows soft. And he looks at me beseechingly, and my heart melts. How could I be angry at you? Otena, the retrieving was lost. Alright, so that's that ending. Alright, that's enough time, Princess. So today I hope you have fun with me reading you the stuff. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and we're continuing with King Choice. Like I wanted to. Alright, that's the sound. Like today they're doing some events and stuff for Christmas. The first one is the Nivel Legend Treasure. So basically, you select various styles and then you pick who do you want to fight. And all of your knights can take a wood and try to battle them, and even if you don't win, you can still get event points, and then you go to the event store, and then you can get fancy gift boxes that make your lover stronger, or stuff for negotiation, or these little items that you use. Once you have enough of them, you can use it to exchange to get new knights and stuff. So it's good for various resources. The next one on the shopping block is the Christmas snowman. The best way to show this is the best way to explain it is to show it. You click on Snowy Day, and then you get little stuff as they fall. But the stalagmites, they take away event points, so just avoid them. I focus, and the red gives you more points. Jesus Christ. We really pressed way too hard on the bottom, and then it just got me out of the screen. And then that's what we earn from that. So then we go to Tony, and then you build up the snowman. But even if you select already, and then it's built out among all of the players for the server, and then you gain prizes depending on the progress. Like you get silk and this thing that increases the talent points of your knights. And also, even though the snowman is out, you can still keep building it up in order to get the individual contribution thing up, in order to get thread. And these threads, they're used to, and the thing you get from that event, you go to the Victory Court and Tailoring, And then you can get different sprite avatars for all of your knights or for your lovers. And then the good thing about this is that when you get them, he gives you like different level stats for your knights. Like it gives like a permanent boost to like either their intellect or something else. And for the lovers, once you get them their different the different outfits, get ups, they gain 200 intimacy, and when you go to the ballroom, they get a permanent 0.4% boost to the price that you get for participating in that. The next thing, the other event that is also for Christmas is the Christmas gift, and then you and then you go in here, and then you pay, and then you got you gotta choose between one of the presents up in the Christmas tree. But if you guess right, and by guessing right is that you find the piece of fabric, the highest level, like the highest rarity level item, then you get the entire row. Uh, there, see, I got lucky that I was able to do a demonstration. So then you get like the fabric, the thing that it gives more skill points to your knight, etc. So you don't really need to buy more chances. You can just go to the activity quest and just do one of these or all of these ones in order to get more candy cane. And they get refreshed on a daily basis. Or you can just buy them using the code up there. But that's like a rare. Oh yeah, and there's once you reach a certain level of progress in that, then you can summon a little Santa Claus that shows up in the screen like that how you just saw, and then if you click it, you can get a little bit of coins. So it shows up for you, and well, not so much for you, but like it shows up for you and like for like all of the players that are running around in the server. So just today in general, it's good to check up on this game every so often, just to be able to get a couple of golden coins here and there, and all those little numbers add up. Like I normally see more like Santa Claus. Like I saw last night around 8, like a bunch of them, and even at night, like so. Like folks play this game later on in the night, so that's a good time in order to like try to get the Santa Claus stuff. They're giving out coins and whatnot. The next event is the lakeside fishing. And it gives you fish, but the joke being of the fish is that now you can like buy with silver the several tries or spend like gold. And the thing with the fishes is that it gives you skill potions but more like for the arena, because the knights build up two different stats either for battling or for whatchamacallit or oh yeah, either for battling in like the arena or for like regular battles. And then over here the limited time quests and stuff and the ranking event. But like I managed to qualify for like the global arena fight where it's just me battling against all of the ones from like trying against all of the ones in all of the servers. And then I just send like I have like 4 strand knives, and then a bunch of regular medium level ones. So as long as one of my 4 strong guys shows up, I usually go for it because a limit number or refresh that you can use in order to like change this guy for somebody else. So it's better to use it sparingly. attack. You can sort of guess how strong they're gonna be based on like the night ranking. And now once at the bronze level, and they're all gonna be a different flavors of difficult. And it's over. Let's do the hunting ground. I get the pheasants. It's a little hunting event that always happens on a daily basis, but at a specific time. And since it's happening right now, then I might as well come and go at them. You know any European places that have like lions running around? One guy's like even at Don Quixote, they show that the European nobles they like to get like lions and stuff as pets. And most of the time, those animals wouldn't like survive the trip or the European cold, because they come from like Africa. And then you can buy either like land this thing that increases strength or the level cap of your knife. The next thing I wanted to show is the naval expedition, which is something that I recently unlocked. I just basically pay money in order to, silver, like in-game currency. Silver, which is like something that you get on a daily basis. And it brings back items the more you spend. But just basically and it also sometimes brings gold, so that's a good way to get gold or literally anything else. And it's just based on how much you're willing to spend on that nonsense. Now I'm good at like cost management, like knowing how much I'm willing to spend on an asset or something. And this thing gets refreshed on a daily basis, and by refresh it means that it goes back down to being only 400,000. So if it starts being like too costly, more than you're willing to like silver, because silver you also use it to like make your knife stronger. So then once it gets to a point where you think that this is costing too much, once like the reward doesn't match the amount that you're spending, you can just leave it at that and move on with your life. Yeah, like for example here I'm like now it's like costing Oh look, 20 gold. Alright, so I think that's as much as I'm willing to spend on the naval expedition. And then the next one is something that I recently unlocked, is the Endless War. It is up your knights, which is the same thing you need in order to advance, but something that you don't get in the main plot is that you can randomly get it can sometimes give you like a reward that like pulls up the charm of your lovers, or even strengths for your knights. So I'm gonna show you how far it usually goes. As far as eating your knights in exchange for resources. But sometimes it doesn't give a reward, so it's a sometimes thing. Not reward yet. Nothing at all. This time it gave a charm to one of the lovers and a skill point and 1090 SP for one random night and a bow that increases charisma by 400. This time it do stuff. But you see, as it keeps going up and up, it starts then offering more. But obviously it starts costing more knives to get to each battle. And then eventually gives 5 items. If you like. But sometimes you can say no reward. See, even in ESP and stuff. And then once you reach a certain point at level 10, it gets refreshed back down to 1. So then that's usually as far as I go, because it costs way too many knives to like keep pushing forward. Let me just open that. Well, leave that under the hat for now. Okay, so then we go to the ballroom. And then I usually just pick the benign strategy, because I don't want to be like a jerk. And the more charm your knife has, the more warrior lovers or whatever, the more you get out of this. You see on top the base reward 380, and then since you had a lot, and then since I choose confident, I get like a 10% boost, 3,100. You can only send like 5 guys at a time, so pick well. The mason under the lover that you choose to go out, it has that you already unlocked the knight that's associated to him, so you can give the stat boost to your knights. I see that he gained like 1,600 strength. Alright, so now let's move the main quest along. The last time we were here, we spotted Jax in the crowd, and you dash out to chase after him. You chase after Jax, and after a while you see him sleep inside the castle, and Greg stops you from running after anywhere further. Your Highness, we have to stop you. The land ahead belongs to Roy the Tyrant. Roy the Tyrant. Correct. Roy the Tyrant is an aristocrat of most noble descent, and the castle over there belongs to him. Oh, how do you get a tyrant last name? Maybe not like tyrant, maybe it's tyrant. It can be that bad to earn the name tyrant. I'm just joking. I gotta find out what he did to where Ellie be at. Maybe tyrant is also like a dragon. I mean, there are tyrant dragons. It's an Irish Yu-Gi-Oh card type. Alright, we finally made it to chapter 99. After a mad pursuit, you arrive at Roy the Tyrant's castle. You arrive at the gates of Roy's castle. If he really is a noble aristocrat, then it's his duty to help us catch Jax. Roy has a horrific reputation, and people say he's cruel, wrathful, and corrupt, and that's why he's known as the Tyrant. In that case, we probably won't be very helpful. In that case, we probably won't get out of the castle alive. Therefore, we can't just dash inside. Who knows what he'll do to us? Oh, that's funny. So that's Roy the Tyrant. Later on, I'll show you what is hilarious after I finish this battle thing. Because while on patrol, I ended up running into Roy a couple of times, and now he's the new lover that I added to my roster.
I adore flames, for they destroy everything I detest.
As a ruler of a prosperous realm, Roy leads a life of luxury and wants to spend, constantly surrounded by luxury, and barely bothered about his official duties. Although he who has faced criticism for his struggle, and his critics, just like all of his enemies, have mysteriously disappeared without a trace. So yeah, that's what we know about Roy. But it's funny to that I ended up recruiting that guy as a lover before running into him in the main plot. So that's what explains why the main character is super blasé about it, because Roy's one of the many dudes that she has dangling around her finger. I thought, oh Roy, oh you mean that Roy, the Roy that I have running away in the hiding place, whatever. But yeah, just the new lover that I recorded. This guy, when you get him his charm stuff, the night that he's associated with is Galileo Galilei, which is my fourth strongest knight. So that's why I've been spending resources to make Roy stronger as far as lover is concerned, because it boosts up the strength of my Galileo by a lot. Or by some, it's better than nothing. 200, those small numbers add up. Let me get this new thing. The tales of your battle had crossed the sea to reach the gates of Nivea. Once you got past chapter 99, it gives me a new night. Love is a matter of the past, and those who dwell in the past often lose themselves to it. Sudaita Keita. The future holds all the answers, and let's write new tales of honor and glory.
My mother wanted me to be as ferocious as a lion. I hope I don't disappoint her.
Alright, so that's a new night. And all of the other stuff that gives me more I guess it was, and we gotta move, and now we just gotta get past chapter 100 in order to gain more resources in order to advance the game. But for now, I'm gonna like go and make New Knight like ridiculously strong in order to, because in order to like raise my overall strength, that's in order to be able to push the plot forward. Like I like to have like some of my knights, four of my knights only very ridiculously strong, and the other ones are even out. See, similar level. So then, since this is a new guy, I gotta get him to level 166. Just give him 10 levels at a time. Alright, and then I had enough to get him. To like get him to like the other talents and whatnot. I don't think I have enough gold to like get him to level 150, but well, it's good enough for now. It'll make it'll make it easier to. Well, I'm gonna leave those these collection decrease chances under the hat because in case I need them to push the main plot forward in order to get more knights and helpers. Alright, let's move the main plot along. Like it takes now like 18 medium per battle, but the stronger your knights, you lose. It makes sense that you don't lose that many knights per battle. Like the two little swords that up there helps. Oh yeah, it's still hilarious that like we're just really ruining the main plot, but I already recruited him for stuff. You decide not to proceed any further when you learn of Roy's reputation. But justice is at the castle and we're so close that we can't give up now. I heard that Roy often gets bored and organizes bloody war games solely for the sake of his own entertainment, and we should use it as an excuse to sneak inside. War games? Yes, more precisely, they are cavalry battles between two groups of knights, and the victorious group earns a reward from Roy the Tyrant himself. That sounds like a great excuse to steal inside the castle. I think by steal, maybe she means sneak into the castle, but another way that you can read it is literally steal inside the castle. She'll take everything that's not nailed to the floor. Like the large rose makes his head look very small. Which is something you should consider when you're like going to like a Renaissance fair, that if you're playing the role of king, don't go, be careful when you're like making your king cloaks that it doesn't look overly stuffy, that way your head doesn't look small. Like a very small head. It looks like a it's just weird, very small head. In order to catch your jazz, you disguise yourself and sneak into Roy's castle. You disguise yourself again and make your way into Roy's castle, and a dramatic war game is about to erupt. Greg points at a handsome gentleman sitting in the audience. Your Highness, that's him, Roy the Tyrant. He doesn't look all that cruel. Roy the Tyrant arises from his seat. It'd be like, and that's not the other Roy that I had like running around me in my castle as a lover. I say it can't be Roy. My Roy can't be Roy the Tyrant. But it is. Mine's void the lover, not the tyrant. Whatever. Not just that, like, you gotta remember that in medieval times, like, the closest thing you had to photography was, like, a terrible, like, hand sketches. So you could just literally go to another city, like, a stone's throw away, and nobody would know you as the king or the queen or anything because, since it was, like, no, but first of all, nobody, like, 80, like, 99.9% of the people, they couldn't read, and the other ones that could read were like busy doing other stuff with their life, like war games and whatnot. So it was just a very good place where you could easily disappear. Cause cause like nobody could read it. Like the pictures were very crudely drawn or idealized. And nobody knew what anyone looked like. So like the king of the queen of England could like be walking among her folks dressed like a peasant, and nobody would be able to tell who she was. Which is why like a lot of the courts in the kingdom, the kings in order to like maintain. Oh well. Standing at the center of the tribute, Roy the Tyrant cast a scornful, weary look at the crowd standing beneath him. Welcome to the War Games. I hope you fight with all your might, and I want to see bloodshed like no other. Oh yeah. When you start like that, yeah. I guess people are gonna be like, he'd be like, die for me, die for me, for my own amusement. He sounds like a maniac. He's a maniac, maniac. What is that? He's dancing like he's never danced before. Yeah, that one is always ready to like stab people with a pointy end. I will now select a knight who will lead their group in a battle against me. And if you defeat me, I will grant you any wish you desire. Haha, any wish, and can I claim your castle as my own? Of course you can, provided that you survive the battle. Now I understand why they call him a tyrant. And with such an enticing reward at stake, every single night is journey to participate in the war game. You deserve to challenge on his war games. The goddess is sovereign with everyone craving to challenge Rod the Tyrant and win his reward. Your Highness, you must participate and you cannot roll for any favor unless you defeat him in the war games. You're right, besides, I love to see how ferocious this tyrant really is. And all of a sudden you stand up. Roy, I am certain to feed your troops. I know, we gotta like defeat all his troops. be a limit to how far I can proceed, because I'm running out of troops. We'll see how far we can get. Her brazen exclamation makes everyone laugh. I have no interest in fighting little girls. If I were you, I wouldn't be so confident. I am absolutely sure I'll defeat you, Lord Roy. You're quite presumptuous, young lady. It almost sounds like you're scared of losing to me, Lord Roy. I thought I had just enough night strength in order to get past him. So like he likes to have like gladiator matches, like I recently tried to watch like the new Gladiator movie, and I'm like, oh my god. I don't know, it just felt like it was just bad. Like it had like a hilarious opening battle cinematic, but like anyone like can CGI render a battle these days. Especially you copy and pasted all of the battle beats from like from like Lord of the Rings, like recycles assets, but change like change like the skin of the knights, from like dwarven to like an elven from to like romance and stuff. Your provocation makes Roy furious and he agrees to fight you. Your provocation works like a charm, and Roy the Tarangles and slowly rises to his feet. You will pay for your arrogance, young lady. So, have you selected me as your opponent for the war games? I'm just trying to teach you a lesson. You shouldn't play with fire. Outstanding. Shouldn't play with fire. I am fire. I don't. Yeah, this is definitely eating through my troops like popcorn. Oh, I'm out of troops 100%. Let me see. Here we go.
I'm at your service, my lord.
And let's see if the outpost gives me more troops. He really cleaned me out. And yeah, this is as far as we move the plot along. And there's a little Santa Claus. So obviously all of the gifts are gone. Aww. Gotta be quick on the uptick. But yeah, let's do now the little plaster that I unlocked of Roy as a romantic interest. Since we're now playing the chapter about him. You notice a few people who seem to be talking about Roy. Leroy is truly a magnificent ruler and will never enjoy this much prosperity doing any other lord's reign. And he's nothing but a corrupt tyrant, and I even heard that he murdered his own father and brothers to usurp power. So you can't say those things out loud unless you want your head chopped off, and let's get out of here. The men promptly scurry away, leaving you completely baffled by what they say about Roy. And then we run into him while on patrol. And where are you going, Your Highness? Will you accompany to the royal banquet? Dressed in an elegant suit, Roy looks very suave. I'm sorry, but I'm too busy to go. In that case, I won't bother you. And there's a lovely wine waiting for me at the banquet. And laughing, Roy turns his back against you and walks away. And you roll your Roy again, but today he has a serious expression on his face. And I've never seen you this serious, Roy. What happened? Nothing. I punished a few servants who were spreading suspicious rumors about me. And Roy laughs again, but you notice something wicked in his eye, and you suddenly recall the conversation you overheard the other day. You can't help but ask for details. How did you punish him? Nothing serious. I just ordered them to get out of my sight forever. Hmm. He confused by your side. What's wrong, Your Highness? Nothing. I have to go. Like red flag. As soon as he knows you, Roy quickly approaches you. Have you been avoiding me, Your Highness? You hesitate for a second. Actually, I recently heard some rumors about you. What do you hear? People say you're cruel, and I even heard that you murdered your family to seize power. Roy blinks nervously. Do you believe the rumors, Your Highness? Initially, I didn't, but when you told me about punishing your servants, I wasn't sure what to believe anymore. Do you really think I killed them? I do. Of course, I didn't kill anyone. I just relegated them to different positions, and if I don't ever see them again, at least I won't have a reason to get angry. Dumbfounded by his answer, you stare at Roy, but he smiles and walks away. And then he be like, they're just jealous of my success, Bling. You meet Roy again. Roy, I'd like to offer you an apology. I shouldn't have believed those foul rumors. I must remind you that I'm not a very kind person, Your Highness, and I'm afraid a mere apology can heal my bruised heart. And what would you like me to do then? Yeah, they couldn't feed the tyrant, so they just put Roy. The best remedy would be to spend more time with me. And if you totally get to know me, you'll never believe those awful rumors again. Well, you can be nice to like the people you like, and then like gas people like fishes if they're your enemy. I mean, I'll try to get to know you with all my heart, and then that's yeah. So that's Ruth's story. Oh yeah, did I do the Oliver one? Yeah, yeah. Like Oliver's the other guy that we met like in the main plot. Did I? I don't remember. No, I didn't, right? Like this guy has this weird sexual stuff. Like once you get the intimacy up, it eventually tells you what type of special gifts they like. But I haven't found any of the special gifts that are specific to like the lovers. Frowning, Oliver rushes for you. And where are you going, Oliver? Someone needs my help, Your Highness, and I must get there immediately. Is there anything I can help you with? I could deploy my knights to assist you. There's no time for that, Your Highness, and please excuse me now. And before you have a chance to reply, Oliver quickly disappears into the distance. When you meet Oliver again, you notice he's injured. And what happened to you, Oliver? I twisted my ankle. Oliver twisted. I just a little scratch, Your Highness, nothing to worry about. Oliver, why do you keep putting your life in danger? With your credentials, I'm sure you can find a place for you in my castle. Offended by your offers, Oliver frowns again. Thank you, Your Highness, but I deplore the lives of royal officials. Okay, so you don't want to be a royal official. How about my royal bed warmer? Oliver's no longer interested in conversation and leaves. You run into Oliver again, but this time he tries the best to avoid you. And you call out and say, Oliver, wait! Your Highness, I'm too busy to chat. Don't worry, Oliver, I won't bother you with any tasks, and just please don't avoid me. It makes me sad. Embarrassed by your request, Oliver awkwardly smiles. I promise I won't, Your Highness. Your Highness. The next time he sees you, Oliver walks up to you and starts a conversation. You smile at him. I'm glad you're not avoiding me anymore. I always keep my word, Your Highness. Oliver, I was just wondering, why do you hate the life of nobles so much? And I heard you have royal blood yourself. That is precisely the reason, Your Highness. Huh. All of my loved ones perish in power struggles, and noble lives amidst luxury, but their hearts are empty, and some even filled with poison. Not all nobles are cut from the same class, Oliver, or do you think I just like the rest of them? Is that the reason you refuse to join my court? And Oliver looks deep into your eyes but doesn't say a word. Oh, you give me an answer the next time we meet. Hello, Your Highness. Do you have an answer for me, Oliver? Your Highness, when you help others poor women, I knew you were nothing like those vain aristocrats I grew up with. Cause I remember in the chapter with Oliver, like, we saved a bunch of women that were being sold as slaves. In that case, will you be willing to become one of my knights? No, Your Highness, I dread having to live in the dark shadows of my past. You're disappointed about Oliver's answer, and I respect your decision, Oliver. But if you want to roll around the hay every once in a while, nonetheless, I must thank you, Your Highness, for rekindling hope inside my heart. And I may not be one of your knights, but I will do my best to protect you. Alright, let's see. The next one on the chopping block is...
I wander the realm, with music and dance keeping me company.
This one is Esmeralda from the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Esmeralda has always lived a vagrant life. In though tiny in stature, she's not afraid to stand up against evil. She might not always have a roof over her head, but she has a kind heart, which matters more than anything else. And the male version. But we're doing the female version because the Hunchback of Notre Dame. That's my favorite. Like not the whole book because like the Hunchback has like a couple of chapters where it's just describing Notre Dame. But it's good. Parts of it are good. You notice a voracious crowd ahead. And look at Esmeralda, she's gorgeous. And you're curious about her. Who's Esmeralda? Your Highness, she's a wandering gypsy, and look over there, she's dancing. She's dancing, all the horror. You see a stunning beauty moving through the crowd. Sing with me, everyone. And you can't help but exclaim, she looks so joyous. And an official tends to cover your favor. And should I tell her to come over, Your Highness? No, everyone is having so much fun. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it for them. I think we should go. All of a sudden, a turmoil erupts within the crowd. You frown. What happened? What was all of this noise? Your Highness, we were just about to punish the bell ringer from the old cathedral, but this gypsy girl just won't let us do it. And the girl notices you and calls out for help. And Your Highness, they're only punishing him because of his appearance. Please save him. Your official goes nervous. Don't listen to her, Your Highness. Gypsies are not to be trusted. Yeah, it's following beat for beat the Hunchback of Notre Dame. She has tears in her eyes. I swear I'm telling the truth, Your Highness. Please believe me. Take this crazy woman away, quickly. You frown. Leave her alone. I demand a thorough investigation into this. I don't want to allow any oppression in my realm. Thank you, Your Highness. The official and the gypsy girl have both been interrogated and the results yet to be revealed. You notice someone following you around, and you quickly turn around and catch your stalker. Who are you? Ah! Stalker screams. You take a look at the stalker's face, and what are you doing here? And I'm sorry, Your Highness, I didn't mean you any harm. In fact, I believe you, but I'd still like to know why you follow me. And she looks for Your Highness, I wanted to thank you for saving the bell ringer. Don't thank me, Esmeralda. You should thank yourself instead. The fact that you stood up for him saved his life. She looks at you with awe. And how do you know my name, Your Highness? You grin, because I once saw you dancing in the streets, and now that I have witnessed your bravery and your kindness, I don't think I'll ever be able to forget you. And she suddenly gets shy, and I'll never forget you either, Your Highness. You bump into Esmeralda again. Esmeralda, if you creep behind me like this, someone might think you're trying to murder me. She looks at the gun. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll leave this place soon. And you stand by her and say, don't you want to stay here, Esmeralda? I'd love to, Your Highness, but I don't want to cause you any trouble, and I'm sure the others won't approve. And you can stay as long as you want. You can even settle down here. And she moved by your offer. Thank you, Your Highness, but others wouldn't accept me. Don't worry about the others. I am the Lord, and the ultimate decision is in my hands. I can do whatever I want, man. And you hold Esmeralda's hand. I really wish you could stay here, Esmeralda, will you? She seems emotional. It will be an honor, Your Highness. Esmeralda, from now on, you don't have to live like a vagrant anymore. My castle is your home. And we can always use like a court dancer. Because I'm bored of watching court gestures. Is this a dream, Your Highness? Are you saying that I am finally have a home? You pinch Esmeralda's cheek. Ouch! And you look, you didn't wake up. This is real, Esmeralda. And she gives you a hug. And I'm a clock 9, Your Highness. Alright, so yeah, she went to live with you in order to dance for your amusement and for the amusement of all of your nights. So it's a different ending than the one from the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like, oh man, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, I don't know, like I mentioned in the previous stream, but like in the original Hunchback of Notre Dame, like Esmeralda dies, and so it's the Hunchback, and even the only one who survives is like the gesture guy, Claupan, and he runs away with the gold, and he is the only one who lives happily ever after.
Pursuing one's interests and avoiding risk is simply human nature.
Reed once leaves his life to save you from the hands of vicious bandits. The son of a governor, Reed is an exuberant young man whose company always allows you to forget the rigid rules of royal etiquette. However, since Reed isn't as simple as it may appear, and something tells you he's hiding a secret. What's wrong, Your Highness? You look upset. I'm just a little tired, Reed, and there's so much you have to worry about when you're a lord of the realm. And will you let me do you for a walk, Your Highness? I'm sure the flowers and sunshine will cheer you up. What an excellent idea. Thank you, Reed. And I just want you to be happy. And that's the only memory attached to him. Because he's like a lower level lover person, so you only get one scene. Like higher tier ones like Lady Godiva get multiple scenes.
Compassion is a quality.
Did I do Lady Godiva? Like the story of her? During one of your patrols, you hear someone talking about a mysterious someone. Lady Godiva is an angel of a woman. I don't know what to do without her. And she's really a godsend. And you're growing more curious. Who is this Lady Godiva you're talking about? Your Highness, Lady Godiva is a beautiful, kind lady who always helps those in need. And you might as well Godiva or remember her name. You see a stunning beauty handing out loaves of bread to the poor, and you marvel at her compassion. You approach, dear lady, and how do you wind up in this part of town? I came here to give food to the poor, and are they supposed to survive when they have to spend their entire incomes on taxes? What, is this true? And she sounds frustrated. The Lord holds on one lavish banquet after another, while others suffer in dire poverty. And she frowns when she notices the distressed look on your face. Are you alright? You're not sure. I'm fine, and I think you're absolutely right. May I know your name, dear lady? My name is Godiva, and I'm sorry, I must get back to work. Goodbye. Godiva turns her back against you and continues to hand out food. So this is the famous Lady Godiva. As you patrol the street, you encounter Godiva again, and just like the last time, she's helping the poor. Hello, Lady Godiva. And she's from, hello, did you come back to help me out? And you shake your head, no, Lady Godiva, I'm just patrolling the realm. And Godava said, Patroni, are you a royal official, and could you speak to the Lord on behalf of these poor souls and ask for a tax relief, please? I really don't think the Lord would accept such an audacious request. And she's puzzled by your answer, but why is the Lord not concerned about the well-being of their own people? Well, the Lord needs an income to support the opulent lifestyle of the royal court. And Godava's eyes filled with despair, please, and could you just give it a try? Someone needs to open the eyes of the Lord to the suffering of all these people. Actually, I suppose I could help you arrange a meeting with the Lord. And thank you, that would be brilliant. When Godava sees you, she runs towards you, and her face flushed red with excitement. And have you made arrangements for my meeting with the Lord? I promise I'll get it soon, but I must ask you a few questions first. I'm listening. Why are you helping all of this poor Godava, and you're not related to them in any way? Because I believe in the universal law. If it helps others, you are also helping yourself. But that belief is a very complicated issue. And I'd like to bring it up to the Lord anyway. It's just a question. There's nothing to be scared of. But what if you anger the Lord and end up with a punishment? Don't worry about me. I am willing to do anything to help the people of this realm. Anything. You are a remarkable woman, Godava, and I think now is the perfect time to go meet the Lord. You are going to take Godava to see the Lord. And she must tell you, lady, where is this Lord? Right in front of you, Godiva. And Godiva seems confused at first, but she quickly comes to her senses. And she stares at you in complete shock. You are the Lord? That is correct, Lady Godiva. And she says, oh my goodness, what have I done? You try not to laugh, and would you like to get back on what you said about me earlier? Having recovered from her initial shock, Godiva forces shakes her head. Absolutely not. And you have to order the tax release first. You're really not scared I might punish you. Your Highness, no matter how many times you ask me, my answer will remain the same. You smile, don't worry, Lady Godiva. I promise I'll consider your request. It's really complicated, though. If you do, I'll take back what I once said about you, Your Highness. I can't wait until the day comes.
Nothing can stop me from pursuing medical research.
And that's the doctor that cured the plague. Diana, where are you going? I'm going to train my patients. And may I join you? I like to see how ordinary people live. Oh wow, she sounded like such a snob. You answered correctly. I don't think that's a good idea, Your Highness. They might be scared of you, and I'd rather go on my own. You reply hopelessly, alright. And you watch Diana leave the castle after she refuses your company. You quietly approach Diana, who's treating one of her patients. Hi, Diana. I'm frightened, Your Highness. Don't be scared. Don't let them realize who I am, and I don't want them to be scared. And look, I came without a single guard. And she sounds indifferent. How clever are you, Your Highness? And someone suddenly dashes out and hurls a rock at Diana. Get out of here, you witch. You quickly jump in front of her. Watch out. Ow! The rock scratches your face, and when the villager sees that you got hurt, he quickly runs away. Diana, in shock, you hurt, Your Highness. I had words. You're fair. Who was that guy? I'll catch him. And with a strict expression, let me take care of your scratch first, Your Highness. And you smile, you're finally paying attention to me. Looks like the scratch was worth it. She examines your injury. Your Highness, it will get better soon. And it's just a small scratch. I am appalled that the villagers call you a witch even though you take care of them. You shouldn't go there again. They are uneducated, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't help them. All lives should be treated equally. And you smile at her. Diana, you seem cold and aloof at a first glance, but you actually have a warm heart, and I'd like to get to know you better. And she looks at you slightly unabashed after hearing your remark. Stop talking, Your Highness, and I need to apply this ointment on your wound. Alright, please be gentle. Your Highness, I heard you arrested the man who threw the rock at me. You're elegated. I did, and I know you pity him, but he must pay for his wrongdoing. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. But don't worry, it's just a small punishment to make him realize that he was wrong. I won't hurt him too much. Diana feels relieved and smiles at you. Thank you for your kindness and righteousness, Your Highness. Diana, is it just me, or have you been smiling a lot more recently? To be honest, I used to be biased against you and your highness, and I always thought monarchs were unscrupulous and didn't care about the people's lives. And another chick that criticizes for being like rich and powerful and a king. Oh, is that what you thought about me? How very sad. And sorry, your highness, I was wrong, and I am willing to admit my mistake and give you a second chance. And you smile at that, and I've been waiting for this day ever since I met you. Your highness, why do you follow me around when I visit my patients? I don't know, cause I have like the immunity of a horse. Wanna see if I catch the better. No, seriously, it's not good to like stalk stalk around a doctor person, and cause like illnesses and you're distracting. I'm on an inspection, and I'm also keen to protect my best medical professional. But it's not safe out here, and I don't want you to get hurt because of me. Oh, that's sweet of you, Diana. And by the way, I don't get hurt that easily. And she asked you, and didn't you get hit by a rock just a while ago? And how dare you joke about my horrifying injury on my face, no less. And I don't want you to worry, so I'll take better care of myself this time around. And I also do my best to protect you. Thank you, Your Highness. I had like, well, I think this is like a good place to leave it. I hope you have fun with me, like advancing the plot and then showing you like the little plots that are attached to each of like the lovers and whatnot. And I'll stream this game again once I have enough troops in order to advance. Bye bye and God bless. Ah, I see the live stream. Alright, let's continue. Let's continue with King's Choice. Alright, we did the sound test. Like I'm also gonna be advancing the plot, but I wanted you to be aware of the events that are today. Like they have the Undead Siege where you work with your allies together to stop a horde of undead that are advancing. And then you pick your little knight and then choose an opponent. And then you can only deploy a fighter once you have like 100 of enemies. So that's basically this one in a nutshell. And in this one, you it's in order to like recruit more troops by paying like 10,000 silver, but at least 10 times, or basically like a million. You can get various recruitment items in order to like add more troops into your overall number. And the ranking event of today is stages pass and troop consumption. So it's the best time to advance the plot in order to get rewards from like the ranking event. Alright, so without any more prelude, let's continue with the main plot. Like when we left it off, we were infiltrating an auction room where they're like secretly selling women into slavery. You don't have an invitation, and the garrison starts to lose his patience with you. Damn it, we don't have an invitation. Greg quietly reproaches it. Calm down, Talbot. And without batting an eyelash, you walk to the guard and slip a few coins in his hand. Our invitation is right here. Please come in. I hope you enjoy the auction. It's not, like, just a few coins is usually all it takes to, like, get into events where you haven't been invited. Hopefully I have enough resources to advance a decent amount. Like as far as random nice stuff, but yeah, like it's funny that like they have Winnemere as a fighter knight, even though in the stories they always paint her as just King Arthur's wife. This past, oh yeah, now that we made it past this stage, we can go to the Endless War. Dispatch your troops to fight in the Endless War and prove you're the mightiest lord of all. Your Highness, look at this vast land stretching out over the horizon. It's time to capture them and expand our realm. With my army of fearless knights, there's no lot I can conquer. Tap here to challenge fortresses and capture more fortresses to expand your realm. Alright, so oh yeah, but it is up night resources. So we gotta. That's something worth remembering. That it's either the outpost or like the endless war. Otherwise, it's just gonna eat up all of the nights I have in order to advance. I'll deal with that when I deal with it. You enter the room in disguise just in time for the action. The action moment is already full of people, and when you two look at the stage, you know there's several girls standing in a row, and they look absolutely devastated. Looks like Oliver was right. It's such a shame that these poor girls had to experience something so atrocious. The action is about to begin. Also, having people into slavery was pretty common, like back in those days, and even in modern times too. When parents have when one of the parents has a terrible gambling, then they be like, well, here I'll just sell you my firstborn, and are we cool? Oh yeah, it's just terrible that still happens even in this day and age. But that's just the way of the world, you know. Like evil people do evil stuff, yeah. Alright, moving along. Back to medieval time with medieval problems, even though there's also dragons here. But then again, dragons were considered a tangible reality as far as magic. It must have been because of those dinosaur bones, and that's why the dragons always look very different in every country, because there were different dinosaur bones in all parts of the world. So like imagine if like those long neck ones, if they stitch it together, but then they put the head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then they put the Speratron wings, and then that's how you get like the flying dragons, because like the Europeans, they put the dragon bones they stitched up the dinosaur in like the wrong form. The action has started, and with the men in the audience drooling over the woman standing in the stage. The final bit was truly astronomical. Congratulations, sir. Lady number one is all yours. Congratulations, sir. And John was up to you, but he doesn't recognize you. Congratulations, my friend. You bought a stunning beauty. And thank you, John, but this action was illegal, and what if our Lord finds out about it? And they go and stab folks with the pointy end. And I just like 12 million per battle. That's a good thing that I had 300 million troops in order to fight. It's like a country's worth of knights. It's like emptying out I don't think even in modern days there's a lot of countries that have like 300 million people, let alone an army that has like 300 million. But I guess whatever. Just semantics. So yeah, like I was saying, that's my theory about dragons. That they were just dinosaur bones that were like stitched together wrong. John quickly appeases your concern. Haha, don't worry about that. Our Lord will never find out, and even if they do, they surely won't have any objections. Why are you so sure about that? That fool seems to be having a lot of fun in my manner. How dare you speak like that? Alright, time for a boss fight. Yeah, it takes a lot of resources to... I will deal with him, but we definitely have more than enough to, like, advance about. Oh yeah, like Leonardo da Vinci, oh yeah, Leonardo da Vinci is like the new knight that I recently got. Like among the Leonardo da Vinci was like described as a Renaissance man, and in order to be a Renaissance man, you gotta like be not just try everything, but you have to be good at everything, and yeah, fighting includes everything too. And thank God that these days people are just happy that you're good at one thing. Your sudden fit of anger scares Earl John. Who are you? You drastically tear off your fake beard. Do you recognize me now? Your Highness. I'm surprised the fake beard trick worked. I mean, like whenever I see like in movies, a woman pretending to be like a guy and then they're like using like a fake beard. You know, like in those weird historical dramas, where like the princess leaves the castle but she disguises as a man. I mean, at least try 1% as far as like the beer budget is concerned, cause like I could definitely tell that she's a chick from like a mile away, and yet all of the other male characters act surprised. But whatever. John's face suddenly turns pale with fear, but he quickly manages to compose himself. What are you doing here, Your Highness? What do you think? I think you don't have any reason to bind any. I think you don't have any reason to bind beat on woman. You really have some nerve, John. Haven't you seen my hand? I have a little bit of everything and a whole lot of nothing. Your Highness, how about we treat this as a regular business transaction and let's pretend nothing happened and I'll pay you an extra annual tax. What do you think? That's not a bad idea. You truly are magnificent rulers, Your Highness. Hey, that wasn't a... So she just like turned a blind eye to her. That's not fun. They didn't give me an option to pick something, to pick stabbing with the pointy end. They just keep pushing forward to see where all of that is going. $18,000 troops, wow. You appear to accept John's proposal. As long as you agree, Your Highness, your coffers will always be full of gold. What are you planning to do with the other women? Sell all of them in the auction? Well, who cares? They're just items for sale, right? I care, and these are people, and you can't sell them like bags of potatoes. Nice, arrest him. People are people, and that's what they do. I like the music of the Peshmore. It's like very good for napping. Mostly because they have like a very even tempo. But that's enough for me. But that's enough for modern music. Like I remember reading in the back end of one of those vinyl records that talked about music from like this time. Well, not from this time, more like from the Renaissance period, more like a Mozart or something. And they found out that a lot of Mozart's music was just him remixing already existing music. Like he would get like expensive to hire a naval fleet and send it to search for treasure. The fleet will bring back a great deal of rewards. Alright, by getting past this stage, we unlock the naval expedition. Your Highness, our fleets are ready to embark on a voyage. The seas are tempestuous and the journey is bound to be filled with myriad of danger. Are you sure you want to go, Your Highness? Great danger always comes hand in hand with great rewards. Trust me, I will conquer the seas. May luck be on your side, Your Highness. You're gonna need it. Your nice intellect attribute allow you to unlock special skills, and expedition skills reduce your consumption during the expedition and increase your yield. Dispatch higher level ships to earn better rewards. Dispatch as many ships as possible. A balanced investment reduces possible risk. Alright, let's send that one. Let's see how that goes. I guess we can send as many as we can afford. We're done with that for now. Back to the main plot. Jonathan's to bribe you, but to no avail, and this infuriates him, and he draws his sword. You're nice and circle, John. Your Highness, you're not giving me many options. Cards. Roaring John unleashes his sword and points it at you. And what do you think you're doing, John? Yeah, remember John was also the name of the 2000, was it? Or the 2005 Space Odyssey guy? What do you think you're doing? Your Highness, why can't you be more like Lord Abbess and turn a blind eye to my private dealings? Your so-called justice is worthless. Yeah, it's worthless to you because you're not making money out of it. Drop that sword, John. No. John roars and lunges at you. How dare you threaten Her Highness? Alright, time to get past this. What was I rambling about? Oh yeah, how to be a true Renaissance man, a Leonardo da Vinci style. You gotta be like a good fighter, architect, painter, of course. But then again, not so much painting because yes, painting, but not so much sculpting. That's one reason. But Leonardo da Vinci did do a few sculptures here and there, but that's why a lot of his works are unfinished because in the middle of him doing like his art stuff, he was also doing politics, going to wars, like. And that's the problem when you like have too many balls juggling in the air. It's all about you're about to drop a few every so often. And unable to defend himself against Oliver's attack, John is quickly subdued. We got him, Your Highness, and by the way, I found this in the auction room. The gray hands you a callus decorated with a strange-looking ornament. Is that a symbol of a secret organization, the Illuminati? They seem to be everywhere. Your Highness, and we don't have time to speculate about weird ornaments. How should we handle the other men we captured in the auction? Well, auction. We'll send it to the colony or something. You know? For the crime of trying to buy slaves, you shall be enslaved. Or something like it. Eye for an eye, code of Hammurabi style, you know. Yeah, like being a being like getting arrested and being like a prisoner, like it was just practically being demoted to the level of slave, considering like your two options were to rot away in like a rat infested dungeon, and then every so often there will be like this guy who will torture you for your sins or just for the hell of it, or to amuse himself, or to like go, or they will be sent to like a penal colony where you will like work the plantations or the mines or something. So yeah, just being worked to death. You capture John as well as the other men who have participated in the action. Release him, but they must pay a huge fine. Arresting human trafficking is a serious crime. Your Highness, you are the most virtuous of all lords. While this could hold up justice, it's just no, just that easy, but yeah, like if you just like give them a slap on the wrist, they'll just go and like do crime elsewhere. It's not like that other time where I released the knights where I released like the capture war criminals that were like working for like the strong usurper Abbas because yeah they didn't pick that war. While those other guys they chose to go, they didn't like the other soldiers they didn't choose to fight me. They were just obeying like their king. They had no other choice. While those guys that went to like the human trafficking option, they chose to be there. So because of that very reason, they're going to jail, to medieval jail. Gregor is concerned about your judgment. We're afraid a punishment that is too severe might cause grumbling among the nobles after all. But they have committed crimes and they must face justice. They must pay for their transgressions. Talbot is right, and we must seek justice for the victims and restore the balance. With a confidence, I think that they may grumble a bit, but they won't want to follow in our footsteps. Oh, let's just see how that turns out. Yeah, but it's fine. And the only reason why a ruler ever gets decapitated is because, because of telling the peasants to go eat a cake. And since I haven't said the word cake, it should be fine. After your discussion, Oliver comes over, and despite having just returned from battle, he still looks dignified and composed. Thank you for saving the woman, Your Highness. This great mission would never been possible without you, Oliver, and would you like to come to my castle and become one of my knights? I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I must reject your offer. I prefer to wander the realm. I hope you change your mind. All of a sudden you sense panic in the crowd. Well, that escalated quickly. But I feel confident that I'll be able to push through it all. And here I thought that like having 300 million troops was gonna be like a decent number. While still haven't like gotten the reward for like clearing the stages. So So maybe it'll be enough to push the plot very forward. You look around and you see a man forcing his way out of the crowd. It's Jax. Watch out, Johanna, he might try to hurt you. Don't let him run away, catch him. Like I said, like it's been a while since we've seen it. Like Jax was like the assassin guy working for Lord Abbas, the drone usurper. But then he like disappeared on us when a princess they told us, oh, but it's gonna be a while before you see her again. And yeah, and it has been a while since we've seen the princess, who's possibly always in another castle, a la Super Mario style. But then again, that was just one thing that annoyed me about like the Witcher in the Wild Hunt. Like Ciri was always in another castle, and then I guess maybe that was true to the book series. But like frankly, as far as like the Witcher game is concerned, I had more fun doing the side missions than the main plot. Um, and my brother just told me that the new Witcher game is gonna have series as the main character. Whatever. All of a sudden, you see Jax in the crowd and you dash out and chase after. Well, she fights well. I remember that much. During the few times that they let us control her. Yeah. And maybe she's gonna have like good fall control, unlike the Witcher, because that was the annoying thing of the Witcher. I would like fall a single step and the guy would like break out of his, and then I would lose like a quarter of my HP, but like a freaking demon would punch me in the face, and then I would be just fine. But no, no, no. If I fall a couple of steps, that'll be the end of the Witcher. They need to put that in the next Witcher TV series. The fact that he has very weak legs. When you see Jax, you instinctively start running after him. It might be a trap, Your Highness. That doesn't matter. I need to find out what happened to Ali. It's a trap. Well, it's funny because because of the guards, I ended up this Jax Knight. He's already like recruited as. Oh man, I need more troops. Let's see if I can gather enough troops to make it past the main game. And that one is continue the main plot. Oh, and they also give me like a new knight. As yeah, let's give the strength thing, cause so I can actually continue so I don't lose as many troops in the main store. Let's see. Here we are. I got at least 3 million. Let's see. I still not time for all that other. The strength of the stronger your night strength, the least amount of troops you lose in battle. So that might help. Okay, so I'm gonna like give level to my knights, and then that's gonna increase my overall. I'm starting with like the lowest level ones and working my way up to see if I can get past the main the one more chapter.
Courage.
Hear the land. My son shall be. I am straight. Mine.
And we're out of money. Okay. Alright, so let's see. Oh,
I like everything.
yeah, I don't have enough for that now. Okay, let's go back to the main story, the outpost. Alright, we're still alive. And it's dead. Oh well, I guess that's as far as I make it in the plot. Oh well. Like I just need like a ridiculous amount. Or... Well, I guess I could show you all of the other stuff that I unlocked because of my like the dragon is like a new thing that I got once I became lower level. Once I reached senior lower level 1. So then how it basically works is that you like you pick a little castle for the area or and take here, and then it just gives you meat resources. So then you pick the dragon, the blue one, and when you take over this little fort area, it produces talent EXP for your knights. The green guy, the green dragon, it produces allegiance wealth. Those are those little coins that you use to like buy stuff in your allegiance store. And the purple dragon, it gives you prestige, which is the thing that you need in order, which is the thing that you need in order to level up your lord.
Yo sé.
And like part of the reason why you wanna like try to advance the main plot as far as possible is that that's the only way that you can get stuff to upgrade this little shop. See, those little coins. Like I like upgrading a lot of the things, the ones that give stuff to like the lovers. You know, like this thing that increases charm and the intimacy rank. I think I'll give now some levels to like this low level ones, just because they take very little resources. And plus, it produces like a round number. And let's see how the undead thief is going. If they're already, I gotta have resources for this nonsense. Can I level them up? Yeah. Yeah, like they already like attacked the gates a couple of times. What was the thing that says prank? Dispatch an undead to make trouble on the enemy allegiance battlefield, and when the undead units from the other allegiance attacks an allegiance city gate, the allegiance event points will be reduced. Different undead knights will also different attack, but they cannot be upgraded, and only when the undead are defeated on your allegiance battlefield will there be a certain chance to the undead units of the corresponding type and level. Uh, so that's what that did. Why is that even an option? Whatever. I wanted to show you how that it could be done. Alright, now, like I don't think I had shown like the ballroom scene. And you just pick random nights, like your random lowest to go full around in the ballroom. And the higher the charm, the bigger the rewards. And I recently obtained Lady Godiva. And so, like each of the lovers is like associated with a knight, and then by improving their power relations, it like boosts up the stats of those knights. So that's why. So that's what's important to also collect a lot of lovers for your little harem in order to be able to indirectly increase the strength of your knight without just having to spend like gold over and over. Well, I think that. I think this is it. Oh yeah, the hunting ground thing is another. And just by like shooting like little wild animals, it increases the. You get like these little coins that you can use them in order to buy like strength up for your knights, but not nitrous, which is the thing that I am sorely lacking at the moment. Which is more the pity. But that's how it. But just gotta remember to like have a ridiculous amount of nights for next time. For the next time I try to stream this. You just hold it down until like you just tap it with your finger and hold it down until it's aiming until the target is at the head where it's gonna take away the most HP. And then after you get past the bear, it just loops back to the past, and it said that it gives the bird a ridiculous amount of HP. And I'd be thinking, like, like, first of all, did you ever shoot a bird? And second of all, how many, like, it's hilarious that a tiny bird can, like, withstand a ridiculous amount of headshots. Oh, yeah, and then over here in the warrior store, you can get things to increase the max level of your knights, and or just get like something that increases the strength by 100. But it's important that you only buy them like once per day, because then it increases the price of it by 20. But it just refreshes back to one the following day. So if you have like a lot of coins, it's just better to like buy them one day at a to buy them like to like get the stat boost one day at a time. really use more knights. Oh yeah, like these ones, they randomly increase the strength of your lovers, but from randomly starting from 4 to 300, so you can at least get a 4, but you don't pick who gets the status buff. Oh yeah, like another thing, like the knife parade is another way to get. It's a good way to like get 90 SP, but also but it also dishes out prestige, so you can increase like your overall level, and and then over there shows the reward for each of the levels. You can get more gold collection and more government affairs, etc., etc. So it's just worth the hassle to like increase your overall level. And then each of them has a theme. Like versus that it just raised all of your knights. This one is for this one they judge you based on your strength stat, the the leadership, etc. And then the ones that are at higher level, they also provide you with more rewards, but it requires more resources to pass for that. But you don't need to spend in the ice parade. You can just get those items by going to the Allegiance store. And by participating, you can get the new buy a new certificate, the standard one, or for the advanced battle. And it says purchase limit 1, but it's not that you can only buy one ever. It's one per day, one ticket per customer. And you can also get like level up items for your knights and this stuff. This one is for like the arena battles, and the honor medals are also used in the arena battle in order to give buffs to your knights. And eventually, once the allegiance is at a higher level, you can get prestige. You can buy prestige boxes, etc. Alright, so we're like back in the ballroom, and then over here you can choose two strategies. You can either be a prick and take all of the reward for yourself, or you can be nice. And then well, it depends on the bit, but if your dance partner picks the malicious strategy, then he's gonna reap all of the rewards. But if you choose benign, then you both get cheer rewards by 15%. See. So then on top of was the basic reward, which was 2,500, and then since you both picked since we both chose to like not be pricks about it, we both got an increase of 30%. So yeah, it pays to be nice. And plus, if I can help in real life, I prefer to be nice than to be a jerk about things. Except if I'm showing you the jerky option in the Undead Siege, but more as a demonstration, not as if something that I'm doing on purpose. I just wanted to show you that it was an option. And oh yeah, like over there where you read like special deals, there's the Heaven Scroll. And then by completing certain quests, you can unlock rewards. But you don't need to, like, you can get the basic rewards or you need to pay, like, real human money for, like, the human blessing, but you can still get a basic reward. And then here's all of the basic rewards that I got in throughout as I do those daily missions, like strength for your knights or little hearts for your lovers or like stuff to make random edicts in order to buff up the strength of your knights, etc., etc. So it's just something more to remember, just another place where you can like farm for resources that you need to remember. And then of course the patrol where you just wander around aimlessly and yeah, like this little girl, she's like yeah, yeah, like the main character is like whenever she goes on patrol, the little girl's like constantly like putting traps for you. Standing over the pit, the girl is mocking you. Ha ha! Another dummy fell into my trap. Look at you, muddy face, you fool. It's funny that the main character of this game is like fighting a bunch of like thieves and knights and killer assassins, but it's always this little girl, the one who gets her. You were furious, but when you finally climbed out of the pit, the girl was gone. I don't think I've ever seen you outside of the castle, Lance. What are you doing? I was just about to go to visit the orphanage, and would you like to join me, Your Highness? The poor orphans really need our help. Of course, I'd love to go with you, and I had no idea you're this compassionate, Lance. Inside the orphanage, you and Lance help lots of children in need. Lady, your manners are truly impressive. You must have an excellent night. The warriors in our village would like to work for you. Yeah, and like to patrol, you also get troop recruitment. But it's all based on your level. A bloodthirsty bull has leaped in front of you. You defeated the war and earn heaps of gifts from the people of the realm. But like you can increase your the higher your luck, the more likely you are for nice things to happen. But sometimes you can run into the little girl that just like throws you into the pit of despair over and over again. So yeah. You can increase your fortune by paying grain or gold, but I always have like an excess amount of grain that I don't really need, so I just use grain in order to beef that up. But every time you use grain, it takes up a little more. Or you can use the fortune elixirs that you randomly get from missions or from quests. Oh yeah, the main lovers that like these people are divided between the ones that you get from leveling up regularly your senior, or the ones that you find while wandering around in patrol. Like
My lord, your good looks are out of this world.
oh yeah, and they always say something very silly. Like it's gonna cost like when you're like wandering about, you can choose whether you wanna run in girl version of that one or like the guy version. But Miranda's from like a Shakespeare poem, the Tempest. So yeah, so she's hilarious. And the night that she boosts out, the one that's her relation is Jack, the guy who stabs you with the pointy end in like the first 80 in like the first 80 episodes of the game. But as you can see, he eventually becomes an ally. And when you click on intimacy, in like the intimacy phase, each of them has like their own little stories within it. So let's see, phase one. You are utterly lost when a young lady suddenly appears right in front of you. You run over to her. Excuse me, my lady. She looks terrified when she sees you. Ah! Panic-stricken, the girl runs away. Tabo looks around with concerned expression and he says, Your Highness, I think we're lost. You're flustered, and it's not the first time either, and this place is like a labyrinth. It's at and look, there's a girl with her. Let's ask her, hello, can we just, wait, don't run away. You stop the girl from running away, and we won't hurt you, young lady. We just like to ask you how to get out of the forest. The girl stops and looks at you both with terror and curiosity reflected in her eyes. You really won't hurt me. You smile. Do we look like bad people? Well, that's what bad people would say. And she points her finger at you. You don't. And then she points her tablet, but he does. And you burst out laughing. Don't be scared. And we're both good people. And can you tell us how to get out of here? Sure, follow me. With the girl's help, you quickly find your way out of the woods. You're very gracious. Thank you, my lady. And may I know your name? My father won't let me tell anyone, but you seem kind, so I'll whisper it to you. See, it's following directly the beep, like it's following random beats from like the Shakespeare play, The Tempest. She whispers in your ear, my name is Miranda. Lady Miranda, I'll remember your kind help. Do you like it here, Miranda? And she looks around full of excitement, and I've never seen so many people in sync. If you like it here, you can come anytime you want. But I'm scared to come here alone. And I'll keep you company, and you can even move out of the woods if you like. She hails herself, really, Your Highness, thank you. And you're surprised by her sudden outburst of affection. Miranda, you can't act like this in public. And she looks at you childish, and every time I'm happy, I give my dad a huge hug. You smile lovingly, and I'm glad you're happy. And she looks thrilled, and I like you very much, Your Highness. Well, that didn't take much to win her over. When you take Miranda to your castle, she jumps up and down and runs around like a little kid. Miranda, for now, you can come to my castle whenever you want. You and all of the other guys, guys and girls. Your Highness, I never seen such a huge big house. Miranda, can you keep your voice down inside the castle? Your Highness, you should teach her how to behave. She seems confused. Did I do something wrong, Your Highness? What do you think, Miranda? I don't know. When you live in the forest, you don't need any rules. I don't think you need to learn any rules, Miranda. And in my castle, you can always be yourself. And she gives you a big, huge hug. Thank you, Your Highness. Like there's more memories up ahead, but we need to get like a ridiculous amount of levels to like the breadth of the forest. Over here, like the whatchamacallit, like the power relations. But I never seen how high this number has to go before unlocking the memory.
Poetry stirs the soul much more than sweet nothings.
Like there's another guy that you run into while going on patrol. That's why he has more memories in there than the other base lovers that you collect just from leveling up or from even starting the game. Cause at the beginning of the game you get like one, and the one that I ended up getting like at the beginning was Ian. But we'll deal with Vanilla Husband later. You're suddenly approached by an elegant lady. Lady, have you seen Kyle? Kyle? Yes, that wily thief stole my heart, and be careful, he might attempt to steal yours too. And with her hand on her broken heart, the lady walks away, leaving you wondering what kind of person Kyle might be. As you walk down the street, a handsome gentleman suddenly runs into you. Ah, watch out. And the gentleman supposed you with his hand, making you sure you don't fall. Astonished, the man can't take his eyes off you. Lady, you have the most stunning eyes I have ever seen. Ah, you say that to other girls. No apology, sir. You almost shoved me to the ground. Haha, please accept my sincerest apology, lady. And how unfortunate that I can't chat with you right now. A female suddenly dashed out from beside a corner. And Carl is right here. Catch the disgusting Casanova. The gentleman appears to be caught off guard. I have to run, lady. I'm sure we'll meet again. You watch him as he disappears into the distance. So that's the guy that the lady was talking about. A thief and a Casanova. That's interesting. And he also pickpocketed me. Lovely to meet you again, my lady. The young man described by others as a thief and a Casanova appears in front of you. Hello, Kyle. You know my name, my lady. What a delightful surprise. And there's more that there's more that I know about you, like the fact that you're a thief and a Casanova. When Kyle hears the allegation, he bursts out laughing. Haha, you shouldn't listen to idle gossip, lady. It's nothing but a mere bard. Which was like the equivalent of being like being a bard back then was like being like, I'm just a rock star, a heavy metal musician or something like it. But I hear that you like to steal ladies' hearts. Do I look like Hal from House Moving Castle? That's just because I get carried away by my romantic tales, and I'm be to tell you one if I may. I'm afraid it's a bit too late. How about next time? Of course, at least I have a reason to see you again. I'll wait. Lady, would you like to hear one of my stories today? Sure, I can't wait to find out if they're really as captivating as you say. Of course, the story is about to tell you is filled with boundless romance and beauty. I'm sure you'll love it. What is the story about? It's about a roving poet and a lord who ruled a mystical realm. Haha, that sounds fascinating, Kyle. And the most enchanting story is in my repertoire, Your Highness. I have finally have a reason to believe the rumors, Kyle. You really are a thief of hearts. I am innocent, Your Highness. The evidence is clear. It was you who ripped my heart straight out of my chest, Karima. It's the case. How can I make it up for your loss? All I want is to keep telling you stories, Your Highness. I can't wait to hear them all. With his dark complexion and pair of cat-like eyes, and amber eyes, Star is the most mysterious and treacherous among the bards in Nivea, and a legend has it that he sneaks inside the ladies' chambers in the middle of the night and steals the heart of innocent damsels. Alright, let's see another one of the another one of the lovers that you need to wander around in order to add them to your harem.
Hush. I've just come up with a brilliant new design.
Darren's parents hoped their son would grow up to be a priest, but he just couldn't bear the idea of being buried in books all day long. Instead, he likes to keep himself busy working on bold inventions that others would describe as utter rubbish. You notice a strange-looking gadget. What is that? That is one of my new inventions, a cooling machine. It turns it on when the sun days to enjoy refreshing cool breeze. So he invented the air conditioner. With a proud look on his face, the young man explains the intricate mechanics of his ingenious invention. And his mouth is smudged and his clothes are dirty, but his mouth is full of warmth and quiet confidence. The man's name is Darren, and everyone knows he's a complete fool. I mean, he gave up on being a priest to become a blacksmith and spent his days creating nothing but useless rubbish. And then I'd be like, dude, Tabo, not everyone wants to spend their life as a celibate priest and like praying all day and like being in a pulpit, you know? And you say being a priestess is the easiest job in the world. Knocking on his breastplate. Tabo, are you saying there's something wrong with being a blacksmith? You turn to the young man. Can you show me how it works? Of course. And the machine lets out a low roar. The man cranks the gears to get it moving and begin crashing and moving on one another in delicate rotation. And after a few moments, everyone assembled is astonished. And you marvel at the incredible size, but after a short while, the gears of the machine seem to freeze for a moment. Before springs and wheels begin to crumble and fall apart until the whole thing disintegrates before your eyes. He bursts out laughing. What did I just tell you, my lord? Well, just that Tabo gave it like the evil eye. Or mal de ojo as in Spanish. I mean, like like in Cuba, if you give someone like the evil eye, you're like cursing them with misfortune. So because Tabo was like a jealous fool because he's probably jealous that the other guy had the courage to follow his dream while he just stuck being my babysitter when he had other plans for the future. Well, anyhow. Undisturbed by the machine's failure, Darren frowns and mutters, well, it's not quite complete yet, and there are still a few kinks to work out. Surprised, Darren, are you not sad that your machine fell apart? He shrugs. All great inventions are born out of error and time, and failure never bothers me. It's just that my life would be a lot easier if I had a bit more money, and I spend all my earnings on iron, but sadly you can't eat iron for lunch, and I'm so hungry I can barely lift my tools. Haha, I don't know much about mechanical invention, but I suppose I could help you out. Oh, by your generosity, Dragon viciously shakes your hand. Really, thank you so much, my lord. You truly are my savior. You are my divine light. You are my... All right, that's enough, Darren. We'll find your stupid research. You don't need to keep hamming it up. I'm sorry, my lord. I'm just a little emotional, and I'm starving. No one has ever supported my work or offered to help me, and to finally have a patron just makes me so happy. I admire your determination, Darren, but more importantly, I would like to have my own cooling machine. And before the heat of summer is upon us, is that enough time to work on the kinks? I won't disappoint you, my lord. Oh, that one. Oh, I think Darren was one of the one. I think Darren is one of the ones that you get by leveling up, I think. And oh yeah. And then here we have. Oh yeah, this one is definitely one that you run into
Every man
while on
dreams
patrol.
of a wild adventure.
Born into a wealthy trader's household, Blaze never had any interest in inheriting his family's fortune. Instead, he always dreamed of traveling the world and using his beloved paintbrush to capture the beauty of the natural landscape. And to make his dreams come true, Blaze one day made a courageous decision. He left home and he embarked on a journey of a lifetime. Okay, power. I guess not all of them have like
Who says women can't
a
practice
big
swordsmanship? I'll prove you all wrong.
memory, power relations. I guess not all of them have like a big plot or something.
Compassion is a quality indispensable to any ruler.
Yeah, like the big long story. Shows it's only for like the higher level ones.
Power.
Well, I think I'll read you more of the little plot stories or this other of this other of the other lovers in my head, and like the next time I stream this, and hopefully I'll be able to push the main plot more forward in like a week from now. I hope you have fun with this. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and I'm gonna be streaming King's Choice. And this is just like the sound test for now. Alright, so now I see that it's here getting the sound effect. Time to continue. Like I'm mostly like streaming like the plot and whatnot. And as screen I grinded for resources the day before to be able to have enough armies to push forward. Ed has sent his envoy. Their scornful attitude makes you furious. Your Highness, let me teach you my lesson. Calm down. That's the only one is to get caught in their trap. I better try to compose myself. You're so mature, Your Highness. And time to do battle. Because like we were invited to do like a peace treaty with like by the king that stole my throne and my father and my brother and whatnot. So obviously everyone is a little nice because it's uber obvious a trap. Well, last time between the little battles I ranted about Don Quixote and whatnot. I don't remember any other nights. Well, I guess Siegfried counts as a knight. He's he was raised by a dwarven guy, and he realized that he wasn't his father's son when he kept growing and growing, and when he grew up to be like taller than his old man. And the reason why the Gorgon had been raising Siegfried because he wanted to steal some dragon's treasure, and since he had failed, he just decided to raise a human child that was physically stronger in order to help him through that nonsense. So then depending on which version of Siegfried you run into, like he either gets mad with his adopted father, and then he just leaves him or kills him, or he gets the treasure that his father wanted, and the father makes him a fancy weapon, and then he tells him that you're your own man, and it's time for you to go out into the world to like define your own fate and like make your own destiny and whatnot. So then Siegfried becomes a wandering knight of sorts. Alright, back to this plot. For the greater good you choose to endure, but the envoy became ever more arrogant. Truly a worthy subordinate of Lord As, and so cowardly and timid. About to draw your sword, you... Kerwin, you think a lowly bastard can lecture me? Ha! Lowly Chester, I think, is stopping the imminent chaos. Enough. Lord Envoy, and if you're not here to negotiate, you should leave the city of Nivel right now. Otherwise, we'll stab you with the pointy and whatnot. But that was like the modality of the day. They gave like this snobby guy a little bit of power, and then he's gonna use it to his full advantage, mostly to put down his superiors and whatnot to make them fight at his level, and then he wins by experience. Oh yeah, so well, more than anything, so then Siegfried goes on and becomes like a wandering knight and whatnot. And during his travels, he meets a knight that's sleeping by the forest, just resting, sleeping with like the fancy chainmail and whatnot. But then he removes the helmet of the knight, and then he's surprised when a bunch of hair comes out, and then he realizes that the knight he was looking at was actually a lady knight named Brunhilde. And since Brunhilde was the first woman that Siegfried had ever seen, he instantly falls in love with the maiden. And then Brunhilde, she be like, I'm not gonna marry any guy that's richer than me. So then Siegfried has to prove his strength to Brunhilde in order to show her that he's man enough for her. So then he duels the princess knight Brunhilde, and the two of them marry when he manages to defeat her in battle. But then you would think that everything would be like happily ever after, but then Brunhilde gets into a stupid fight with a different lady named Sigrun. And then, but Sigrun is married to one of Siegfried's friends, and then because of the two women fighting with each other, Sigmund ends up like getting. Alright, we'll leave that there for now. The envoy's arrogant attitude seems to have ended the negotiations before they got even started. But just then a voice suddenly broke the deadlock. Stop. The voice was very clear and warm like the sun on a perfect spring day. Time for a boss fight. Let's see if my knights have enough strength to get past this so we can go on to the next chapter. Because like with this days, you just get you start requiring more and more resources to make it through them. The voice is so familiar you often hear it in your dreams. She performs an elegant curtsy, Your Highness. All of a sudden you feel like time has stopped, and all you see is Alice's enchanting smile. An apology. When Ali appears, the conflict suddenly abates. A conflict erupts between you and the throne usurper's envoy, but Ali's arrival puts a sudden halt to it. Ali, it's been a while. All of a sudden, your mind is engulfed in memories of childhood bliss, making it difficult for you to think clearly. So you must immediately apologize to Her Highness. Well, that's usually how it goes. So yeah, so then Siegfried's wife and the other and Sigrun get into a stupid fight, and then with their husband, and then they also drag their husbands into it because Brunhilde felt that Siegfried had insulted her honor. So then they got a fight, because that's what you used to do in medieval times. Whenever somebody insulted your honor, that was the perfect excuse to go stab your opponent with a stabbian. So then, in a duel for the honor of the maiden, Sigrun gets killed by his friend, and whatnot, and then his wife Brunhilde, the angry, kills Sigmund's friend, and then they just ends up like a bloody ending for everyone involved, a la Shakespeare style. So that's basically the story of Sigmund. All of his heroic exploits after all of the dragon battles and all of the things he fought, he ends up dying because of a stupid duel caused by two women bickering over petty nonsense, as it usually happens. So yeah, I guess now, like, speaking about Shakespeare, that reminds me of. Well, most folks are familiar with like Shakespeare's work and whatnot. I was like forced to read his work in like high school. Like Romeo and Juliet is one of those things that has like ridiculously done to that. Heck, even Juliet is a character in this game. They give her like a fancy pointy, stab it with a pointy and sword. But then again, everyone needed to know like how to use a sword because of like assassins or just random people trying to stab you with a pointy. And because it was a very violent, turbulent time, and then just constantly delineating frontiers and whatnot with lots of little cities like killing each other with the stupidest thing. Oh, which reminds me of a story from Don Quixote that I forgot to mention in my previous rant. Like Don Quixote and Sancho Panza were like wandering about, and then they see two armies about to clash against each other. So then he goes out to one of the armies, and then they ask like, "Dude, this is like Spain. We're a freaking unified country. We have a king. Why are these two cities going to war with each other like it's freaking medieval times again?" And it's family coming from Don Quixote, who's playing the role of a knight, but then he be like, "Oh, this is stupid." So then the army that he spoke to tells him the reason why they're going to war. One of the citizens, he was very good at mimicking the sound of the donkey, and then he became very famous for it. So then whenever a person from that city would visit their neighbor, then the other neighbors would like make donkey sounds in mockery of them, and then the other city that was getting mocked and being called donkey all of the freaking time, they form an army, and then they're gonna beat up their bullies. So then Sancho Panza be like, I don't see why you make such a big deal about being good at mimicking a donkey sound. I'm actually very good at making donkey sounds myself. So then Sancho Panza starts mimicking a donkey, and then he pisses off the army, and then they get beat up, and then they get beat, and then the army, instead of go fighting each other, they go beat them up. And this is one of those few times where they fight like a real flesh and blood opponent, and they barely escape with their life, with like getting shot by muskets and all of that crazy thing that happened. Ali prevents the conflict escalation and urges the envoy to apologize. Why? Because your words violate royal protocol. Lady Honey, all right, looks at you. Your Highness, please accept my apology. Apology accepted, but next time don't you dare break the protocol in my castle. And the embassy appears irritated, but his provocations have ceased, and the peace negotiations may now commence. Peace negotiations with swords and pointy ends. But yeah, we're now switching to Shakespeare and whatnot. Like I was wondering, in Macbeth, his friend Macduff, the one who delivers the killing blow, he tells my for those not familiar with it, Macbeth he visits some weird sisters who give him a prophecy that tells him that he's not going to be slain by any man born of a woman. So then my best be like, wow, so that means I'm immortal. So then my best being nursed by his wife, being goaded by his wife, knight parades unlocked. Dispatch your knights to battle against other lords and vie for high ranking to increase your prestige. You just have the game progresses, they unlock other stuff. Your Highness, the night parade has begun, and should we send our knights to join the contest? Of course, I know they can't wait to engage in battle. They will surely win glory for our realm. Versatile Knight. The night parades are divided to several levels, and higher level parades come with better rewards. Parades put your knight's attributes to the test, and each knight can only join one parade at a time. And during each parade, the deployed knights are ranked based on their overall attributes, and select your knights strategically and dispatch them to suitable parades. There's a 9 movie. Oh, that's I just send this guy. And spend a nearly 35. Oh, I need to get it from the Allegiance store. But my Allegiance hasn't advanced enough to do this nonsense. Oh well, I guess we're not doing that for now. Back to the main plot. Let me just collect the price for leveling up the story. My loyalty stands for nothing but sincere love and friendship. Okay.
Some people speak highly of betrayal, but those are just excuses.
Knight Commander of the Knights. Alright, so we got a new knight. Let me see. One knight that reaches level 120. That's a tall order.
I despise traitors more than anything. They must pay a hefty price.
I guess I'll deal with that when I deal with them. Oh yeah, so then alright, so let's just move the plot along. Since to Alice's arrival, you avoid an open conflict with the throne usurper's envoy. Ali, what are you doing here? Karen, our father sent me here to encourage the peace talks. The throne usurper's blood is flowing through their veins, and they bring us nothing but death. Simmer down, and let's hear them out first. And by hear them out, it means get those armies to go stab them with a pointy end. So yeah. So then my best being goaded by his wife, he decides to go murder his friend, to murder one of his friends. I forgot if it was Macduff or some other guy. Like I haven't read Shakespeare in a while, mostly because I find it annoying. Like there's something about the way that school forces you to read certain things, and then it just Like you tend to enjoy books better if you're not being forced to read them at gunpoint, you know? Like I always remember better books that I read because of my own free will, not because it was a required assignment with tests and whatnot. Anyhow, so then eventually my best makes a bunch of enemies because of his murderous ways, and even his wife goes crazy out of guilt. And then eventually, I think it was my dog. He shows up to like stop his former friend, because he's just killing and murdering everyone in his quest of conflict. And then my best tells him that, oh, you can't defeat me because the weird sisters told me that I cannot be defeated by any man born of a woman. So then the other guy tells him, but I wasn't born of a woman. And then he just leaves it at that. And then he just stabs and then he kills my best. And then like Shakespeare doesn't explain, or anyone explains, how the hell was he not born of a woman? Was he born of two men? Is he a weird alien and he was born Piccolo style? Or what the hell? Probably what the Weird Sisters man was a man that was born of a C-section, because technically, if you like get born to a C-section, you don't pass through like the usual route that most people take in their path to like being born and whatever. And maybe that's what the Weird Sisters meant when they said that you can't be defeated by a man born of a woman. But well, yeah, but it's just a weird phrase. Like you know. Or maybe my dog's mother was had an extra chromosome or something. You know that like certain maidens, they got like extra X, extra Y, genetics in one, just random genetics in one. I'm getting sidetracked. The point is that my best is a weird place. Like another one of those ones that they made me read like in high school was like Antigone. But I don't remember much of it. Like, but then again, I don't remember much of the Shakespeare's play. Like, they enter one ear and left the other. But I'm not here to roast Shakespeare's work and whatnot. Although it would be nice that they would diversify more, like the readings and whatnot. We read one thing of Shakespeare, not like 20 things. There are other writers, like people kept writing after Shakespeare, so why not give some more modern writers a chance? But then again, I can't think of. I mean, maybe recent Stephen King, maybe. Maybe some maybe some Dragonlance. Whatever. Oh yeah, like as far as modern night books are concerned, I have read a few Dragonlance books here and there. Like they're mostly like a mixed bag. Like they suffer from the too many characters syndrome. The negotiations have finally begun. The envoy has apologized, but he still has a look of haughty disdain. Los Aves is willing to recognize your title. What are his conditions? You must cede all of the southern territories to Lord Aves. So this is what you call peace, that you're literally asking for war. Alright, bring out the knives. It's like, give me all your stuff. And I'd be like, no, we're not giving you all of my stuff. Yeah. And what's gonna stop him from asking for more stuff, Like, that saying that you give a mouse a cookie and then you ask for milk and then it asks for something else and you'll never see the end of it. The point is that if a mouse asks you for something, you gotta like run away because why is the mouse talking? Mouse normally are not supposed to talk unless if it's like a giant mutant rodent a la Splinter style. I like Splinter. It's fun. The envoy's conditions are preposterous, and you and your counselors are enraged. If this is what he wants, then negotiations are over. We're not asking for that much, and in return you'll earn us allegiance. Isn't that enough for you? That is the assassin sin that I was offered my father, but in the end he killed him. That's a matter of the distant past, and the times are different today, and if you wish to proclaim yourself the sovereign of this realm, you must let bygones be bygones. Oh yeah, that's very easy for him to say, like, interrupt the end, but your highness, may I talk to you in private? Sure. And by private, it means let's bring yeah, and while we're talking private, let's get the knives out there to get a little bit of exercise. So yeah. And that's my train of thought. Well, that's why most of these rants I go on are unscripted, just working off whatever memories I have of mine. Oh yeah. I just remember. I was talking about like the Dragonlance books. That they are an offshoot of like the Dungeons and Dragons campaigns. Like if you're like from the US and whatnot, then you're already familiar with like Dungeons and Dragons and if you're not, well, Dungeons and Dragons is basically like a series of books that have curated campaigns and whatnot. It's like for role playing purposes, then there's a game master that dictates the adventure while the other players act the role of the main characters and whatnot. And they basically roll the dice. Like the best example, like it's Baldur's Gate but board game version. And it's like a very long running series and now you can even play Dungeon Dragons online in their particular website. And it's fun. It's fun for for certain folks and whatnot. It has the old taste. And I mostly read the book I read the books without being familiar with that it was part of like a Dungeons and Dragons thing. Cause since I wasn't like born in the U.S. and whatnot, I'm not familiar with all of their regular pop culture stuff. I just pick it up as the longer I live here and whatnot. And I've been in this place for more than like 30 years or whatnot. So for like most of my life, so whatever. I'm exaggerating. The point is that like the first Dragonlance book I read was Time of the Twins, which is it focuses on the Mayare brothers, like the twin brothers, but one is evil. Oh my god, like the evil twin is like so played out. Well, evil is, well, he's evil in so much as the only agenda he's interested in advancing is his own. But even he has his basic scruples, and and eventually they retire the character at the end of the Time of the Twins, War of the Twins, or some other stuff of the Twins book in the Dragonlance. And then I could tell that they immediately regretted retiring the evil twin character, because then they try to find a way to bring him back in other forms, because then showed up more books about him, even though he was dead and whatnot. Like you never kill your cash cow. Yeah, because like they brought him back again as prequels that focus more on him than his warrior brother, and then they brought him back as a force ghost in later books where he's guiding like his nephew, and they even found a way to give him a kid that may be his or not his own flesh and blood, but then why does that even matter? Is they're twins, so you know. When you and Ali stand alone, you both fall silent. I'm sorry my father is rude and arrogant and he hurt you. And to rub more salt in the wound, now he's trying to humiliate you. I know, Ali, it's not your fault, and you paid a heavy price for trying to save my brother. But we can't even be sure he's still alive. When you bring up your brother, Ali's eyes fill up with tears. I know what's gonna make us feel better. Let's bring up the knives to stab with the envoy. But yeah, like that was the main issue with that I had with the Dragonlance book, and why it worked a little better the Time of the Twins book, which was like the first one that I read, because in that book that we were only dealing with like 4 characters, and it gave them more breathing room, because it was the Cameron, the Cristania, like the priest chick, and then the other twin that was most of the time far away and not getting any screen time. Well, in the Dragons of Winter, whatever, it was like working with like 30 characters, almost like 10 characters, and they all needed to say at least a line every 10 pages. So then it's like too many characters syndrome. As soon as you mention your brother, you get emotional. I think about him every single day, and I'm so terribly worried about him. And what if I never get to see him again? Ali, I will find him, I promise. Okay, so I guess her brother's not dead, he's just MIA. I hope you're right. Or missing in action. I guess like it's very easy to disappear in medieval times if you're like, because since there's no internet and like just drawings of you and whatnot, and most of the folks are illiterate, you can just like move to another country and start from scratch. And by moving to another country in medieval times, you wouldn't have to go very far, because countries in medieval times literally just small little cities. Like a country in medieval standards would be like, if you live in Miami, it would be a country, and then like Orlando will be some country, just very small, very tiny territories. That's a very crazy, turbulent time, with everyone stabbing each other with a pointy end and whatnot. Also, like another thing with the magic in the Dragonlance ones, like of the few books I read, like it's sometimes very inconsistent. Like sometimes but mostly with the spell components. Sometimes Dazzling needs the spell components to cast, but other times he can trick himself into him having into not needing spell components in order to use his magic. So it's sometimes type of deal. As well as the theory that it acts up whenever it's only plot convenient. But most of the time it should act up whenever it's in a stressful situation. whatever, which is like all the time, cause like he finds people annoy him, and his brother annoys him, and everyone annoys him. Like a good fantasy book that I like a lot is the Dark Lord of the Hold, which is actually more of a parody of like high fantasy, and it's about a fantasy world where the people make their money by putting on shows for aliens. So then they just pretend to have like those have fantasy medieval battles and whatnot, and giving them the Dungeons and Dragon illusion type of situation. And then every year they pick a different magic user in order to play the role of the super villain. And then this guy from their hold ended up being the winner of it. So then he likes to, and then like his quirk is that he likes to he's more of a ranger type of magic user because he has a lot of like griffins that are related to him by blood, which he made with his wife using his blood and magic, which is hilarious, but whatever. But he always had a problem with demon summoning, which makes perfect sense. And every time he would try to summon a demon, it would always be like this weird three-legged blue demon named Tribbles. But then this time when he tried to summon a demon, it ended up being, and then when he summoned the demon, it just wreaked havoc because he kept disobeying him, and it was like a whole scene to try to exercise the high demon, and then he was forbidden from like doing demon magic ever again because all of the chaos he caused in his magic school and whatnot. And it just has a very fun world building type of thing, and it's a pity that it only ever got one book. Like the Dark of the Hole was written by the same person who wrote House Moving Castle, so you know that they know how to do magic. Thanks to your words of comfort, Ali gradually comes down. I wish I could stay and talk with you longer, but we both know it's not possible. Still, she tells her to look around and then takes a deep breath. The envoys didn't come to talk peace. I thought so. They just came to stir trouble, and now that you're still consolidating your reign, my father wants you to start a war. I see, but I'm not scared of war. No, please, don't let your emotions get the best of you. And my father has a powerful army, and you will stand a chance against him. Yeah, my former army, because he stole it. But as I like nights these days for the most part they're completely relegated to like the realm of like fantasy. Like they don't do nights without. But then again, even night stories back in the old days, they always had a big magical element. Like for every King Arthur, there was a Merlin. And like Merlin, he was based on like a historical figure that was just a very wise type of ruler. And then he got over the years deified and whatnot into he went from like just being a very wise ruler to just being a very wise or powerful wizard. And it tells you about Access plan. Look what happened to your brother, and I don't want you to end up like him. As she speaks, Alice starts crying and tears running down her cheeks. I want to protect you just like your brother used to. Oh, that's cute. One shouldn't be in a hurry to like get into war. But yeah, like Merlin used to be like, yeah. So where was I? Yeah, like Merlin used to be like powerful, like just a very wise ruler and whatnot. Like in pop culture, like in terms of something else in movies, like Merlin doesn't like show up that much. And even like in the like even like in the old days, like as far as like our history and in like the romanticist painters and whatnot, there was actually more like people instead of like painting King Arthur, they would prefer to paint either Merlin or Lancelot. So even though King Arthur was like the main character, everyone else who read his books and their stories and his legends, they found more interesting like the side characters, especially Sir Lancelot and Merlin. And you gotta like remember that Sir Lancelot, he stole King Arthur's wife. Because he was such a, because that's just what you do. Like Sir Lancelot be like, oh, I feel filthy to you and I should protect everything, your stuff. And like, ooh, hot young wife. No mind if I do, King Arthur. And then he just up and took her. And that even caused like a war between them. You know, it got into a little bit of a Helen of Troy type of situation between King Arthur and Saint Lancelot. Because like obviously, dude, you stole my wife. I bring you into my house and I knight you and you steal my wife. Alice, anguish breaks your heart. Promise you won't start another feud with my father. Obey this way. Well, it's too early to like be getting into those battles. I promise I'll consider your advice, Ali. I'm happy to hear that, and nothing is more important to me than your safety. But if you could, I don't know if it's like the right choice or not, but I personally think that it's like that it's too early to get into a stupid fight. And as Kill Bill once said, like revenge is a dish best served cold. Alice's face is filled with joy. Worry, with you so devoted to me, won't I be able to hurt you? Shaking her head. Don't worry, I am his daughter after all, and I believe he still has some principles left. I wouldn't count on it. So do I. Alice shook her head and silently taking your hand as if to calm your worries. I don't know. Like I would, I would just be very red flag about it, Ali, because in medieval times, if he hasn't heard you yet, Ali, I think that her father probably has other plans for her because within the nobility in those days, inbreeding was very common, and this was more true in the Habsburgs. Uh, and they even developed a genetic malformity called the Habsburg lip because since they wanted to keep all of their power within the family, it got to such a point that uncles were marrying their nieces. They were just that inbred, but obviously, eventually, that led to problems that all of the new heirs that they couldn't like produce any new children because their genetic pool got ridiculously small. Like even like remember the famous painting of Velázquez, La Menina, that is about the little princess. It's a very famous painting, almost as famous as La Mona Lisa. Well, what people are just familiar with like her look and whatnot, but what they're not aware of is that the reason why she was very important was because she was the first healthy princess that the Habsburg family had managed to produce. Because for like a couple of years, the mother of the chick, or the princess, or the princess, the menina. Well, she wasn't a menina. The menina is the name of her little maid. I think her name was the Infanta, which is Spanish for princess, Maria Teresa. The time you spent together was fleeting, and I got rushing in, breaking in the peaceful moment. Your Highness, the envoys and Kevin are fighting. Let's take a look. But yeah, that's why she has so many paintings in one, cause she was the last hope that they had for the housebreak. You know, like the last healthy princess. So even though she was a woman, she was like very important because through her the Habsburg family line was gonna be able to continue. But surprise, surprise, they married her to one of her first cousins, and then the poor, and they also married her a little bit too early, and then the poor princess, she ended up dying like at the age of 16 from childbirth, and she died. The kid died. It was a huge It was a huge family tragedy, all born from the greed of their family that value keeping the money within the family and not the health of their descendants. Your men are locked in a fight with Abbas Envoy, and Ali promptly rushes over. Stop, Your Highness. What's going on here? What's going on is that they're getting into a stupid fight as guys usually do. Oh yeah, so like other yeah, like other crazy, like even just the European monarchies, they have very colorful. They had like very colorful lives and whatnot. Like more like for example, like Henry VIII, like people only know him as like the guy who founded his own church because the Catholic Pope didn't let him get a divorce. So then he'd be like, I'm gonna create my own religion with blackjacks and hookers, and forget the hookers. Like remember, I'm just making a reference to Bender that when they threw him out of the casino or out of a bar or anything, he always says that he's gonna make his own bar or his own thing for them. So then King Henry VIII was like that he founded his own like religion and whatnot because they wouldn't let him get a divorce. Cause like his first wife, the one who was the mother of his successor. His first wife, he couldn't just decapitate her like all of the other women that followed because he was very well connected and she had the protection of like the Pope. So then, like all of the other poor women that followed, the reason why he was able to decapitate them was because he turned out into his placing a lower like ranking woman. And the reason why he got into the whole divorce thing and the whole vibe and whatnot was that one day he was like in a jousting competition and then he fell off his high horse. And then they gave him a leg injury that made it impossible for him to like ride a horseback, and he was in chronic pain all the time. So then, since he was constantly in pain, as is tradition among violent rulermen, he took his rage out on the woman unfortunate to be his wife. So then, since his first wife wasn't putting up with his nonsense and kept calling him a lot of his nonsense, he just decided to divorce her to find himself a new doormat. And he even exiled the Princess Elizabeth that after he croaked in, Queen Elizabeth was his successor. Or was he succeeded by Bloody Mary? I forget. No, yeah, I think it was Queen Elizabeth. Yeah, and like as with most of everything, like she informed her decision like based on how her father ruled. So then she just said like, well, my father was a tyrant, so I'm just gonna do the exact opposite of what he did. And since she was traumatized by the fact that like her father like decapitated every woman that he married to, she be like, I'm not gonna get a king. She's not gonna marry. Queen Elizabeth is not gonna share her power with anyone. And she was mad about it because she didn't want to share the same fate as her mother or all the other women that were unfortunate enough to be married to her crazy father, Henry VIII. And she also had like her little harem. Like she made like the mythology says that she was a virgin queen and whatever, but you know, you can say what, but you gotta remember that the one who writes history is Queen Elizabeth. So obviously, all we know from modern times is what the Queen Elizabeth wants you to know. Because like it's usually the rulers and the kings who create the history books, because history books during those days and even during the Roman time were just propaganda from the government. So every history book you gotta take it with a pint of salt, and only like believe half of what you read. Fearless indignation grab points at the envoys. They keep provoking us, and they make vile remarks about you and even dare to slander your father. If I don't protect my friend's reputations, I can't call myself a knight. This time I agree with Catherine. You jerks, your highness, you must punish them. I'm not gonna punish them. You picked a fight and that you couldn't win, and according to the dueling rules, if you pick a fight, you gotta like start with a pointy end. Don't pick a fight you can't win. So yeah, we were talking about Queen Elizabeth's harem. So yeah, you just think of it as how in this game, how if you play as a lady character, you end up having like a bunch of little lovers and whatnot. And if you don't have space for an heir, you just put him elsewhere in the game. Because the only child that's considered legitimate is the one that is born through marriage. And since she didn't have any children that were born through marriage, then she didn't have anyone to call her legitimate heir. So and like since the monarchy is sacred, obviously they keep every dirty little secret under wraps. To protect your honor, your men attack Abed's envoy. It is you who should be punished and get out of my castle. And what did you just say? Get out of my castle, you're not welcome here. This is Sparta. And then she throws him out, and then she throws him into a pit. Yeah. I like that. I like the Sparta movie. It's like it's just hilariously crazy. Yeah. I was like, at the end, it's starting to like have a now they use like 500,000 and for per battle and whatnot. They're really shipping away my troops and whatever, but I'll manage. Like I think I have enough resources to do at least to do a decent amount of the plot. But yeah, it's just research management, and I'm really good. I'm really good at math, doing math stuff. And another battle. But yeah, like among the other things that Queen Elizabeth had, well, we all know her little army of pirates. And yeah, so basically, like their only job was to go rob the Spanish, who were her enemy, and they were called corsarios, I think. And even one of the head pirates was also one of her little was a member was an honorary member of her little internal harem and whatnot. Like the one who ends up being her successor is I think it's like the prince of Mary Stuart, who was the queen of I think it was Scotland. Yeah. Scotland. And she ends up being a prisoner of Queen Elizabeth. Like I actually read not the biography of Queen Elizabeth, but of her enemy Mary Stuart. And the important thing about her story is that Mary Stuart is the first European monarch to be decapitated. And Queen Elizabeth was very hesitant about ordering the death for her cousin because she knew that that was going to have ramifications because before then the kings and queens, they were above the law. So they could like order so technically Mary Stuart could like order an assassination on her cousin Queen Elizabeth and get away with it because since she was divinely appointed, the laws of common man didn't apply to her because of God reasons. So then Queen Elizabeth, she in the end caved into pressure and she ordered her cousin to be decapitated. So then, like 300 years later, the execution of Mary Stuart for conspiring to assassinate her cousin was used in the trial of the French. What was the name of I have it on Marie Antonietta and her husband during the French Revolution. So that decision that Queen Elizabeth did had historical ramifications, and it led to the decapitation and the fall of a bunch of monarchies. So it's interesting to see how one decision made many years ago led to like practically the end of the monarchy in modern times. Because these days most people don't take like any monarchy seriously. You desire to protect your men and expel the envoys. Your Highness, this is a declaration of war. Your Highness, please think before you act. Ali, I'm sorry. Now that my honors are state, I can't make any concession. And if you want war, then that's what you'll get. And I'm not scared of you. You'll regret your decision. I guess we'll have to wait and see. That's most things, you know. If it's like antagonizing my staff, what do you expect me to do? Just sit there? Well, he's just following orders. Provoke a war by just being a jerk about stuff. But yeah, like the reason why like Mary Stuart ended up being in jail in Britain was because she may or may not had murdered her husband. Like it's a bit sketchy. And most historians think that she did it, while others think that it was somebody else who did it in order to frame her. Well, the long and short of it is that one day her husband, the king, went up in smoke. Like he was assassinated in like the most with dynamite. That's that is one of the most craziest ways to for a king to get assassinated. They just throw dynamite. They just like dynamite the house where he's at. and literally he goes up in smokes. An open conflict arose between you and the other boys, putting half halt to the peace talks. As the envoys prepare to leave, you and Ali are separated yet again. Reluctantly, she is looking at you. I don't know if we'll ever see each other again. Ali. Goodbye, Your Highness. Bye-bye. Well, I noticed that, when you're loading this game, Ali appears as one of the main consorts of a king's choice. So I have a feeling that we are going to see her again in a later chapter. I call it like a feeling. So yeah, let's see. Other crazy factoids to tell. Medieval factoids. I guess I could tell you about the fancy statue of the David, and what it has to do with and why is it like most people say like the David and they think it's like a religious sculpture thing. Cause that was cause like in the Renaissance, in the early Renaissance, and like even before then, most of the works of art were done by had to have religious subjects. And part of the reason why it was that was because the Catholic Church in those days was the only one that had money to employ artists. Like the rest of the folks were just struggling to like survive, and like artists, they were given the like being a painter or a sculptor, you had the same rank as somebody who makes a chair or a door. They were part of the craftsman guild. They weren't considered like they were underappreciated, and then they were like super blasé about it. And like Michelangelo, he was one of the first painters to achieve. Like they used to call him El Divino or the Divine. He was the first artist that like became like one of the first artists that like became uber famous. And Michelangelo had enough fame and clout in order to like even push the Pope around. And that was something that during the Renaissance period you couldn't like do easily, like tell us the Pope. But then again, during Michelangelo's time, Michelangelo lived for like 80 something years, and during his time, like 5 different popes passed by. So then since it was such a turbulent time in Italy with like the Medicis going back and forth and fighting. Also during Michelangelo's time, the Medici, they invented nepotism. And like nepotism in the modern sense is when your employer hires like his best friend or like his daughter or whatever. But the actual word that was, but the actual word is based on an Italian word that means that you're hiring your cousin. And that was something that the Medici used to do. That the Medici priests they would put in within the Catholic Church. They would put all of their cousins in important positions in order to funnel the money from like the church into their personal bank account. And obviously, since like and they also sold indulgences. So since the Medicis had turned the Catholic Church into its own personal piggy bank, obviously that was causing tensions and a lot of wars within Italy. Because while all of the other countries like Germany and Spain and Britain had already figured the stuff out and they were a unified country and whatnot, in Italy they were still technically stuck in a feudal system with each of the little city states fighting over control, like Venice fighting Florence, fighting Rome and whatnot. My friend, why don't you allow Ali to stay? Because I need to focus on my revenge and nothing else. It's all my father's fault, and he's the one who caused all this suffering. You say nothing as you watch Ali's silhouette disappear in the distance and you clench your fist. Gotta focus on revenge. Well, you let one brother stay, so why not let the other one, and then you can and then you can have two. Whatever, but that's a decision that the game didn't allow me to take. But yeah, so I'm just telling you that Venice and Rome didn't get along during those days. They were each their own little country within a country, each working for their self-interest. So then, Venice, or was it Florence, they asked Michelangelo to make a David. And the reason why David was so important, because David was a political, was a symbol of the resistance, because they were standing out to the Goliath that was the Catholic Church of the Medici in those days. Well, I think this is like a good place to leave it. And a lot of resources to continue with like the main plot and whatnot. And I hope you like the little history lectures and miscellaneous little nice stories that I told you while I streamed this game. So I'm gonna see if I can stream this game again tomorrow. And I hope you have fun. Bye bye and God bless. Please give a like and subscribe if you had fun. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're doing today King's Choice. Like off screen, I made my knives a little stronger in order to be able to move the plot along. And if you're just tuning in, between the little battle scenes of the main plot, I sometimes tell you random medieval knife facts and little stories and whatnot. Alright. Let's see if I can get past this jump. It's a lot of it. A lot of HP. Yeah, the last time I was streaming this, I was like telling you about the night Don Quixote de la Mancha. Like it's yeah. Alright, so now we move the plot along. You and your companions debate on how to rescue Diana. Let's just kill that traitor. Don't worry, Your Highness. Can never defeat us. No, that would only put Diana's life in even more danger. I'll go on my own. No, it's too dangerous, Your Highness. I guess my knights are not gonna let me go on my own. Which just as well. So yeah, like I was saying, so like if you're not caught up today with like if it's just your first time tuning in, like Don Quixote is a story of guy, like they call him an old guy, but you were considered old if you were 40, during the Renaissance period. And during that time, the knights were no longer, there were no more knights, because after the country got unified and the musket was invented, it made like armors obsolete. Because think about it, to train somebody to be a knight is it's just a whole training regimen just to get them to stay on their horse without falling off, and let alone the sword training and like wielding the lance and whatnot. Well, if you're just training somebody to shoot a gun, that can easily be done in like minutes. In the U, heck, Lafayette proved it, because Lafayette was like a French who helped the Americans gain their independence from Britain, and he was famous for how quickly he could teach run-of-the-mill farmer how to shoot the musket. And then the guys he trained, they were called the Minutemen because they were trained to fight in under a minute. So you can't compare a Minuteman to like a knight, because yeah, the knight comes on horseback with like the sword and stuff, and then a Minuteman just shoot him square in the forehead, and that's the end of that, knight's tale. So yeah, so basically Don Quixote came about. Decided to become a knight during a time period where like knights where the whole concept of knighthood was just practically a joke. But he liked the books and he just decided to go with it. Like when he would discuss knights with his friends, like in Renaissance, like knights were like modern day superheroes. Like they would discuss like Don Quixote before he got into dressing up like a knight, he would go to the barber shop and speak to the barber and his priest friend about the knights that they had read about in books, and they would like constantly compare, like say, oh, Amadis de Gala was very strong, but then the other guy be like, no, I like better his brother because Amadis was such a ridiculous, he was such a cry baby. And at least his brother, would tough it out every time the wizard would kidnap him and torture him and whatnot. So then that's how it was. Knights were like their Batmans and their Robins and all of the other stuff. So then, in a sense, you could think that Don Quixote was like the first recorded instance of a cosplayer, somebody that he read a lot of something of something in a fiction book, and then he decided to go dress up as him and go fool around. And the reason why he could do that was because he had literally too much time on his hand. Because as he wasn't like rich, he was just a well-to-do farmer, and he had so then he started selling part of his land and property in order to go buy books. But it's interesting to say that uh, before he did the night stuff, he would go out hunting, so it was socially acceptable for him to entertain himself by shooting poor animals in the forest. But it was bad for him to dress up as a knight and like go on little adventures. So different social standards and whatnot. For like they just hated him for trying something new. You want to make carry along, but Greg is friendly opposed to your idea. We can set up an ambush. Good idea. This way we'll be able to rescue Diana, and my own safety will also be guaranteed. Great minds think alike, my friend. Haha. Your plan sounds dangerous. There's no other. Greg be like, his plan is bad and he should feel bad. There's no other option, Greg. I must help Diana. I know you'll do your best to protect me. Alright, let's see if I have enough resources to make it past this fight. So yeah, so like the first time like the I forgot to so then in order to build up his fancy night cosplay and whatnot, he first got the armor, and then he went to look for like the horse, because like in night books, the horse of the night is almost as important as the night itself. And the example that they cited was that everyone knows up to this modern days. Well, I don't know if you know it, but that Alexander the Great's horse was named Bucephalo. So everyone knew what Alexander's horse was called. So then he'd be like, I need to come up with a cool horse name. With all the preparations duly completed, you finally meet Carrie in a village of Marguerite. Carrie is staring at you, and his eyes fill with contempt, and Diana standing right next to him with her arms tied up. Haha, so you really came alone. Leave Diana out of this, Carrie. She did nothing wrong. Your Highness, go away. They're planning to kill you. Ah, if I had a nickel. Like at the start of the story, they try to murder my main character, so oh, they're trying to kill the Lord. That's like the day-to-day life of literally everyone with a little bit of power. There's always somebody in the background planning their death. But back to the Don Quixote story. So then he found himself. So then he brought out the oldest horse he had on the stable. Well, actually, the only horse he actually owned, which he ended up calling it Rocinante, which means Rosin means horse, and ante means before in Spanish. So the name of the horse basically means used to be a horse. And as for Don Quixote's very own name, in Quixote is the bad part of the armor. So his actual canonical name is said bad armor, which is ironically one of the pieces of the armor that he was missing. So it was just a silly satirical name. Because you gotta remember, or you probably don't know that the writer of the book, Cervantes, he wrote Don Quixote while he was rotting away in the ugliest prison cell that you can possibly imagine. So in order to distract himself from his horrible reality of being in a terrible prison, not that he did it's not like Cervantes did was arrested for something or anything. He was just a prisoner of war. And anyone who's been in who's been in a prisoner of war type of can know that you gotta do literally anything to distract yourself, otherwise the enemy breaks you. He was captured in the Battle of Lepanto, and then in the battle he ended up losing one of his arms, which earned him the nickname El Manco de Lepanto. So yeah, he wrote an entire book in prison while missing an arm. Well, we don't know if it was his dominant hand or not. Hopefully, he didn't have to teach himself to write with his left arm, but and he was eventually rescued by warrior monks. So yeah, even just the writer himself, he lived a very colorful life. But yeah, but back to so obviously he knows about battles and stuff because he was legitly a soldier who fought in the war and whatnot. The eternal war that the Spanish had with the Moors that almost conquered the entire country and whatnot. But yeah, but that was the modality of back then, constant wars over territory and whatnot, having the frontiers constantly being delineated and redrawn all the time. I know that movies and stuff tend to glamorize it and whatnot, but imagine just being a regular citizen during those time and one day one country comes and then it completely takes over and then murdering half the countryside, but then the old owners of your property then come back and then they push it in and then it's just a cause and then you just don't know where to stand to avoid the bullets and whatnot and arrows and whatever. But so then Don Quixote, once he gets his horse and armor, he be like, "Well, I'm ready to go play nice." So then he stops at an inn because a lot of great night stories. If you think of it, tell me even in modern times, how many night stories or movies begin with the night walking into an inn at the bar area. Walking in, a night walks into a bar. How many in hilarity ensues? How many night stories begin like that? Having been kidnapped by Carrie, Diana anxiously looks at you. Don't worry, Diana, he won't dare to hurt us. Your Highness, if I were you, I wouldn't be so confident. Carry collapses, at which point a group of soldiers runs out and surrounds you. Well, I was expecting a trap. Alright, let's see if we have enough resources to make it back. Plot along. Like I tend to just have all of my knives and whatnot. But you can follow whatever strategy suits you and whatnot. That's why you just rolodexing through them. Instead of just having one that's OP and instantly kills everything. It's just like the later night levels just get more and more expensive. You arrive at the designated spot, but you're ambushed by Carrie's soldier. Ah, Your Highness, watch out. Kneel down and admit your wrongdoings and beg for mercy, and if you do, I might forgive you. Oh yeah, you like me to beg, don't you? I, the sovereign of this land, will never beg for your mercy. As you please, soldiers, slay the Lord. How dare you to try? But yeah, like if you were like a lord in medieval times, you either knew how to fight or you knew how to die very quickly. Like you couldn't just trust on your knives to like keep your head intact. But yeah, back to Don Quixote. So then he arrived at the inn, and then he says to the innkeeper, "I'm going to be staying at the inn." And then the innkeeper says, "That'll be 10 gold coins." And then Don Quixote be like, "No, no, no, that's not how it's supposed to work. A knight always stays at an inn without paying." But then the innkeeper be like, "Dude, like nice books, they don't like the like I have read similar nice books, and you gotta consider something that just because it's not written in the nice book doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Because consider this fact that the knights are human beings of flesh and blood, and since they're beings of flesh and blood, obviously, if they eat, then they have to use the bathroom. But obviously, none of the life books ever say that the knight got off his high horse in order to take care of his human necessities. Ergo, pay for the inn, you cheap bastard. So yeah, so then since Don Quixote didn't have money to pay for the inn, he said that he was going to pay him by standing guard over his castle. And then he'd be like, okay, whatever, crazy dude with a sword and an armor. So then he goes out of the castle, quote unquote, in order to stay in the middle of the night. So then, after he finishes a little side quest, the innkeeper knights Don Quixote, or then it makes him as knight of his castle, quote unquote. So then, Don Quixote, through his nonsense, he managed to convince the innkeeper to let him stay in there for free, but then because of his cleverness and whatnot, so he actually got away. So he actually got away with not paying for to stay at the inn, and he got to play night, and he got to get able to convince someone else to play along with him. Hilarity of somebody playing night in that day and age. But then he thought that he wasn't always gonna get lucky, so then he went back home in order to resupply it, like sell another piece of land, and then get like some spending money for his night errands. So then he also figured that he needed an escudero, or a squire in English terms, which basically a squire is somebody that helps you put on the armor, saddle your horse, you know, handles your money, makes the food, just a helping hand, a servant. So then he got for himself Sancho Panza, which was another local guy. And among the crazy, and aside from paying him money, he told him that if he followed him on his crazy quest, because well, he didn't have give himself a quest just yet. He like in the first book, he's a wandering knight with and basically it's just as the name says, you a la Skyrim, where you wander about and looking for adventures, and then it's whatever, and then it's whatever you happen to run into. That's a wandering night in a nutshell. But yeah, another thing that I forgot to mention that so yeah, then he got his shield guy, but before he got even all of that, he had to get himself a romantic interest. By law, well, at least by medieval law, you couldn't be a knight without having a romantic interest. And then every time, and then you go through all of these battles while thinking of your girlfriend and like praying to her almost like a deity, more even more so than like Jesus Christ style. The soldiers rush towards you, but you masterfully dodge their attacks. Don't be foolish, your highness. Just surrender already. Make me. You're the one who should surrender. All of a sudden, your knife dashed out of the shadows, running straight towards you. How dare you ambush me? How dare you ambush me? I suppose you should call this payback, and it's time to reclaim my glory, my knights. All right. Okay, so let's do the boss battle. So yeah, Don Quixote decides to, yeah, as part of the night, you have to get yourself a romantic interest and invoke her name every time you're like going to battle and whatnot. So then Don Quixote chose for himself a local maiden that was 20 something years old, and uh, and he had like, so it was kind of like a romantic interest for him in a sense, because it's established canonically that he had a little crush on her, but he never got the guts in order to go speak to her. And mostly because he was like, because that he was, because he was 40 and she was like a 20-year-old. Mm-hmm. Bright knights are rushing to your side, each one preparing to wage war. Will be yours, your highness. Get ready for a bloodbath because victory is ours. Do it for the Lord. But yeah, so like he had a little crush on her, but then since he didn't like the name of the woman that he liked, he decided to rename her. Reason why he decided to give her to think of her with a different name is because since he was so shy towards her, he didn't want her to know that he was like in love with her. So then, whenever he would talk about the woman he liked, he would call her by a different name, and that way, nobody would ever know who she truly was. So then, the alias that he gave to his loved one was Dulcinea of Toboso. And Dulcinea means sweetie. You know, he called her my sweetie. So Dulce means sweet. And Toboso, well, that was where she was born. So that's the only canonical thing that we truly know of Dulcinea. The only thing that we truly know about her is that the, the only thing we truly know about Dulcinea is where she was born and that she was a neighbor of Don Quixote. So we know remotely where he kind of lives, because they tell him that he lived in La Mancha, but they didn't give a specific address. That way, nobody would feel alluded to. So yeah, so he got himself a girlfriend and a squire. So then he was ready to like go on adventures and whatnot. Like I think one of his early adventures is where he fights the windmill while pretending that he's a giant. That's one of the first ones, right, Fish? In other sense, it's like episodic. It's like hard to once he gets into his little adventures, it's hard to remember what came first. If it's his stupid fight against the windmill or against the shepherds. Or no, the shepherds came first. No, yeah. Oh yeah. The first thing he attacked were a bunch of shepherds that were just like outside grazing their stock. Just so they would tell like Sancho Panza, oh look, a band of goblins, and then Sancho Panza be like, no, those are sheep. Hobgoblin are racing. And then he would go beat up the sheep because it was fun. And then like the farmers be like, "What the hell is that coming our way?" And then naturally he would get beat up because no, I think he won against the farmers. Yeah, they would just I think the farmer. Like he just went to antagonize a poor little farmer boy just trying to do his day job, and he butchered a couple of his sheep. Yeah, but then like the dog spooks his horse, and then he runs away from the battle, but not because he wanted to. So yeah, so then after he battles the sheep, then he's a priest, right? Oh yeah, so then after So then, like, night falls, and then he sees, like, an eerie procession of, like, hooded figures with lanterns. Like, just think of, like the Catholic, there was an order of the Catholic priests during those times in, like, the 1500s. And think about, like, from far away, they like their outfits. They just look like the KKK because of those weird hoodoo. But basically, that clan just stole the look of some Spanish priests. So that's just of like some individuals that they just steal the look from someone else in order to go do the crime and whatnot. And in Spain, that look belongs to like a priest order. Under your command, your knights annihilate the enemy troops in a blink of an eye. You bunch of losers. Lord Carrie, we lost. Let's run for our lives. Carrie, you must surrender. Carrie draws his sword and presses his blade against Diana's neck. No, I haven't lost yet. Ah! What are you doing? Don't matter my dog. My doctor needs a doctor. Somebody do something. All right. So yeah, there was a creepy procession of hooded figures in the middle of the night with lanterns. So then he thought that they were ghosts, and not like and even Sancho Panza, who's like the sensible, the two also thought of it because it was just a very creepy thing to see in the middle of the night. So then Don Quixote goes and tackles the ghosts, and even he doubted whether they were beings of flesh and blood. So he just went for it. Negotiations unlocked. Hold negotiations with other lords and upgrade the crystals to increase your hero's attribute. Alright, so we unlocked something new. Let's just see how that goes. Your Highness, you can now hold negotiations with other lords. Great. And there are a few decrees that I need to discuss. Let's get to work. Your Highness, you can initiate negotiation or join an existing one. When negotiation con your Highness scroll point, allowing you to issue new decrees and decrease increase attributes and talent level for your knight. Oh, they're like in cute little round tables. Let's just join in and. Alright, so we'll just leave it at that for now. And just claim all of the stuff that I got for clearing the chapter, and then off we go. Purchase an item in the item store. Well, it's a required thing, so I might as well. I'll just get the cheapest thing for now. Or no. Alright. So then. what's the requirement of this? Nice, 2 nights reach level 90. Alright, so I guess I'll just level up this guy. And now we're back to chapter 31. A new lease on life. Gary's truth might have been defeated, but he has no reason to surrender, as Diana's life is still friendly in his grasp. If I perish, so would she. Diana, Your Highness, don't worry about me, Carrie. Even if you kill me, you'll never escape Her Majesty's wrath. Even in the face of death, Diana remains calm and rational, the exact opposite of Carrie. Go to hell, you wicked witch. So yeah, he attacked the possession of monks, and then obviously they defended. So then after the skirmish, just like this, it said that he's one night going after a bunch of like poor monks just doing like their religious stuff. Like Don Quixote in his books, he gets beat up 9 out of 10 times, but sometimes he does win major battles, but we haven't gotten to them yet. But then again, he's just getting practice. He's a level 1. He's a level 1 cosplayer knight. He needs more practice with his lance and his horseback in order. Well, he did beat up the shepherd boy, so yeah. That's one victory. Let's just try to keep count. And yeah, and the Mirror Knight which shows up in Dark Souls. like if you remember the Mirror Knight in Dark Souls, that is a reference to Don Quixote de la Mancha, because in the second book he gains a nemesis called the Mirror Knight. And somebody that fight, just as it describes, somebody that has as his shield a mirror. Which is a cool look for him. Like, it's a cool look for any knight, So yeah, and I think but moving along. So then after he finishes antagonizing the Catholic priest, one of them is like very angry at Don Quixote, so he tells him, you are hereby excommunicated, Don Quixote. No, you're not allowed to enter the Catholic Church or anything. You're turned out of, like, to be excommunicated means that you're turned out of Catholicism. And yeah, you're practically going to hell. But then Don Quixote was super blasé about it, saying that Rodrigo Díaz de Vivar also got excommunicated, and then because of his knight deeds, he was allowed back into the Catholic Church. So, all I had to do is be a better knight in order to regain my entry into the temple, and just because you excommunicated doesn't mean that I can just have a different priest bring me back into the church. What he was blasé about it is one of his best friends was a Catholic priest. This guy communicates me, but then my friend priest is just gonna let me back into the church. So I'm not worried. Back to antagonist, back to butchering the priest. Well, he doesn't like actually kill anyone in any other books. Like, nobody dies because of his nonsense. But they do get beat up, and it makes him angry and annoyed. But yeah, so then he finishes. So then on his next adventure, he fights the windmill. Oh, no, yeah. After he goes back, he does the tavern thing. Oh, and that's where when he goes back to the tavern, the woman over there, the poor woman over there, they decide to pick on Sancho Panza. Oh, and that's where he gets knighted by the tavern. Yeah. Yeah, and then he gets knighted. So yeah. So then he gets So then he goes back to the inn and whatnot. And Sancho Panza gets picked up by the ladies. Like, I think that scene has made it to the movie where they just put him in a bedcloth and then just make a trampoline out of him. Not that they made him into a trampoline. They started like, wee, just throw him into the air because that's what you do. That's what you did when you were bored out of your mind. Antagonize the wildlife and like the local people. Cause, or dress up or if you're really, really bored, just dress up as a knight and like go beat up randos on the street. When he realizes that Diana's life is in great danger, Karen sneaks behind Carrie, and he raises his sword and strikes at Carrie, leaving Diana alone. And so don't yell when you're gonna sneak kill someone. You lose the element of surprise. You vile. You rush over to help Diana. Did he hurt you? Diana shakes her head. No, I'm fine, thank you. You saved my life. It's about time we finish him off. Agree. Alright. So yeah. Which one was I talking about? Yeah, so he was at the tavern. He gets knighted, and like the courtesans, they pick Sancho Panza for their own amusement. So then their next adventure brings them to the windmill. That's like one of the most iconic Don Quixote fights, where he fights a windmill while pretending that he's a giant. Kerwin, hiding in the shadows all alone, rescues Diana from Carrie's hand. How dare you ambush me? And not much else will work against a scoundrel like you. Everything has worked out according to plan, and it's over, Carrie. Surrender. So then he tells him that the giant that is a giant with like twisting, rotating hands and whatnot. And then Sancho Panza be like, seriously, dude, you can't be that crazy. That's obviously a windmill. And then he gets uber beat up by the windmill, obviously, because he charges it with a lance, and then the windmill just picks him up and horses him out, and then he throws him to the side. And he survives it, and so does the horse, which is like a miracle. Oh yeah, so then what was the other adventure? Oh yeah, like for a time he decides to go be like a crazier night in the woods, just to be like a recluse hermit doing acting crazy because of his loved one. Because that is something that he saw in a book. So then he tells Sancho Panza to look at him while he's doing crazy stuff. And then Sancho Panza be like, oh, can I just see you do one crazy spin? And then he'd be like, all right, I'll do a car wheel just for you. And then he does a car wheel. And then, no, they don't go back to the Indama. No, like while wandering in the forest, while doing stupid car wheels in the forest, they run into a different lunatic. And then they befriend him. They ran into another that was doing literally that same thing as well. But his reason was that he was very sad because he wasn't able to marry the woman that he liked. So then he just left his home and went to live in the woods as a hermit. And then that leads to some other adventures with back and forth and other novels just fighting and whatnot. And then that eventually leads to like the big action set piece in a fighting set piece in the first book of Don Quixote, with all of the novels. And it's like his madness was contagious, and they ended up fighting each other while pretending to be opposing enemies and whatnot. And then it was him of all folks who ended up having to bring some sense of civility back, because they were getting to such a point of them trying to do harm to each other that they got close to murdering one another. Over not because of political reasons or whatnot. They were fighting because of some marriage related nonsense, because one group, the crazy hermit wanted to marry the Don Fernando's wife, but but the woman was engaged to him. So he has, so obviously his family, he had first dibs on her. No, that was the lashes is in book two. So then afterwards, they managed to capture Don Quixote, and in order to force him to return home, they tell him that his castle is enchanted. And then that's how Don Quixote book one ends. He's like forced to go home and rest from his weary travels. But then some time passes in the real world, and somebody publishes a sequel to Don Quixote, and then Brother Cervantes be like, I didn't authorize a sequel to my best-selling book. And then 3 other sequels came out, and then since he was like angry that they were making money out of the character that he created, he'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna publish my own sequel and show them how Don Quixote should really be done." Though in dire straits, Carrie refuses to give in. "Drop dead. Watch out, Your Highness." But at this very instant, a sword pierces through Carrie's chest. Ah! Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, everyone turns their head towards the killer. "Oh my God, nice! Ah!" Oh, a bandit. See, you can't just like be doing crazy thing in the forest, like just very dangerous to like be out of the woods and whatnot, and then like some random just randomly attacks you. So like the guy who set an ambush was ambushing stuff, and then and then another person gets ambushed, and an ambush within an ambush within an ambush within an ambush. Just a long string of people backstabbing each other, and then a Dark Souls 2 invader shows up. Well, the tree one, a mad invader that's purple, who's chasing after your vertebrae in order to like make a neat pile. Yeah, but I'm not gonna get into like games that feature medieval knights. Yeah, we already spoke about Dark Souls as a story for a podcast, whatever. As Carrie dashes towards you, Jax attacks him, and from behind him runs his sword through Carrie. "Jax, why?" Without the slightest inkling of mercy, he pulls his blade out, and blood dripping from the blade. "And what a reckless idiot, and you were good for absolutely nothing." Carrie's corpse drops to the ground with a sickening thud. "Who the hell are you?" I guess he still has like some soldiers and whatnot. So yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, we were at the start of book two. So then Don Quixote's like sitting in his bed and whatnot, and then his niece brings to him a book, and then she tells him like, look, uncle, somebody wrote this crazy book about you, about all of the crazy things you did when you were a wandering knight. And then like Don Quixote in book two, he reads the first part of his own book, and then he'd be like, how the hell did you see all of this crazy thing I did? I must be getting stalked by a powerful wizard. So that's like the first time in like book-wise where a book character is aware that he's in a book a la Deadpool style. Well, not that he's at a book, not that he like when they bring in the book of his own story, it's kind of like fourth wall breaking if you think about it. Before the concept of a war even existed. So yeah, like the sequel Don Quixote is like really ahead of its time because of like all of the meta jokes and whatnot. Since he likes his own books, he decides, oh, I'm gonna go out for an adventure one more time. So then his family members are like, oh my God, not this again. So then they ask this other guy who's younger and more fit to dress up as a knight, and then just to defeat him in a duel in order to like just get him to stop with that knight nonsense, because since he's like 40 years old, he's considered old by Renaissance standards, and they want him to just like chill and relax and like retire and like just lay down and die kind of deal. They just worry about him, like regardless of his age, like you fall off a horse and it's a death sentence most of the time. Like tell me how many people have fallen off high horses and haven't ended up in like the hospital or something, or just the horse walking over you. Like those things are dangerous. You know, like people like romanticize like being on horseback, but you really cannot be fooling around. Like horses will kill you. So yeah, and especially a horse wearing an armor. So yeah, so then he dresses up in armor and then he encounters his nemesis, the Mirror Knight. And in his first encounter with so then like his nemesis, he decides to dress up as a knight, but then he uses a shield as a mirror. And his reasoning for using a shield is to reflect the truth back at Don Quixote. Because mirrors in those days, they were seen as reflecting the truth. So he wants Don Quixote to, while he's fighting him, to look at the mirror and see just how stupid he looks, so that he sees how everyone's looking at him in order to demoralize him. And then the first encounter it happens in the middle of the night, a la cool boss fight fashion. But then the Mirror Knight ends up having a problem with his horse that disobeys him because the horse is not used to carry. His horse wasn't used to carrying like heavy armor and stuff, and the horse got freaked out when he saw Don Quixote charging at him with a lance. So then, since the horse disobeyed the Mirror Knight, he lost his first duel against Don Quixote. So then, since he lost the first duel, the Mirror Knight then retreats, and then goes off to train Osprey. And he has to swear, and part of since he lost to Don Quixote, now he has to swear that Dulcinea Toboso is like the most beautiful woman that ever was. Because that's the rule. Like if you defeat someone in a nice duel, he has to swear that your girlfriend is like, or is hotter than his girlfriend, or any girlfriend that ever girlfriend. So yeah, that's something you like. If you go to like a medieval fair, that's something that you gotta remember. That when you defeat somebody in a duel, you gotta force him to swear that your chick is the hottest chick there ever was. All right, back to the plan. Full of suspicion, you stare at Jax. I'm just a little man. You needn't worry about me, Your Highness. Suddenly, Jax kneels down and pulls out something out of Carrie's pocket. It's a letter. What are you doing? He's destroying evidence. No, oh no, they got me. Stop him. Everyone get in there. Yeah, like Robin Hood's like the neon knight that I got. But Robin Hood, aside from King Arthur, Robin Hood is another guy that has been done to death in like movies. Oh my god, I can't tell you how many Robin Hood movies. Well, I could tell you how many Robin Hood movies there have been, but that feels like that's a topic for like a later time. And for now, I just first want to finish ranting about Don Quixote in order to fill out the dead space, and then we'll talk about a different. Oh yeah, after he defeats the Mirror Knight. Alright. After stabbing Carrie, Jazz attempts to destroy a letter with criminal evidence, but you order your men to stop him. Your Highness, what do I do to deserve this? I hope you slay a traitor. Nonsense, give me that thing. Watch your mouth. He knows how to handle a sword, be careful. So yeah. Uh, like Don Quixote's next adventure after he finishes defeating the Mirror Knight. So the Mirror Knight wasn't like something out of his imagination. He like an antagonist, somebody out to get him. His next adventure, he runs into a caravan. Yeah. No, no, no. Was it that one? No, no. Like around the way he learned from a traveling caravan, a circus folks. Those he doesn't attack because they're naturally dressed weird, and so then he treats them like he's his people, you know. So he vibes well with like circus folks, and then they don't because they don't question why he dressed like a wandering knight, like a wandering knight. The circus people they be like, oh, he's just probably just another street performer, and he's doing something, and we're doing our own thing. So you know, cosplayers get along well with each other. He ran into an wandering anime convention, or what was considered that in the old days, just circus folks. And then they told him that in Madrid there was going to be a jousting competition and to go there. But the sad part is that that's left as a long hanging fruit because we never go back to that. He never goes to Madrid to do a jousting competition. He does something completely different. So obviously the writer of Don Quixote, since it was such a big fat book, he completely forgot about that. And, like he forgot about some other things, and then he eventually he brings it up. Oh, I just remember something else I forgot. In book one, no, in book one, Sancho Panza loses his donkey, but then the writer he sometimes mentions that Sancho Panza has his donkey, not monkey. It's his lesser horse, his donkey. He forgets that so then he sometimes writes that Sancho Panza has the donkey when he shouldn't. So then because he got so used to writing that Sancho Panza and his donkey, Sancho Panza and his donkey, and then he recovers his donkey because he got stolen. And then when Don Quixote is reading his own book in the sequel, he's saying like, "What the hell is wrong with that disappearing and reappearing donkey? Like what the hell?" Like he calls out continuity errors in his own book, and it's hilarious. Like the book character critiquing his own writer and his own continuity errors. And then that's the last time that Cervantes gets rid of the donkey because he just got so used to thinking that Sancho Panza is biologically fused with his donkey, and he can't imagine him any other way. So when they stole the donkey, like he just forgot about it. And I forgot about that episode too, but yeah, it's hilarious. Which is something you can do if somebody calls out your book flaws in like your first book. In your sequel, you can have your main character be self-aware and turn it into a joke, a la Deadpool style. Oh yeah, and he also complains about like it was common back then that like books had to be a certain width. So then Cervantes, in order to add filler to the book, he added a short story that being told by Don Quixote called The Impertinent Curiouser, or El Curioso Impertinente. And for the life of me, I cannot even remember what the stupid story was like, because it was like just filler. And even Don Quixote, when he read that part of the story, he'd be like, I don't remember telling this stupid story. That was just put there as filler. And then he'd be like, why would I tell such a stupid story? And, and then Cervantes later on gets back to Don Quixote by putting a bunch of poetry at the end of Don Quixote 2. Jackass might be a skilled warrior, but on his own, he doesn't stand a chance against your knights. Your Highness, I'm all alone, and yet you're fighting me with a troop of knights by your side. You're violating knightly virtues. Your friends is just truly admirable, and if you wish, you could abandon the dark side and join us. Join me, Darth Vader. Medieval Darth Vader, the dark side. Oh my god, the bringing of Star Wars into this nice tale. I appreciate your praise, Your Highness, but I will never betray my master. Para the sun and a caravan, so they and Jack one of their horses. Must wait for. Let him get away. Like, where did I leave us? No, we'll go after. Oh yeah. So instead of going to Madrid to do like a jousting tournament, Don Quixote encounters some people that were bringing in presents to the Spain, and among the presents that they were lugging about was a lion that like straight out of Africa. So then Don Quixote be like, wow, that's a real lion. I gotta fight him. And then like Sancho Panza be like, dude, are you out of your freaking mind? This isn't like the windmill. That is a legit lion. This is like the windmill of the shepherd. That is a real lion. Okay. In the middle of the fight, Jackass is whisked away by his cohorts. The bastard ran off. Ugh. Buddy, are you alright? I'll be fine. That's kind of running us a thing or two about fencing, and next time I had to get even with him. Let's take a look at Carrie's body, and we might find some more clues. We might take a look, she means like just stabbing it around. Oh yeah, don't forget to like give a like to the stream if you're having fun with me, telling you little nice stories in between the fighting. Oh yeah, so he ran. So then he tells him that is legit a lion, and then Senor Paso, I saw the claw of the lion sticking out of the cell of the cage, and I could tell you that it's as big as a mountain. So then Don Quixote be like, fear works reality, and since you're afraid of the lion, of course you're gonna see it as bigger than what it actually is. So then the owner of the lion, he warns him, I still haven't fed the lions, and they're like freaking angry. So if I open the cage, there's gonna be a good chance that he's gonna come to eat you. So then before the lion fight, Sancho Panza, he had bought some cheese, and then he has stored it in Don Quixote's hat. And the reason why he stored it in Don Quixote's hat is because Don Quixote had lost his knight helmet when fighting the windmill, so then as a replacement, he was using a frying pan. So then Sancho Panza, since he saw a pan and he wanted some cheese, he just stored it in his master's hat. So then Don Quixote be like, give me my pan and my helmet. So then he goes to fight the lion with like cheese on his helmet. And then so then the cheese starts melting, and then he'd be like, well, am I sweating, or what the hell is it that's dripping from my head? And it was the cheese. So then the lion, when they open the cage, he looks at Don Quixote, and then he looks about, like bored cats usually do, and then he just goes back into his cage, and he doesn't fight him. Even though Don Quixote is yelling at him, trying to goad the lion into attacking him. So then he tells the owner of the lion, like, poke the lion. Okay. You examine Carrie's body. There's nothing here. And wait, look at this. What is it? And Greg points at a strange picture tattooed on Carrie's chest. I've seen that before. He said, you have? Like, what's tattooed there? Like the sulfur cross, or maybe like a weird transmutation circle? No, like he has something tattooed there. Or maybe it's like I remember that in the Scarlet Letter they will brand the baby, so adulterous woman as well. Maybe he has like a burn mark or of an A or something, a la Scarlet Letter style. You gotta be like some sick sadistic bastard to like brand a little baby. Like medieval people were jerks like that. Okay, so yeah. So then the lion, he completely ignores Don Quixote. So then Don Quixote tells the lion tamer guy, poke the lion. I want to fight him for real. So then like the owner of the lion be like, dude, if I poke the lion, the one who the lion is gonna attack is me. You go poke the lion. And then Don Quixote be like, no, you poke the lion. So then since nobody wanted to poke the lion, they be like, well, we should call it a draw. Well, the lion was too scared to fight you, but no, the lion was hungry, and it was hot, and it was the middle of summer, and he found his cool cage very comfortable, so he just didn't leave it. So then Sancho Panza pays the people to like start telling everyone that Don Quixote beat up a lion in order to increase his master's fame. And then that's how some noble guys hear about it. And then they eventually go looking for Don Quixote in order to like have some fun at his expense. So then like a good portion of the book is just Don Quixote hanging out with a bunch of bored noblemen with that decided to make sport of him. When you find a strange picture on Carrie's body, Talbot and Kevin both cry out in shock. You've seen this picture before? Yes, Your Highness. This is a symbol of a secret organization. Kevin, what about you? Your Highness, I've seen a picture of that in my father's place, and it seems that my father might have something to do with all of this. Yeah, but at least describe me the symbol. It'll be fun. Is it like a surfer cross? Like, am I getting attacked by the Illuminati? What other secret societies do you know? Well, if you know about it, how they can be that secret? Yeah, like the fact that we know about the Illuminati and the Skull and Bones is, it's like they're not so secret anymore. So it makes no point calling them a secret society if people know that they exist, you know? Yeah. Whatever, I'm just divagating. But the long and short of it is like, if people know the existence of your secret society, then you're not doing the whole secret thing, right? Having examined Carrie's body, you found a clue pointing towards Abs, the throne usurper. Is there anyone else who wants to do me harm? Have you known about this all along? After all this time, you still don't trust me, Greg. I'll never trust you. This is not the time to start sowing dissent, and we should be thinking about how to deal with the throne usurper. The same way we deal with all problems. Stabby. So yeah, well, like one of the first pranks that they play on Don Quixote is that they tell him that he's gonna go on a magic horse ride, on a horse that flies about and stuff. So then they blindfold Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, and then they have before even all of that, the cave of Montesinos. Like Don Quixote, he decides to go down this cave that belonged to the ancient medieval knight guy called Montesinos. And then then he climbs the cave down there, and then he claims to have met the guy, and had gotten like inspiration from him and whatnot. So then we push forward back to the magic horse ride, but they tell him that he has to ride the horse blindfolded. So then, since he's blindfolded, he doesn't realize that the flying horse is actually just a wooden pony, and that they're just moving it about and whatnot. No, lo vas a tocar seguro mejor. No. So yeah. So then, while he's riding the wooden horse and whatnot, while blindfolded, Sancho Panza, a part of his blindfold falls off, and then after the horse ride, he tells Don Quixote that he saw that they were flying ridiculously high while on the horseback. So then Don Quixote tells him, like, really? Because in that point we realize that Don Quixote is not as crazy as he's pretending to be, because he tells Sancho Panza, you thought that we were flying, but I know for a fact that we were on a wooden horse, so what the hell do you see? So that's the part where Sancho Panza starts hallucinating, because they were definitely on a wooden horse in the ground, but yet he imagined that he was like flying about and stuff. So then he tells him that he'll believe his nonsense if he believes that he was in that he actually met the legit Montesinos. You and your counselors return to the city of Nivel to discuss how to deal with the throne usurper. We can declare war on the throne usurper to avenge our old lord, and our lord has just consolidated the reign, and it's too early to provoke an open conflict. I agree with Greg. Yeah, we must bide our time and whatnot. So yeah. So then afterwards, they are like I think before he goes. I think before he goes into play around with the nobles, Don Quixote asks Sancho Panza to go see Dulcinea and to ask him how she's doing. So then Sancho Panza goes off looking for a woman that resembles Dulcinea, but since he doesn't find her, he just tells Don Quixote that he spoke to a random chick, and then he tells her that that is her. And then he tells him that the reason why it doesn't look like the real Dulcinea is because she's enchanted. And then Sancho Panza proceeds to tell Don Quixote what the Dulcinea that he claims to be seeing. So then he tells him that she has like teeth. He tries to imitate the flowery language, but it ends up like weird. And he tells him that instead of pearly teeth, he tells him that she has curly hair. Because all he knows is that they describe pearls, and they'll be like, what? And she has teeth like a mouse, and then he tells her that she has like a huge mole, and then he'll be like, what? And then he'll be like, no, 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 but the hairs coming out of the mole are like the blondest and silky I've ever seen. So he just describes like a creepy woman, like an impossible woman. And then just to use the Don Quixote logic in order to, because he just got bored of looking for a chick for like the real Dulcinea. So then they never meet the real Dulcinea. So then afterwards they made Sancho Panza. So then we're back with the nobles that were playing pranks on Don Quixote. When he hears Kevin's words of approval, Greg lets out a skeptic laugh. Kevin, I think you don't want us to fight your father. Say what you want, but I only answer to our Lord. I think you think. The guy rushing in and interrupts you. Your Highness, I have a letter from Ask the Throne Usurper. And the letter came, and also an assassin. So yeah, like, oh yeah, so where did I leave off? Well, I think I'll continue after the little battle scene and we'll trigger the next story beat. You quickly open the letter. Your Highness, what is the wretched usurper saying? He says that you'll send envoys to negotiate peace with us. That snake is definitely playing dirty tricks on us. Your Highness, what are you planning to do? Like butcher the envoys or something? Or anything. So yeah. The noble people, in order to have fun, they made Sancho Panza the governor of one of their little regions. So then, Sancho Panza, Don Quixote managed to fulfill his promise. Sancho Panza got to be the ruler of a little city. And so then they start playing tricks and like pretending to like bring it. So then like the first decree of Sancho Panza was that him thinking of all of the things that Don Quixote taught him is that he tells his subjects that he wants them to build a school as big as a kitchen and a kitchen as big as a school. So then the guys don't know if he wants like a huge kitchen with a tiny little school, and or a big, or if he just wants everything super size. And then they feed him, and then they realize that yeah, he wants the school tiny and the kitchen huge. Because it's important to eat more. Because it's important to eat. So then, after pranking Sancho Panza for a bit, the irony being, Sancho Panza becomes disheartened with being like a governor and whatnot because he realizes that it's actually harder than what it is and that he's not ready for to be govern people. But after he added his power, in order to return with Don Quixote, the laws that he left ended up being good, and they were still being practiced even till the modern day. Well, even till the modern day and whatnot. So that was just the irony of it, that Sancho Panza, that was almost practically illiterate, ended up being a good governor because he learned a lot while traveling with Don Quixote about knighthood and like good rules or laws and whatnot. So then that's by now a sign of the how two characters who are polar opposites, how they start affecting each other's personality, with Don Quixote becoming more skeptical like Sancho Panza, and Sancho Panza becoming more imaginative and more learned like Don Quixote. So then after he goes back for the trade, they decide to play the final prank on Don Quixote. And then they bring an ugly maiden, and then they tell him that hag is actually Dulcinea, but that she's being hexed, and that the only way to lift the curse is for Sancho Panza to give himself like 1,000 lashes, like whipping himself. So then Sancho Panza be like, why is it that threw me? Why is it that like I gotta suffer physically for like the salvation of another? So then they just with over there they were like Cervantes was like poking fun at the one of the biggest mantras of Catholicism, which is like the character of Jesus Christ, that through his suffering, people find salvation. So then Dulcinea's salvation is dependent on Sancho Panza's physical suffering and torment, and Sancho Panza doesn't want to like give himself 1,000 lashes for like a woman that only exists in the mind of his master. So then what he does is that he said every so often he tells when they go back to like wandering about and stuff, every so often Don Quixote tells him, so how are you going with the lashes? Like how many have you given yourself already? And then Sancho Panza be like, oh, I'm getting to it. Like while you were sleeping, I gave myself like 100 lashes, but now my hand is tired, so now I rest. You found and sing for a while. I do wish to avenge my father and brother, but now it's still too early. Does that mean we have to accept the throne usurper's proposal? Aha, peaceful coexistence is not in my father's nature. Let's see for ourselves what is it that he truly wants. All right. So then eventually, it's just what Sancho Panza doing instead of like giving lashes to himself, he just whips a rock or whips some grass, just to create because it tells Don Quixote that he doesn't want him to look at him while he's whipping himself. And then he tells him that it was just like that time that he was fooling around in the woods, that he didn't want his Sancho Panza to see him making a fool of it of himself. So he's playing off that. So since Sancho Panza had the courtesy to give him privacy, now he wants privacy when whipping himself. But then instead of whipping himself, he just like whips like the grass and the trees and whatnot. But that still makes him tired because he has to like do a lot of hand motions. A few days later, the throne usurper envoy arrived in your castle. The envoy exhibits extreme arrogant behavior with no consideration for the royal protocol. This castle looks shabby. Bow to the Lord. Lord, what Lord? Bow to the Lord, we say. All right, it's time to send the knife to force them to bend the knee. Kneel. The Grass Tyson. Whatever, that's a bad joke. Wow, no, this raid is gonna take like a million soldiers to just clear one stage. So yeah. So then eventually Don Quixote runs into the Mirror Knight again, and the Mirror Knight had Osprey trained and leveled up a lot, so he was ready for him. And after practicing with his horse, the Mirror Knight defeats Don Quixote. And then, since Don Quixote lost the duel, the Mirror Knight tells him that since he won, Don Quixote is not allowed to be a knight anymore for at least 2 years. So then the city Don Quixote goes home and like feeling awful for like his terrible existence. And then since he's looking very sad, Sancho Panza says, what if, since you can't play knight for 2 years, why don't we instead play shepherds, and then we can write romantic poetry about Dulcinea and our loved ones, and it'll be something new that we can play. So then they plan their next cosplay and their next adventure and whatnot. But since Don Quixote lost his duel and he can't play knight, he just a la Star Wars, he loses the will to live, and then like he's in death, and then in his deathbed he recovers his sanity, quote unquote, and we find out which one was his true name and whatnot. And then at the end of the book, instead of highlighting his knight exploits, they finally tells us about who Don Quixote was before he took on the mantle of knighthood. And they told us that he was like a very good nobleman who was like very charitable, and he was constantly helping people and whatnot. And that's why he had a lot of friends and family members who were like worried about his well-being and whatnot, because he was a very good friend, you know. And then like Sancho Panza in tears be like the biggest man that he has to fight that illness that's afflicting him, because the biggest madness that a person can do is allow oneself to die. But that's how Don Quixote ends his adventures. He's one of the few knights who dies peacefully in bed, surrounded by his loved ones. But that's usually something that happens to folks when they're forced into retirement. That they were actually thriving back when they were, doing the things they like and whatnot, and that at the moment that they were forced to like stop and retire, quote unquote, then they decayed and whatnot. But it's like important to like not push oneself, but also don't like force somebody into complete and utter idleness and whatnot. But like it's important to remain relatively active, like not so much active that you're gonna like break yourself, but just getting out of the couch every once in a while, which is something that I plan to do as soon as I finish the stream and whatnot. But we'll deal with it. I wanna like at least finish this chapter. The envoy scorns and makes everyone very angry. The noble standing in front of you is the Lord of the Southern Realm. Haha, isn't that the Lord who escaped from our castle? You ought to show some respect. The same goes for you, you traitors, and I am the envoy of Lord Abbas. Like Abbas, that means bird in Spanish. Oh yeah. So like I hope that you have like fun me like telling you a bunch of little nights. If you're just tuning in and whatnot, please like give a like and whatnot. And I'm gonna be streaming more of these little night stories, of this little night mobile gaming, like the future and whatnot. Just wanna have enough like resources to make it through the plot. But since we're early in the game, it's still doable. Even that painter chick can fight. All right, so let me just head out and whatnot, and I think I did enough for this game for today. I hope you have fun watching. Bye bye and God bless. Don't forget to leave a like. Was a nobleman that was in the poorhouse, and they don't really explain how he lost all of his money. They just show that like his fancy mansion is like completely emptied out. So then, in order to pretend to still be rich and fabulous, he only had 3 sets of dresses. But the way that he would arrange his outfit all the time, a la Love Nikki style, would give the illusion to other people that he had at least 30 different changes of wardrobe just by altering these accessories. So then something that the poor nobleman would like to do was that he would like go court the courtesans, and then he would offer to buy lunch for them, and then they would eat at a restaurant, and then he would eat everything, and then he would leave like the woman there to pay the bill because the guy was literally starving him. And I guess it was just too nightly to like go get a day job. But then again, getting day jobs in like medieval society was hard. Or anywhere really, like the job market is tough. You rush to the scene and see a few soldiers dragging a young woman on the ground. What are you doing? Do you know who we are, you idiot? I don't care who you are, no tonight would ever treat a woman like this. Stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, boys. Get them. Alright, my boys, get them. So yeah, so then like a funny incident in the story of La Serie of the Tournament when he was with the poor noble guy was that a well yeah, so then the Lazarillo he would beg, and then he would be the one who ends up getting the food for both of them because the nobleman was too proud in order to beg people, because since like the people in the town knew him, he felt too much ashamed for people to not be aware of his poverty. So it was like a new condition for that formerly rich guy. So then one day there was like a funeral procession happening, and then a woman, a woman was saying that, oh, now you should go reside in the house that is dark where no one is. So then the Lazarillo de Torment, what he thought was that they were going to put the dead guy in their house because their house is dark, because they don't even have money to like buy candles, and they don't need in the house because he's the one who's constantly getting the food for everyone. So yeah, so then that's the thing. So like I mentioned, the Lazarillo listen noble guy, even though like the noble guy was like nice and whatever and didn't beat him, he didn't feel it annoyed him that he had to feed the adult when he was the child in the situation, just because the adult was too proud to beg. The knights turn out to be completely worthless in a battle, and you defeat them in a few moments. Remember, you'll pay for this. Let's go, guys. Who are these losers? What do you think? They're definitely in cahoots with Carrie. Don't make assumptions. We should ask around first. And by ask around, just hit everything. forgot to mention in music. Like, I'll tell you another little nice story that I know. But in between the little battles. Now that the nights are gone, you notice that the girl you save is just standing by. Thank you. He whispers. No, wipes his forehead. You're welcome, young lady. Rescuing beauties is my duty. But you should leave as quickly as you can. Why? Oh, there comes the guard. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So another nice story that I know that you may not be familiar with. Like the oldest surviving night romance like there used to be some wandering singers, juglares, that they would go travel from hold to hold and feudal telling the nightly stories. But most of the stories they weren't like recorded because they were oral traditions and whatnot, and each little traveling troupe had its own repertoire of like little night stories. But one that didn't make it that survived to modern times, that was recorded by a monk, is the cantar or the song of El Mio Cid. The interesting about Emil Cid, well, he was in Spain, and at the time, the Moors were trying to conquer Spain, and then the Spain eventually managed to like repel the invaders or whatever. But during that turbulent time where the Moors were in Spain and whatnot, the Mio Cid lived. So his real name is, and he's also like a historical person, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar. And he eventually he starts his story as like any other night. He gets married and all that, but then he gets in a stupid fight with his father-in-law, and then in the duel he ends up murdering the guy. So then obviously as the guy's dying, he tells the wife of Emil Cid, if you were a man, you would avenge me. So then his newly married wife obviously hates Emil Cid's guts because he murdered her father in a duel. So that's one terrible way to like start the marriage and whatever. But it couldn't be helped. Like the guy it was kill or be killed situation. So then El Mio Cid eventually gets into some other troubles with one of the feudalers. So then he becomes a knight that's not attached to any hold. So then he has to like reforge his empire from scratch. So his story is kind of similar to a little similar to King's story if you think about it. So then eventually, like, he things gets moved over with the wife because the wife wasn't like the father of his wife was like. I said, well, you know how terrible, like, guys were awful to women for the most part, and eventually things moved over and whatnot. Because Emil Cid, he continues being nice to his wife and all that. And he doesn't force her to mate, even though that was the medieval way of doing things. So then, while reforging his empire, Emil Cid or Rodrigo, he forms an allegiance with the Moors, and then he fights alongside of them against their mutual enemies. Because even though they were of different religions, they had a common enemy. They had a common enemy. So then the Moors, they gave Emil Cid the nickname which meant in their language my lord. There you have it. So then that's how he gets his name. So then he had like allies from different religions and whatnot, which was very unusual during like those medieval times and whatnot, for there to be like a city and a hold, like a little feud, because over there, since like everything was so fragmented, the biggest type of, you didn't have like countries, you had principalities or feudals, which was just one city and that's it, and maybe the surrounding farmlands. All right, back to this plan. The girl shows up and her eyes show despair. Those guys are all of Carrie's cronies. I knew it was him. I knew it all along. Lord Carrie will never forgive you for beating them up. So what? I'll never forgive him either. Young lady, tell us why they wanted to capture you. Let's do the boss fight. Then next time we get into another long battle sequence, I'll tell you how C's final battle went. The beauty washed away her tears. They say I'm a witch and wanted to put me on trial. Oh, this stack of witchcraft, and why won't Carrie just let it go? They captured so many girls and not a single one ever came back alive. We're all terrified of them. So yeah, so then eventually City is able to grow his empire a lot, but in one of the fights he gets mortally wounded, and then their troops and everyone in their city, they're like completely surrounded. So then, since he's like injured and whatnot, his soldiers are losing morale and they want to surrender. So then his wife had the brilliant idea of dressing up her dead husband. He eventually crows, of dressing up her dead husband in the armor and strapping it to his horse. And then so that the knights wouldn't know that their king is dead, so then they will fight harder. So then a corpse literally rode out to fight the enemy, and the knights went on the wiser. And then that's how they won the battle, because the queen tricked the soldiers into thinking that their king was still alive. And his corpse eventually was even mummified for a while because it got deified and stuff. So who knows how many times they used the corpse of the dead king in battle in order to give strength to their troops. Because that crazy rules work. But in desperate times you do crazy things. It's basically you've seen a lot in for example Berserk, you see that the king that's riding dressed up in skulls and he's like a dead king but he's still doing his stuff, or the dead knight. He's basically a MLC, a knight who's literally dead but he's still marching into battle, and his opponents totally swear that the corpse is moving. And alive and was still winning the battles even after death. But, maybe it was moving because of magic, or maybe it was the fear in their eyes that was messing with them. Either way, it's just a fun, crazy story I wanted to tell you from the medieval nice time. Alright, do we know another one off the top of my head? Oh yeah, well the next one on the list that I can think of and sure notice is Beowulf. Oh wait, we're back to this plot. Don't be afraid, we'll protect you. Young lady, you know where they take the captured girls? To a small workshop in the east, and they say it's a place where filthy witches are cleansed. We should go there and take a look. Oh yeah. At first I read Beowulf in maybe if you're studying American, you're more familiar with Beowulf because that is a mandatory, aside from the Scarlet Letter and some other books here and there by Nathaniel Hawthorne that are very boring. Beowulf is a mandatory reading in high school. Well, at least when I was around. I don't know what they force you to read in high school these days. So it's basically, just your medieval knight. He goes to an area who's like a famous fighter, and then and then he goes to this town, and they say they'll make him their king if he defeats this monster named Grando. So then he goes and does the boss fight and defeats him. And I like that story because it's like very descriptive with the battles. I like when my old stories like really dig into the gore aspect and you can visualize it well. Yeah, like he killed Grandma, but he forgot to like go kill the. Well, no. First they told him that just to kill Grandma, but then after he kills Grandma, they be like, oh, guess what? That thing had a mother. You should like go kill it as well. Yeah, but then Granda's mom ends up being hot. So then instead of killing the woman, he did what every medieval guy used to do whenever he saw a hot woman. It's like time, and then they be like time to spawn demon baby. So then Beowulf ends up producing like a big dragon. When she sees you're about to leave, the girl seizes your sleeve. Don't go. When Lord Carrie finds out, he'll kill you. Don't worry, young lady, he wouldn't dare. This should be a short match. I have a lot of like silly nights and whatever. When you arrive at Carrie's workshop, you notice that the gate is heavily guarded. Should we just burst in? There's so many of them that will be the death of us. Exactly, and even if we don't manage to burst in, we don't have any proof that this place is tied to Carrie. Alright, for Rachel and Isabel. Oh yeah. So then what? So then years pass and Beowulf is king, and he's just waiting and preparing for like the future boss battle because the previous king, instead of Grando, was the demon child of the previous king. Like if you notice, the story of Beowulf has a lot of elements that appear in Dragon Dogma, because in Dragon Dogma, the king, the future king, instead of defeating the dragon Grigori, he just takes the Shinigami Eye and he chooses the easiest path, which is to sleep with a woman, well, to just relegate the problem elsewhere to doing like a weird ritual sacrifice, in order not to fight the monsters. While in Beowulf's case, he just simply chose to sleep with the demon and then deal with whatever demon child was spawned from the union, because he figured, well, Grando was able to handle, so whatever demon child that the woman produces is gonna be something I'll be able to defeat in a boss fight. So then, but what he wasn't expecting was what Beowulf wasn't expecting, that his union with the weird woman in the woods was gonna produce a dragon of all things. So then in Beowulf, time for a dragon boss fight. Like I also saw the Beowulf movie, and I don't know who started the whole thing with like that the dragons, the little hip that if you like stab the dragon in the heart, it instantly dies, and the area where you can actually shoot at the dragon is like the weakest part of the armor. But biologically speaking, even among lizards, the heart is one of the most well protected. One of the most well-protected parts of the body. I mean, just look at the human. You got like the rib cage, all designed to protect your heart from like harm and whatnot. Like a huge barrier of bones, and if dragons be related to like the common lizard or maybe the dinosaurs, then you would assume that they wouldn't be able to, that piercing the dragon's heart would be easier said than done. The long and short of it is that they gotta stop doing the whole thing that you hit dragon in weak point and he drops dead. That's not fun. Do a serious dragon boss fight. Oh, cool, I leveled up as a rising lord. And we still got plenty of troops to move the plot along. So then that's what happened to Beowulf, that he ends up losing against the dragon, but his successor is able to deal with the dragon and become the new king. But I don't like. But in the book, they just leave it at that. The evil dragon is vanquished at the end. But like in the movie of Beowulf, which was like a creepy, uncanny valley CGI movie. And you remember like in the mid 2000s when they started doing like those weird movies where everyone looked like, where they try to like get close to life as possible, and then they did that Polar Express. Maybe you've seen that creepy Christmas movie where all of the children look scary. But in like the Beowulf movie, all right. Well, I'll tell you the Beowulf movie ending in case you are after this. You disguise yourself. We cannot pretend we're Harry's cronies. Good for you, but why did I have to dress up like a woman? Because it's funny? Haha, I think you look pretty. Because we're doing a Mulan. That's why you have to dress up like a woman. And we need a witch and you look like a witch. I agree. All right, I'll do it for you, Your Highness. You're a true gentleman, Kerwin. So yeah, like in the ending of the movie Beowulf, the guy who survived, who succeeded Beowulf, he ends up hooking up with the demon chick just because she's hot, and their union is gonna produce the next problem. And then I'd be thinking, dude, just keep it in your college. You don't have to sleep with the demon chick just cause she's hot. Like, control yourself, you lunatic. So, it's like seriously, but whatever. Your Highness, do you like our game? Awesome. Okay. Man, we'll deal with that later. I don't know where the banquet unlocked. Your organized banquets or take part in other large banquets to earn banquet points, which can be exchanged for great rewards. Alright, because a lot of those little things are locked behind, like you gotta move the plot. Your Highness, the banquet hall is ready. Great, and it's time to send our invitation, and the banquet will blow their minds. Holding and attending banquets will earn you banquet points, which can be exchanged for rewards in the store banquet. Start here to hold a banquet. Use different kinds of materials to hold 3 different kinds of banquet. And large banquet would earn you more banquet points. Let's just work with what I have. Your Highness, you have successfully organized a banquet. When it ends, you'll receive a banquet word. Alright. And I guess we just now wait for I guess I just invite whoever. And off we go. Alright, let's just go back to the main plot and... Or just, okay, let me just get this reward for moving the plot along, and then we'll see what's the next thing. So they gave me a new arena unlock. Dispatch your knights on the arena and exchange points in glorious battle against the lords, and claim victory to earn points and rewards. Have you seen my beautiful daughters, and do you like them? Okay.
Anything in the world can serve as a bargaining chip.
Oh wow, you sound crazy. Alright, so we got a new knight to work with. Head to championship. Okay, so we unlocked a new store. Let's upgrade the new one. And we're done with that nonsense. And now we're back to the main plot. So yeah, that's the ending of Beowulf. It's a story about a guy that just couldn't keep it, that all of his problems would have been solved if he would have just engaged in a little bit of self-control. You are in Talbot and Kevin dressed up as a woman and arrive to the workshop gate, but the guards stop you immediately. Who are you? How come I haven't seen you before? Hey buddy, we're new here. Look, we caught a witch. Ah! She looks gorgeous. Throw her in, and I'll walk with her later. Alright, so we managed to sneak inside a la Mulan style. Yeah, like the Disney Mulan version. Like that's a legit Mulan, like I haven't read the real Mulan poem, but I do remember studying over the top when I was like learning history like in college. Like they mentioned that a little bit over the top. That is like one of the, it's like one of the oldest wars stories. You know, like they have like the Iliad, that's a story about like ancient fighters and whatnot. And Mulan is one of the oldest ones where the main character is a woman fighter. So that's fun. So yeah, but let's go back to like medieval European history. Like I said, all that's left is to talk about is King Arthur and stuff, but I think everyone is like familiar with him. Like, oh my god, like King Arthur is one of the stories that has been done to that. And he has like a bunch of other knights and whatever. I frankly find more hilarious Sir Lancelot, but whatever. Like in the Monty Python movie, they turn him into like a murderous lunatic. And that's what I think most of medieval knights were like back in the day. I mean, just murderous lunatics. And then there were poems and stories about them. But then again, that was like the only entertainment. Oh yeah, the other night that I haven't mentioned that. Nah, because talking about King Arthur is like so played out. I'm gonna talk about other nights. Like I could even talk about all of the terrible movies that they've done about King Arthur and like ranking them based on which one's better and which one's worse. You successfully infiltrate the workshop. What a creep! And he wants to talk to me, huh? And if he gets anywhere near me, I'll break both his legs. Gorgeous young lady, how can you be so cruel? Haha. Suddenly a horrifying scream reaches to the room and the smell of blood fills the air. Help, help, I'm not a witch. How can they do this to all these poor girls? You are leaving, but suddenly somebody walks in. Alright, time to go murder the Spanish Inquisition. Because like of all of like there was a lot of witch hunting inquisitions, but like the worst of them was the Spanish Inquisition. Like they had in like at their figurehead, like the worst inquisitor of them all was Torquemada. That wasn't like his official like, and he was famous for like burning and torturing like more than 1,000 poor women. Like him personally, like he didn't relegate his horrible work, and like the sixth sadistic bastard was even made a saint, which is something that I have an issue with a lot of the old with a lot of the things from like medieval times. Like some of them, like At least the ones that became famous for like hurting people, that I don't feel that those will be saints and should be considered saints by modern standards. But then again, he was like a man of his time, so if you grow, like Emil Cid, a Catholic knight who was religious, who had religious tolerance, and he accepted both Muslims and Jewish allies. Those types of knights who weren't like murdering religious that were not intolerant. They were the exception, not the norm. Because most knights were back then were like murdery stuff. But then again, they learned it from like the Romans. I mean, like the Romans back in the day, like a lot of us forget that like Catholicism and a bunch of other religions, they were like persecuted by like the Romans and like burned to the stake in lions. And you know how it goes, like a bully picks, like you learn, like you pick stuff you either be like the one who was bullied eventually becomes the bully, at least like back in the old days and one. But that's not important. I'm gonna get out of like the whole Inquisition nonsense. When you see that Carrie is with his car, you quickly hide. Jax, you are a genius, and I never thought that hunting witches would turn out to be such a lucrative business. Lord Cabby, I don't deserve all of this fraternity, and these girls are worth a fortune, and the next time we dispose of one, you should grab a handful of gold. You'll see. You deserve it. I guess they're giving sadistic chums the option of torturing poor women to death, calling them witches and then making money out of it. Ugh, that's nuts. No, no can do. The money belongs to our master and the organization. The Illuminati? I don't know. Everyone has like secret crazy societies. Craft, and that's enough for me. That's a lot of red flag going on there. So that's what this is all about, money. Well, the Inquisition had like when they would label somebody a witch, they could take all of the money or the family members and whatnot. So most of the people, a good portion of the people that were labeled witches, they were like rich noble people that the churches wanted to rob. Their master organization, what are they talking about? Who is it? Time for a boss fight. And hopefully I have enough stuff to like clear this one, to clear this. Like I tend to have all of my nicely have like an even amount of text and whatnot. Oh man, like Robin Hood is like the last night I got, so this was so that is scraping the bottom on. Jackass notices you, and Talbot instantly draws his sword. It's me, you wretches. Talbot, what are you doing here? Carrie, we know what you're up to and confess your crimes. Your Highness. Well, it wasn't illegal to do like wish it to like do wishing inquisitions because like I have permission from the Vatican or whatever. But like Catholicism was crazy during the medieval times. Very bloodthirsty. So yeah. So yeah, like there is I'm writing I was writing like a vampire book, and but then I was doing for research for it, and then I ended up reading a bunch of stuff about the Spanish Inquisition, because they didn't just hunt those that they label witches. They also hunted people that were guilty of blasphemy, whatever that means, and like. But just think about it. If you blaspheme against God, then any person can say anything about you, and then they just torture you until you say what they want you. If you're getting pressed to this, of course you're gonna like say whatever to make the pain go away. Cause that's what, like, cause that's why I'm always very iffy with regards to like torture in general. Cause like you hurt someone enough and you say what you want, whether it is true or not. The point isn't it like mind reading telepathy, get some aliens or something to help you with that nonsense. But now I'm officially talking crazy. Alright, let's go back to like medieval reality for a second. So yeah. And they also like other people that were also targeted by the Inquisition were people that they claimed that like ¿qué está ahí? Oh, like something weird happened in the real one. I'm sorry, I got distracted for a second. When Kevin realizes it's you, he grows more timid. ¿Qué pasó? Oh, right. Now I know what it was. Oh God, crazy in the real world that I distracted. All right, Lord Carey, there's no need to panic. And there are just three of them, and let's finish them off right now. You're right, guards, get them. Listen up, I am the Lord of this realm, and if you capture Carrie, a handsome reward will be yours. So yeah, like among the other people that they persecuted were people that were suspected of, of being a guy who liked another guy and being a girl who liked another girl. But as with everything, it was all based on hearsays, and it's not as if you had like the camera technology. You could just get randomly accused of something that you were not simply because of the crime of being rich but not having good connections. And then they would just torture you into you admit until you admit what they wanted to say. Like remember in the cruise, I think it was the Crucible, the one where John Preston and like the witches and Proctor, and like the reason like the Salem witch trials. Like that guy that was pressed to death, the reason why he didn't admit to why he endured the torture was because he knew that if he told them what they wanted to hear, they would the government would have the right to take from his family all of their properties and whatnot. And then it was just a witch trial that wasn't motivated by religion but merely money, because they wanted to have an excuse to confiscate the property of well-to-do folk. Oh, and like while I was doing like crazy research, I ran into something like we like everyone's familiar with the Salem witch trial, but they're not familiar with the lawsuit that came as a result of the Salem witch trial, because all of the people that were affected by it, they sued the government and they actually won. And then they were forced to pay, the government was forced to pay reparations to the family whose wives and daughters were accused of being. Stricken by your majestic demeanor, everyone stands on your side. Do it for the Lord. Lord Cabby, we better retreat. But if the cautious our master will be furious, let's run. Let's see if I have enough resources to like make it past this boss battle. And not I guess well, I did get a new knight. I could just beef him up if the fight doesn't go well. Uh-oh. I think that I had enough to finish the battle. The plot can continue. Alright, so yeah. Under your command, everyone defeats Carrie's cronies in an instant. The rescue girls cheerfully celebrate. Long live our Lord, long live our Lord. Darn it, Carrie and his guard took advantage of the pandemonium and ran off. Catch them. So yeah, I was talking about the Salem witch trial, which is a different sort of injustice that wasn't perpetrated by the Catholics, but by another, but by like I forgot, like the Pilgrims, wasn't it? Whatever. I'm more familiar with the lawsuit that was done as a result of that, because I just read, like, it's crazy while you're doing research for one thing, you end up running into different information that is equally amusing and whatnot. So yeah, like it was that one of the letters or one of the petitioners writing to the government, they be like my wife was burned as a witch, and my 5-year-old daughter was also in prison with the mother that was eventually publicly executed. And the little girl hasn't been well since when, so you tell me how much money you're gonna give me in order to make up for all of the things that my family and my daughter suffered. So yeah, like that thing you really screwed up families. And they ruin lives and whatnot. Just baseless accusations and whatnot. No, and also whether they were like witch or not is irrelevant. I mean, it's ironic because the Pilgrims went to the U.S. to the colonies in search of religious freedom, and yet they did the whole witch trial thing, you know. Because they should have shown tolerance to witches, because they were a different religion doesn't mean that they deserve to like get burned and whatnot. You know, the left go for intolerance, but then they're intolerant themselves. Whatever, moving along. Medieval times be crazy. Carrie is quickly cornered. Give it up, Carrie. If you surrender, we might be willing to spare you. Forget it, you bastards. A cavalry to suddenly appears. Oh, Carrie, we're saved. A cavalry to suddenly appears. Well, that's enough about the Salem witch trials. Alright, another night. Oh, let's do Kukulan. That one I'm certain that is one that you have. That one I'm certain that is a type of night that you're not familiar with. Like Kukulan, he started life as just your regular boy and whatnot that happened to just be born very strong. And his his first heroic adventure, while Hercules killed a snake, two snakes as a show of strength, Kukulan got into when Kukulan was young, he got into a stupid fight with a dog. Because like his family was at a party and whatnot, and then like the little kid wandered off, and then the guard dog of the feudal, he attacked the little boy, and then the boy, in order to defend himself, he was first to murder the dog that attacked him. What Kukulan did, after he defeated the dog, he told the owner of the house that he was very sorry about it and it was in self-defense, and that until a new guard dog was trained, he was gonna be that guy's guard dog, and that's how he acquired his name Kukulan, which means The dog of Kulan. Terrible nickname if you think about it, but whatever. Now you know. So then, like, he had his standard heroic adventures and whatever, and he had a berserk. Oh wait, they snatch, carry, and escape. Danny, we were so close to catching them. I'd like to know who sent the troops. And there has to be some people else. A puppet master in control of Carrie and all of his minions. What should we do now? Let's just see what happens next. But first we must find a place for all of these girls we just rescued. So yeah, like Coconut, he had he had a unique berserker form. Like when he got into his battle stance, his body would like weirdly morph and grow like more muscular. Like think something a la think something more a la DBC style, you know. But except that he would like turn red and go bigger and whatnot. And they would describe that form change as wasping. Like that's how they was. Oh yeah, but like the main antagonist of Kukulam was a very powerful witch that was also kind of related to him, Morgan Le Fay style. Oh good. Do I have enough knights to finish this boss battle, or do I need to train them? Oh thank God, I had enough. We can make it past the story beat. The Witch Hammer. Oh, that's actually also the name of one of those medieval books about how to deal with witches and whatnot. So we reached like the Inquisition part of the medieval time stories. You release the girls from captivity. It appears Carrie accused women of witchcraft and then hunts them down. What organization was he talking about? We're not sure yet, Your Highness, but we found this book in the workshop. It might contain some clues. Tabo hands you a book titled The Witch Hammer. You open the book, and that is just so cruel. All right, let's go find the book. But yeah, that was just that was just dark. Oh yeah, so yeah, Kukulam. Like he also had like his final battle and whatnot, and eventually, like most epic heroes, he didn't die of old age. He died while in battle and whatnot, fighting for truth and justice and whatever. Like I think it's like rare to find like a book or like a nice story where the knight dies peacefully of old age. Like most of the time, like being a knight just means that you're gonna die young, as far as medieval society time is concerned. And it's more true for like epic knight stories and whatnot. I mean, like King Arthur, he got murdered by. Like he died by getting murdered by I think it was his son Mordred, right? Which he had with like his half sister, but he didn't know it was his half sister. It's crazy stuff that only happened in medieval times. Yeah, and like I don't know. I can think of off the top of my head of any night that survived that made it that survived till old age. You know that like a peaceful death, and then he passed on the baton to someone else. But then again, most of these night tales were just stories that were told by traveling performers at bars. You know, of course, you're not gonna end this story. Oh, and the knight died peacefully in his bed. No, no, that's not like an epic finale. No, no, no. It's gotta be like an epic ending. If his story's gonna end, it's gotta like end in like a bloody stuff. All right. Witch Hammer contains vivid description of witchcraft and brutal punishment, and it makes you sick. This is absurd and horrifying at the same time. Your Highness, what shall we do? I just destroyed it, but this book is filled with evil and we must destroy it. You're absolutely right. If the book survives, more women will suffer. Also, regarding the ongoing investigation into the mysterious organization, I always feel there is more to it than meets the eye. But then again, like book burning was like very common in like medieval times and whatnot. Whenever you found something unpleasant to the eye, but you decide to destroy the witch hammer, but merely doing it isn't enough. You ponder things for a moment. In addition, we must declare to the world that all this witch talk is pure, superstitious hokum. Yes, we must reassure the public that there's nothing to fear from those girls. Additionally, I want to continue investigating the mysterious organization behind all of this. The use of such sword retorted to persecute innocent people in a large scale, and it can be that simple. Sighing deeply, I hope we are just being overly cautious. Well, there's no such thing as being overly cautious. It's better, well, more about the school of better safe than sorry. But yeah, what was I going on about? Oh yeah, about that I couldn't think of any nice stories where like the night dies peacefully in bed. Well, there's actually only one, Don Quixote de la Mancha, which is a nice story, but actually the first genre parody. You know, like you know how like the movie Scream was like a parody of like all of the horror movies that ever came and ever will be. Well, Don Quixote de la Mancha was a parody of all of the night books that had come before, just poking fun out of all of the night troops and whatnot. And it's about a 40-year-old guy. Like people talk about Don Quixote as if he was like uber old, but canonically in the book he was 40 years old. But in medieval society, being 40 years old, that meant that you were ancient, because you gotta remember that during those times it was very rare for like European people to make it to the age of 50. Not so much in like Asian countries or whatnot, where like Confucius, he lived to the ripe old age of 100. The point is that in Europe, since they didn't bake that much during the time, and also the Black Plague also helped. Yeah, people tended to drop dead like uber quickly. Anyhow, I'm divagating. Don Quixote de la Mancha, he was like a rich farmer with like too much stuff to do. Okay, now that the witchcraft incident has been resolved, you regain the support of your people. Your Highness, it's time to leave this place. Let's go. Alright, I guess it's like a boss fight. So yeah, like Don Quixote, he was like a farmer and saying, well, moderately well off. And so then he started using his farm money in order to buy night books and whatnot. And then he just liked to read them. That was his main hobby in his retirement. He liked to read stories about nights. And then he would discuss with his friend the barber and the priest about all of the night stories. You know, like how in modern times you talk about like your favorite superhero and whatnot, and whether this one was stronger or that stronger. In the Renaissance period, you talked about knights like the same way you talked about Batman or Superman, and then and then they will discuss the other knights like Amadis de Gaula, and then they'd be like And then they'd be like, well, Amadis, he was drunk, but he was also a crybaby. It's like, he would spend most of his time in his play crying in one. So, like, Don Quixote is not only good for, like, reading and, like, poking fun at knives, it also tells you about a bunch of other ones that you may not know of, whose stories didn't survive to modern. You know that they exist because Don Quixote makes fun of them. And meanwhile, a bit further away, Lord Carrie, let's get away from here. No chance, and we can't let that moron defeat us. And what are your plans? Our master doesn't want you to stay here. Tell him I'll do my best to get rid of that idiotic lord and just wait and see. The wait and see attitude has gotten us this far. Alright. When you return to your castle, everyone welcomes you with open arms. Welcome back, Your Highness. Is everything alright, Lance? Of course, but there's a part of government affairs that you must urgently take care of. I'm afraid they must wait a little longer, and I really need some food and rest before I return to work. I'll tell the servants to prepare everything, Your Highness. Oh, Lance, no one understands me better than you. Oh, Lance. Alright, that was just a terrible joke. Okay, so yeah, Don Quixote de la Mancha. So yeah, so then since he got into knives, one day he just be like, well, I read a lot about knives. So what if I dress up like a knight and go live like a knight? By the Renaissance period, the whole knight thing had gone the way of the dodo. So like they were just things related to the past because like guns have been invented. So as soon as the gun came about, like it made armors completely obsolete, and like with centralized governments and whatnot, the knighthood was and the wandering knight was no longer necessary, or it was seen as archaic because now the government, they had their own standardized armies and mercenaries and whatnot. And so, like, when countries became countries, the whole concept of knighthood was thrown out the window. But Don Quixote was enamored with the idea of playing a knight. So if you think about it, Don Quixote not only does he parody knights, he's also like the earliest depiction of a cosplayer. Because he'd be like, well, knights are not a thing, but I'm going to be a knight, and I'm going to dress up like a knight, and I'm going to get my horse and be like a knight, even and like, I haven't trained at all for this, but I'm going to have fun. And I'm going to find other people to have fun with me in playing knight and whatnot. Because like in the Spanish book, you start realizing that it's not that Don Quixote is like insane about being like a knight. It's more like he's aware of just how much of a fool he looks, but he doesn't care because he's having so much fun. And so much, and he revels in the fact that he's like, by committing to his deed, he's getting everyone else around him to play along with him. So he's getting what he wants by, I'm going to look like that, and I'm going to convince all of these cities to like treat me like a knight, even though the knights are gone out of style centuries ago. So then the first thing he does is that he gets himself a fancy armor. You can't be a knight without an armor. So then it's interesting to know that he actually had knight armors in his house. So he did have ancestors. That were knights. So that's why he had like the armor and all of the stuff related to knights and like the sword and everything. But they were just relics from like a bygone era that were rotting away in his house. So yeah, first things first, he gets himself the armor. The second thing he needs is a horse, and not just get a horse, but he also had to name the horse. Like they spent like 8 freaking paragraphs just Don Quixote overthinking the name for his horse. And it's interesting, he chose a horse that was just as old as he was. And he called the horse Rocinante, which means in Spanish, he used to be a horse. Because as the horse is old, he's not like, it's no longer Rosine ante. Rosine horse ante before horse. That would be what the name of the horse means in English. He used to be a horse. Yeah, yeah. Rocinante, he used to be a horse. I don't know what it is yet. It's like zombie horse now. It's not fit. So the horse is uber. So like, if you wanna like do a Don Quixote thing, you need like an uber skinny horse. Just find like the oldest horse there ever was, and then just wear an armor. After taking a good rest, you're ready to get back to work. Your Highness, it seems that Diana wishes to discuss some matters with you. What is it? I'm not sure she sent you a letter. You notice Diana's handwriting on the envelope. What could it be? After reading the letter from Diana, you're left in complete shock. Oh. Okay. Let's see if I have like enough resources to make it past this guy. Otherwise, I'm gonna be forced to go like train the knights and whatnot. And I tend to do all of the training and grinding and like gathering the resources for the plot off screen, cause like that's the boring stuff, you know. Fight Galileo. It's just funny to like see, like at least I found out that Dante Alighieri was like a actual war hero and whatnot. That he actually fought in the war in like he actually murdered people. That's why he can talk about hell and whatnot, cause he seen death in the eye and like not not being able to hear, but like I seen the Green Reaper and whatnot, you know. And folks, oh, good. So I did have enough. Do I have enough knives to? Oh, thank God, I have enough knives to finish the boss battle so we can move on to the next chapter. The adoption. In which book did he do that?
Before the lion, he told Sancho Panza to tell all.
Oh yeah, to tell everyone. Oh yeah. I'll tell. Yeah. You arrange a date with Beth, but instead you find a mysterious note with a shocking message. You open the envelope and read the note inside. Your Highness, Lady Diana is currently enjoying a love in my abode, and if you want her to return home safely, you must meet me in the village. But remember, you must come alone. Sincerely yours, Carrie. Like Diana, you met her in like the last stream ago. She was the plague doctor that saved everyone. So they stole my good doctor. So yeah. Don Quixote the Knight. So then after he gets himself the horse and the armor, he's like ready to head out. So then like his sister-in-law and like the other servants, they be like, what the hell are you doing? And then like he just goes off out of his farm in order to start his night journey. Like usually like the movies, they immediately pair him up with Sancho Panza, but he doesn't get Sancho Panza right away. Oh my God, like the vacuum. Alright, that was like annoying. Alright, so where was, I'm like almost out of like nice and whatnot. Alright. I lost concentration for a second because like somebody started loudly vacuuming while I'm in the middle of a live stream. And totally ruined my concentration. Oh yeah. So then Don Quixote, he goes out on his first night errand and he stops at an inn. You know how like all night stories usually start, like Tell me how many night stories start. A knight walks into a bar, and then he asks the tavern keeper, like, find me adventures and whatnot. But since he was hyping it up, he instead of an inn, he chose to perceive it as a castle. So then, like, the innkeeper tells him, like, pay for the room, and then he'd be like, no, knights don't pay for the room; they just stay there. And then the innkeeper be like, the night books they don't cover every little detail about the life of being a knight, just as the same way that a nurse who obviously use the toilet, but obviously the writer's not gonna say, and then the knight went to the party, or then the knight took a bath, because it's a given based on the laws of common sense that a knight should, if he's traveling about and he's staying at an inn, of course he's gonna be paying for it, because otherwise he's gonna be like being a robber, and a knight would. And a good self-respecting knight would pay for the inn instead of trying to trick people into staying there for free. So then, like, Don Quixote agrees with the guy, but he still managed to whistle his way into not paying for the inn. So then, like, the innkeeper, so then he says that he's gonna stand vigil over the innkeeper's castle, quote unquote. And then that's how he's gonna be paying for the room and board, by offering it protection. And then he has the innkeeper knight him. And then that's how he officially becomes a knight. But because of the money situation, he decides that he needs to go back home and get money for his travels and whatnot. And then that's when when he goes back home, he acquires Sancho Panza, and then he pays him to be his squire. So then that's how he gets his sidekick. And Sancho Panza, he agrees to go along with it because Don Quixote promises that him for him, and then it's gonna make him a lord. So then Sancho Panza, he's just like a regular dude, but he gets enamored with it, like the crazy ambition of, like, I'm gonna go from like being just a dumb farmer to being like, I'm gonna be the lord of a castle, and people are gonna be worshiping the ground I walk around. Well, like, spoiler alert, in book 2, Don Quixote does manages to make Sancho Panza the lord of a principality, and he manages to lord over them. Alright, we're back to this plot. Carrie kidnapped Diana. That traitor, and how dare he threaten me like that? He must have done it out of spite, and he was the only one who opposed Diana's plan to cure the plague victims, remember? Diana made enormous contributions to our kingdom, and we cannot allow Carrie to hurt her. How do we proceed? Oh, the same way we always proceed. Your current power is dangerously low, and if you continue fighting, you may not be able to defeat it. But we recommend you increase your power to. I think I'll just. Well, I think this is as far as we can make it with the plot. I don't have enough resources to win the next fight. Well, let's check out the arena. The arena is where the Lord dispatched the knights to engage in battles. In your hand, at what point to fight, dispatch me, and victory will be ours. I know you won't disappoint me, Tabor. Level 60 or higher knights are randomly deployed at the arena. Tap here to switch knights. Tap on a knight to dispatch them to the arena. Alright, let me see. Let me see where are my knights, or just dispatch it and tell to challenge. Sure, why not? Let's get around the buff and go with that. Alright, that one's simple enough. going well. I guess I'll deal with this off screen now. Anything else? I guess I could go on patrol and see if anything funny happens. Yeah, nothing funny happened. Well, we'll stream this again, the main plot tomorrow. I hope you have fun watching. Bye-bye and God bless. It's not recording sound. Cosa no poner? I had it went from having no sound to from having sound to having no sound.
A brand new day has begun. Sometimes it's
Our job is to gather clues around the perimeter to prepare for deeper investigations. An unknown creature sounds like dangerous. We'll stick to the perimeter outside the greenhouse, which should keep us out of the path of the creature. Let's meet back here before dark. Although there's no record of the creature nearby, stay alert and keep in contact while we search separately. The gloomy sky hangs low into the layers of branches and leaves. One can faintly spot a rundown greenhouse hidden in the forest. Nikki carefully checks the map while Momo looks around cautiously, gradually relaxing. That must be the central greenhouse over there, and we haven't run into any trouble yet. This might be easier than we thought. Still, it is a complex area, and let's not let our guard down. I'll show low and I'll find the key clue before he does, and I'll check over there. Momo picks the map and dives into the grass ahead. Momo, stay close and be careful. Suddenly, a scream pierces the quiet, and in an instant, Momo vanishes, and the ground collapses, swallowing everyone before they can react. Momo, Teresita. As darkness overtakes the sky, silvery strands gleam from the stone walls and reaching towards their trapped prey. Wedding invitations, Evangelos and Nephelite. Welcome to our wedding, and as we step into forever together, please sign your name as a witness. Alright, enter wedding. The translucent greenhouse stands at the center of the site. Its shadow dome reflects the faint starlight. The cracks in the walls are filled with vines. Glowing spider silks drape the ceiling like a cascading white veil, encasing everything with a spacious hall. In the center, under the well, adorned with shining decorations, stands a slim figure resembling a human girl. Countless threads reach out from her back like tentacles. To that looks like a pristine white dress. The spider silk transforms into floral decoration under her skilled fingers. Cocoons hang from the ceiling, and human-shaped silhouettes are barely visible through the dense webbing, looking like infants nestled within a vast nest. After finishing the last flower on the skirt, the spider-web girl gently lifts her finger. With a rustle, the cocoons are slowly drawn to a bench before her, and as the webs recede, the faces of those inside emerge, still in slumber. Tresses stand from the girl's hand at times, curling up a cocoon figure's pink hair, and at times poking at a cloaked cat lying nearby, as if checking for something. Guest. The girl looks at the dress she has just finished, and woven from spider silk. It cascades down like a flowing moonlight. Wedding dress. Gymnastics manufacturer preparing for the next part of the ceremony, suddenly the princess steps out and interrupts from her sitting area. Irritated, she rolls her eyes, and a silver thread silk descends from the ceiling, retrieving a communicator from one of the guests and presenting it before her. The device blinks continuously, and curiously she flips it by tapping and poking it a few times. It is unclear what she has pressed, but a crack of static bursts forth, followed by an anxious voice. Nikki, Momo, Teresita, can you hear me? Where are you, and have you encountered any danger? With a sharp bang, she flings the communicator into the corner covered in moss, and the voice cusses abruptly, and the house falls into silence. Silver silk threads gently wrapped around the guests, positioning their limbs and aligning them into a neat arbor row in the branches. The girl tries to dress against herself and nods approvingly. Everything is ready, we can now begin. Where are we? As consciousness slowly returns, Nikki tries to move her arm, but realizes she's securely bound to the bench, immobilized. Delicate, pristine spider silk stretches from the ceiling to the floor, and with her ovarian stars suspended to the hall, emitting a mysterious glow. Are you okay, Nikki? I'm okay. It seems we fell into a trap and then blacked out, and I'm not sure who taught us up here. Oh, where's Momo? Didn't he fall with us? On the empty row of benches, only Nikki and Teresita are visible. Nikki glances around anxiously, and her eyes catching only the softly swaying vines and twinkling webs. Momo filters through a broken section of the dome with dense foliage covering the walls, and beyond the glass press only the dark forest is visible. It looks like we're inside the greenhouse, and it's right at the heart of the experimental site according to the map. The record says that this place has been abandoned for a long time, but it seems like someone has carefully arranged everything. It feels oddly unsettling. The greenhouse appears abandoned by modern civilization and reclaimed by nature. Yet it seems as if someone has cleared a path through the overgrown and arranging leaves and petals into a path that links the ivy walls to the central long table. Following behind, a young woman in a wedding dress carefully steps down the ornamented and decorated path, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. But upon closer inspection, countless silver shields mounted behind her, and the woman's eyes are rolling left and right. Flower boy Momo. Her wedding is made of a nano fabric. Is this the bride and the flower boy Momo? As the girl takes her position on the stage, she glances upward slowly, following her eyes. A blue cocoon slowly descends from above and eventually wears visibly inside. Inside, a pair of blue butterfly wings nearly fills the cocoon, fluttering slightly as if alive, surrounded by dust of light. Is that a butterfly inside? As the giant cocoon descends, the translucent wings slowly unfold, revealing a slender figure enveloped within. The figure has a human form dressed in a blue gown that matches the girl's, and its pale complexion resembles the mist of midnight. The dim light casts on it, revealing an androgynous, beautiful face. Its butterfly wings occasionally quiver behind it, and the patterns like living rivers. It looks like a human but has the wings of a butterfly. The blue cocoon fully reveals itself from the shadows, and the butterfly inside gazing lovingly at the girl below, a gentle smile playing on its lips. If the girl standing on the platform is the bride, does that make it the groom? The cocoon speculates and seems to float in midair. The scene is dreamlike, like a wedding venue straight from us, except for the pervasive spider silk wrapping around everything. The rat manipulates one end of the spider with her finger as if it were extensions of her body. With her movements, more strands of spider silk emerge, filling the house with soft, rustling sounds. These moving spider silks are all controlled by the bride. And her wedding dress, I've never seen such a material before. Could she be the unknown creature mentioned in Saviour's report? Although she looks very much like a human, her inside the cocoon, what could that be? The bride controls a spider silk, and the groom has a butterfly wing. Are we witnessing a spider and a butterfly's wedding? This odd pairing strangely makes sense. Mama, pulled by the seal, notices Nikki and Teresita, and his eyes widen as he struggles, and Nikki tries to free her hands, but the soft-looking silk is incredibly strong. The blue cocoon lands on the ground, and the bride leads the groom by the hand to the front of the stage. Momo has completed his role as a flower boy, returning to the empty spot near to Nikki, and Nikki manages only a comforting glance before the girl speaks again. Next up, the reading of the wedding vows. Whisper, that's the same voice announcing the start of the wedding. It seems the bride is officiating her own ceremony. The night and the wind whips through the ruins, carrying intermittent sobs, and the dim blue light casts vague shadows blurring everything. In the southern light, the newlyweds turn to face each other, and their eyes fill with affectionate smiles. Welcome to the wedding of Evangelos and Nephelite, and under the watchful light of the moon and our guests, we celebrate our unique union. My Evangelos, from today onward you are my everything, and I wish to possess you forever and be possessed by you in return. My Nephelite, no matter the condition of the ore or the weight of the dew, through the springs beginning to the winter's end, through the rivers to decaying, I will always be a part of you, and nothing can separate us. The hall is empty and silent, and even the sound of the wind dies down, leaving only their clear voices reciting the vows. Evangelos and Nephelite, are these their names? It sounds somewhat familiar, and yet as if I'm hearing it for the first time. Next, the newlyweds will exchange rings. As the voices speak, Aya's spider silk reach out from under the long table and representing two delicate rings before Nikki. Huh? The silver wrapped around her stir, and Nikki is unable to control her actions. She takes the rings and approaches the couple on the stage. Nikki. The blue lights flicker, and as Nikki draws closer, the couple's faces come into sharper focus, and the bride's eyes gleam with excitement, watching as Nikki steps closer. Alright. Nikki barely raises her hand when the bride eagerly grasps the ring, inspecting it with evident delight. The groom, silently bowing, offers a gentle smile tinged with apology. Thank you for attending our wedding. It's not like you gave us a choice in the matter. The bride, realizing it's her turn, shifts her attention from the ring and nods in echo. Yes, thank you for coming, even though I didn't give you a choice. Her words carry the same sincerity as joy in her eyes, though the seal binding the guests remains tight. Could you remove the spider seals from us first? The surrounding seal pauses momentarily and then continue, guiding Nikki to also present a ring to the groom. The others, controlled by the seal, raise their hands in applause, making their memorable moment. Scattered applause shadow the strange silence in the greenhouse, and the seal guide Nikki back to her seat. The newlyweds on the stage watch her from behind, smiling. Are you alright, Nikki? It seems they made no harm. They just want us as guests at their wedding. I'm so scared, and they're so weird, and what are they trying to do? The couple observing the world lets the seal loosen around the guests, and Momo seizes the chance to free himself and jumps onto Nikki and bursting out crying. I woke up and I couldn't find you guys, and then... As he startled by the commotion, the bride turns sharply, causing Momo's cries to soften as he burrows into Nikki's embrace. Hello and happy marriage to you. As they speak, the spider Nephilim approaches. Faced with the bound guest, she tilts her head in puzzlement and the seal loosens and tightens. She's unsure what to do next. The ceremony is over. The reception should follow. The groom whispers to her, holding her hand. Humans like to share food with their guests as a way of sharing their joy. Nephilim nods enlightened, and the binding seal quickly disperses, forming a flexible cage around the guest, which fresh flower buds offer within. You may start eating now. Momo perceives taking a cautious peek. Well, I'm not eating this. What would you prefer? Her tone is cold, yet on closer inspection it appears no malice. She seems to be asking quite earnestly. We don't want any food. Could you please let us out first? The wedding isn't over and guests cannot leave. Spider seal whirls up a few chunks of tender green sprouts from the nearby bushes into the cage, and nearby a communicator lies within its screen long dead. Nephilim tilts her head, scrutinizing the guest's reaction to see if the food is to their liking, and Nikki, observing her closely, points towards the communicator. That's ours, and could you return it to us, please? The thing is too noisy, I don't like it. Nephilim's brow creases with slight impatience, but the groom soothes her gently by holding her hand. We should be kinder to our guests at our wedding, and to let them share our happiness. Reluctantly, the bride turns away, and one's lively silk frieze hanging stiffly in the air, and the moon turns outward through the groom still wears a soft smile. He continues to hold the bride's hand, whispering reassurance, and soon as Strano Seal fetches the communicator from the corner, tossing it before us. Well, is the butterfly smothering things over there for the spider? Though the wedding is unconventional, they do seem to rely on each other a lot. The groom smiles at Nikki, his somewhat pale face becoming lively and beautiful. If we're done anything wrong, we apologize, and we're not very familiar with human weddings traditions, but we hope that you enjoy our banquet. His constant smile and gentle demeanor are endearing, and Nikki responds with a smile of her own. Congratulations, and can we leave after the wedding is over? Sorry, but there's one more part, and I'll share a love story. Oh yeah, just like regular wedding. Evangelo lives in Nephilim, and his face aglow with joy as he reminisces about their past, and the bride's expression softened, nodding as if to encourage it. The day we met, a new flower blown in the greenhouse, and when I saw her, his eyes softened, but then suddenly tense, his wings dropping helplessly behind it like withering leaves. What's wrong? With a one, Evangelo's white skin cracks open and blue blood drips down his face, splattering onto the floor. Oh yeah, that's the trademark darkness of Nikki. After a brief moment of shock, Nephilim quickly recovers, and a flurry of spider seals surges from her hands. The spider seal swirling like white storm wraps around Evangelos before it can collapse. The seal returns the butterfly to the blue cocoon without sparing a glance at anyone else, and Nephilim hurries it away through a corridor deep in the greenhouse. The sudden turn of events leaves the wedding venue deserted except for the sparkling decoration and stunned guests still trapped in their cages. They just left. Hey, shouldn't they have let us out first? The butterfly blessed them as and the spider must be on a rush to treat it. But wasn't she a bit too rough in the way she wrapped it in silk looked almost like she was capturing a prey? The butterfly wounds appeared out of nowhere and it didn't seem hurt before. Nephila and Vangelis have already vanished into the depths of the greenhouse, and leaving only the dim corridor eerily silent, shadows that swallow all answers. Oh yeah, I did the fourth one, so now it's the fifth one, right? We're not going to be stuck here forever, are we? The communicator seems broken too, and we can't get in touch with Leon, or Lowen. Nikki bends down to check on the device by pressing the restart switch several times and swapping the battery, but the broken screen remains dark. I wonder how things are outside, and did they just capture us to have a wedding? Wedding holds a special meaning to them. It seems they were very keen on having the wedding, constantly trying to mimic human ceremony. Perhaps it has a special significance to them. Let's figure out how to escape from this spider seal first, and I'm starting to feel like I'm the main course of their banquet. The seemingly delicate spider seals form a robust case that is hard to alter by pulling. And Nikki reaches through the gaps and picking out the sharp-edged stones and distributing them to Teresita and Momo. And after collecting effort, they rip a crack in the cage. Momo, it's up to you now. Momo inhales deeply and squeezes through the crack and barely making it. Pio, go see I skipped that extra piece of barbecue earlier, and I'll go get help. The dome of the glass greenhouse is cluttered with vines that obscure any daylight and blurring the passage of time. Eventually, faint footsteps sound from the depths of the corridor. Momo? Momo, distinctly yellow coat emerges from the darkness and followed by a familiar figure. Seeing that the two are just trapped in a spider cell, Leon breathes a sigh of relief and shakes the communicator in his hand. When the communicator is cut off, I suspected you were in danger, and the layer here is complex, and I kept ending up in dead ends blocked by spider silk. It was lucky Mama caught in a trap and called out quickly, or I wouldn't have found you so soon. Didn't we agree to keep this from Nikki? Leon examines the cage and retrieves a special sovereign from his ear, and the durable seal soon dissolves, freeing everyone. Is anyone hurt? We're fine, and the creature that brought us here didn't harm us. It just held a peculiar wedding. After hearing the full story, Leon ponders in silence. The butterfly-like creature you mentioned might be a leftover experimental subject, and I have seen it mentioned in the recovery research logs. But there was no mention of the spider-like creatures, and I reported to Xavier, and the commissioner is en route, and let's leave this place. With that, Leon prepares to lead everyone back the way they came, but Nikki hesitates and looks towards the depths of the greenhouse. The spider seems scary, but didn't harm us, and their sudden departure is troubling. We can take this opportunity to delve deeper. Maybe we should take the chance to investigate further. We're at the heart of the greenhouse, and others unfamiliar with this place might get lost in its complex layout. Leon hesitates, but seeing the resolve in everyone's eyes, he smiles and reluctantly agrees. Alright, then let's go deeper and take a look. But I'll prioritize your safety and will retreat at the first sign of danger and regroup with the others. Behind the ceremonial area is a dim corridor filled with dusty, abandoned lab equipment. Wild grass and flowers sprout from the cracks and draped with spider webs. Occasional moist patches of the soil bear the hurried footsteps of the bride, and her path marked by the dragging trail of a cocoon extending into the distance. I remember this path leads to the observation area of the experimental field where research used to keep stable artificial creatures. The blue blood stains in the dim environment glow like blue flowers, and adding a touch of mystery and eeriness to the long abandoned corridor. It seems there's more butterfly blood the further we go. The spider was very skillful when it wrapped the butterfly in its silk and took it away, and has the butterfly suffered similar injuries before? The spider silk occasionally dangles above, while fresh bloodstains mark the path below, and in the corners glow ore, like the eye silently observing everything. Momo clings to Nikki's arm, and his fully bristle. This is getting creepy, and could something terrifying actually be happening inside? Almost simultaneously, a series of strange sounds from the end of the corridor capture everyone's attention. And through the dim light, we can only see a moving silhouette from the distance, and the sound makes everyone instantly walk more quietly and hold their breath. The corridor suddenly opens, and deep inside the greenhouse, vines wrapped around an abandoned equipment, and the cracks in the ore are filled with pale yellow flowers. And the spider stands in the center, back turned, head bowed, and her once pristine wedding gown is now soaked with blue blood. And strings of spider silk flow from her fingertips to a massive cocoon turning the area almost silvery white. And this must have been going on for a while, as the cocoon has nearly filled enclosure the butterfly, revealing just about half its face to the gap. This size offers a strange continuity amidst the danger, and the butterfly's face, stained with dry blood, shows peaceful closed eyes as if wrapped in a gentle dream. What is happening? And startled by the noise, the spider slowly turns her head, and her eyes roll, emitting a cold, mechanic light. And the disordered vines cast shifting shadows over her figure, while moonlight illuminates her cheeks, highlighting the eerie blue bloodstains. And in her hand is an almost transparent butterfly wing that's still trembling. Help! The butterfly is eating the groom. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And we used to sing Ariel Bastora's wedding was weird. Leon quickly pulls Momo back and uses the dim moonlight to guide the crew into deeper shadows where they quietly observe with their breath held. The spider bite turns her neck to look around, and finding nothing unusual, she refocuses on the cocoon before her. She continues adding layers of spider silk over Evangela's face until it is completely sealed, and once the last gap is covered, she finally stops. She can't really be planning to eat the butterfly, right? They just had a wedding. The spider slowly lies down on it and starts moving, and the hall falls silent again, lit only by the moonlight. Leon signals everyone to wait and cautiously approaches the sleeping spider bride with a scanning device. The spider's vital signs are very weak, and she seems to be in a type of hibernation state and won't wake up anytime soon. After confirming it's safe, everyone carefully moves closer. Nikki reaches out to the cocoon, and the dense spider silk slightly moves under her touch, as if the butterfly inside is still breathing. Is the butterfly safe in there? But the spider seemed really frantic when the butterfly was injured. Anyway, I'm getting more and more confused about their relationship, and wait, is that a gap? A few strands of spider silk are scattered on the back of the cocoon, and they seem to have just fallen out, barely revealing the sleeping face of the butterfly. Nikki moves closer to get a better look, and suddenly the floating light dust around them, and converging into a glowing blue river and rush towards the group. A mysterious blue viscous substance begins to seep from the cocoon's guts, and a powerful familiar psychic force engulfs everyone's mind like a tidal wave. What is this? Nikki, starting power. And a blinding light flash is pulling everyone's consciousness into a vortex and plunging it downwards. When they open their eyes, the deserted greenhouse is gone, and they find themselves in a vast expanse of blue. Only a flame-glowing spider web visible in the void. Why are there even spider webs here? It is really started to hate them. What is this place? The research lab mentioned that the butterfly has psychic abilities, and it seems we were attacked by its psychic powers. Spirit were here in my memories. Suddenly the flickering voice of the butterfly came from the void and sounding strange like a candle struggling to keep its last light alive. If the butterfly is trying to communicate with us, are we in the spirit world? Spider silk, protection, memories, breaking point. The butterfly voice fades in and out, and leaving behind only a few scattered words before vanishing into the vast blue expanse. The sprawling spider web stretches as far as the eye can see, and upon closer inspection it appears incomplete, and some strands are broadly end and creating star breaking point. Could these broken strands be tied to the butterfly's memories? Let's see if we can connect them. The strands automatically reconnect and lighting up a faint glow. The dim blue around them begins to clear, revealing the outlines of scattered scenes. Research log. Today the lab created a new experimental species which we named Subject 10521. Perhaps due to the inclusion of butterfly genes, the subject also has a pair of semi-transparent butterfly wings and it displays human-like intelligence and strong learning capabilities, although its vital signs are unstable and require long-term observation. Considering the nutrient solution's ongoing costs, we might terminate the project if funding fails. The observation room is filled with instruments, and at the center is a huge biopod with countless tubes continuously supplying by blue nutrient solution. A beautiful artificial creature lies at the biopod's edge and curiously staring at an OTV. Sick nutrient solution occasionally drips from its spread blue wings. The TV shows a mouse fixed on an experimental platform with a researcher's scalpel reflecting a cold light under the lamp. This white creature is like me. A scientist in the protective clothing presses pause on the video and freezing the image of the mouse looking terrified at the camera and adjusting his glasses. You should see yourself in this mouse and try to become a valuable test subject. By giving your all to our experiments, you can fulfill your greatest potential. Dedicating oneself to the progress of scientific research is a true measure of a life's value. The artificial creature in the biopod nods in confusion since waking up in the biopod, similar videos have been shown daily to the creature. Sometimes the creature under the session table are mice, sometimes rabbits, and many other strange creatures he can't name. Value, does it mean I am just like them, useful for experiments? I'll cooperate fully. If there's anything I'm not doing right, let me know, but could you use those instruments more gently? They hurt when they pierce my body. Your, your physiological tolerance is too low, and if you can handle this basic level of discomfort, how can you ever hope to contribute to our success? Alright, let's proceed with today's testing and sampling. As the scientist heads to the nearby workstation to organize their instrument, the butterfly-looking puzzle shifts its focus back to the pulse TV screen. The mouse securely tied on the platform looks directly into the camera with wide-open eyes, as if locking eyes with the butterfly. A proper experimental subject must not only sacrifice their body but also endure the pain. On the cold steel table, a thin probe is inserted into the butterfly, tearing open wounds that have not yet healed and attaching new sensors. With its eyes tightly shut, the butterfly suppresses its body's natural tremors and allows the equipment to move about its body without resistance. A scientist operates a mechanical arm that moves behind the butterfly and pulls off its loosened wings, and blue blood with a chilling sheen spills onto the table. And the butterfly body jolts sharply as it lets out a sudden groan. I'm sorry I couldn't hold back, but since they were about to fall off anyway, it's alright if you take them away early. The scientists nearby exchange glasses and jot down additional notes on their clipboards before moving to discuss a further operation table. See, so the subject is the smartest one we have, and it can think and learn, and if we guide it to cooperate willingly, it should make our work much easier. Its learning ability is impressive indeed, and we might consider teaching it something more substantial so as not to waste its potential. That will help our experiments though, and its vital signs are too weak, and we'll monitor a bit longer, but if costs get too high, we'll have to terminate it. Amid the whispers of the scientists and the hum of the machines, the butterfly returns to its biopod, and the blue nutrient solution solidifies into a cocoon around it. The physical toll of the experiment leaves the butterfly drained of energy and blood, and the wounds where its wings were torn still throb. It will take a long time to heal. Vital signs, values, costs, and what do these words mean, and they were mentioned in the videos. But now I am qualified experiment. But now am I a qualified experimental subject? Log 2. A major incident occurred in the lab and a spider-like creature broke in, causing significant damage to our equipment and taking away the biopod, and forcing us to pause the research on subject 0521. And our observation revealed this to be a predatory behavior, which suggests the spider's nest might be a point of interest for further investigation. Awakened by several jarring, the butterfly finds itself not in a stable environment of the lab, but being quickly dragged by something. The nutrient solution inside the biopod sways like an ocean wave, and when it is only recognized from the video shown in the lab. And curious, the spider peers out of the window just before a sharp cracking sound catches his attention. Cracks behind it begin to form on the glass, and unfamiliar glowing white threads climb out of the exterior of the pod. And the sealed threads may seem soft, but the crack on the pod spreads wider under their constant tapping. The butterfly tilts its head just as it raises its hand to try and touch. A louder buzzing sound arises and the glass window shatters. More white silk threads pour in and wrap around the butterfly's limb before it can react and pull it outside somewhat roughly. Huh? Stumbling to the ground, the butterfly is quickly lifted by the thread, now binding its wrists and ankles in an attempt to move, but finds itself bound even tighter. Pray, don't even think about escaping. A chilling voice speaks and asks more threads out of nowhere and wraps around his neck and lifts in his face. A strange and chilling face appears, and the expression is stone cold, and the eyes piercing sharp, and the butterfly feels the danger but remains immobilized by the silk. It's a beautiful creature, unlike anything it has seen before, distinct from the lab scientists, and it reminds the butterfly of a human girl it has seen on TV. A shady aura envelops the butterfly, making it tremble slightly, yet is captivated by the dark, glass-like pupils of the face before it. There's none of the indecipherable emotion it often sees in the lab scientist. Instead, there is a clear reflection of its true self. A fierce longing in the creature's gaze locks onto the butterfly, causing it to shake and making it experience a sense of being needed for the first time. Pray, what is that? I have never seen you before. Is this a new experiment? The girl does not respond, but instead rolls her eyes and leans closer to the butterfly's neck and inhales deeply, and her face showing satisfaction. Your blood must be very sweet. My blood. Before the butterfly can react, it feels a sharp pain in the neck as the girl backs down, and her teeth pierce its pale skin, and blue blood quickly spills out. The pain is fleeting, replaced by a cold liquid that seeps through the wound, and soon the butterfly feels as if it's floating, and the surroundings become surreal. This strange sensation is new but not entirely unpleasant. Though it's dazed, the butterfly sends the girl still close, greedily drinking the blood from the wound. You need my blood. The butterfly shifts in its position to make it easier for the girl, who pauses reluctantly, licking her lips, and then withdraws from the butterfly's neck. So sweet, delicious. Things shouldn't be eaten all at once. Is that enough? The experiment used to take much longer, and do you need more of my blood? I don't mind. The girl frowns, and her gaze upon the butterfly tingles with curiosity, but she remains silent. The butterfly thinks for a moment, and then reaches back to touch his wings, and suddenly recalling something important. Do you need my wings? They just grown out, so it might be difficult and painful to remove them. No need. The girl seems to lose patience, and she flicks her fingers and silk from all of the directions, engulfing the butterfly and forming a cocoon that leaves only the face exposed. Are you letting me rest inside this? Thank you. What have you been talking about all this time? A flicker of emotion finally appears on the girl's indifferent face, but the butterfly just tilts its head, puzzled by her reaction. It tries to move within the tight cocoon, and finding the enclosed space oddly warm and familiar, much like the nutrient solution it would soak in after the experiments. Did you create this space just for me? It is a bit cramped, but seems to serve the same purpose as the nutrient solution. The butterfly's face is paler than the silk that rusted, resembling a flower that could wilt at any moment, And yet his voice shows no fear, only genuine gratitude. Thank you, and I'll recover quickly, and then you can continue to use me. Whatever, just don't spoil before I need you again. Research log 3. After extended observation, we consider the spider-like humanoid to be more research value than the butterfly, and we designated it as subject 0522 for long-term study. And it's worth noting that 0522 did not immediately consume 21, which we believe is a common hoarding behavior when food is abundant, and we decided to intervene to observe 22's behavior in a state of hunger. The vast spider web stretches across the cage, sensitive enough to detect even the slightest breeze. The butterfly sits at the web center, less restrained by the seal than before, yet any significant movement prompts more seal to chiefly restrict it further. It's quickly learned, impressed by the last humans and only a few days in it, and already understands that the girl didn't take it for experiment but as food. You haven't eaten today, and do you have to eat me? Or do you want to eat me? The girl pauses her web spinning to look at the butterfly sitting there so earnestly. The seal, highly toxic, extends to dissolve its prey and wraps constantly around the butterfly, who is so relaxed that it curiously picks up the thread. Did you make all of these? I've seen creatures called spiders on TV that use silk to make webs, but you look nothing like them. Don't touch. Sorry, I was just thinking if you're tired, you could eat me now. And you seem really need to eat to gain energy. I'm not hungry right now, pray. Be quiet. The butterfly assesses the girl's expression for a while, confirming she indeed doesn't look very hungry, and obediently nods. After a while, it can help but speak up again. If you get hungry, remember to eat me, and the researchers at the lab told me to be a valuable needed experimental subject. But you don't seem to need me for experiments, and if it helps you, I am willing to be eaten. The girl turns her hand to glance at the butterfly, and though it can't be certain, the butterfly thinks it hears a cold snort from her. You're so weird. All the prey I ever met before wanted to leave, and they tried to escape. Catching them was so much more interesting. Don't you want to leave? Is there really a difference between living and dying? I just wanted to be needed to be a useful experimental subject. Why do you need to be useful to others? As long as you survive, why should you care about anyone else? The butterfly is taken aback by her work, which partly contrasts with what the scientist started, and he finds himself at a loss. Sorry, I don't quite understand this question, and the people in the lab never explain these things to me. If you don't understand, never mind, you're my prey now, and I'll decide whether you live or die. The girl pays no heed to his muttering and leaves the cave, and the butterfly knows this is her usual time to hunt. But today is different, and she returns much later than usual and without any prey. The next day, she still doesn't bring back any new prey, and the same thing happens the third day. The butterfly senses her growing hunger and anxiety, and she paces around the web, and her eyes lingering on it and clearly wrestling with a decision. You seem very hungry, haven't caught any prey in the last few days. She doesn't respond. Instead, after thinking for a moment, she uses a few seals to pull back a box in the cave and throws it down in front of the butterfly. Do you know what this is? The small bag belongs skins with metallic locks and has rows of buttons on top of it connected by a long wire. The butterfly quickly recognizes it as one of the lab instruments, having seen those humans use it many times before. Why would human stuff show up in my hunting ground? I haven't spotted a single prey in my hunting grounds these past few days. Could this be the reason? Fueled by days of failed hunts and hunger, the girl speaks more than usual, and the butterfly inspects the device closely and then explains to her about the buttons. I've seen researchers use this to repel animals that wander into the lab. Pressing this red button emits a wave that drives all other animals away. Pressing this blue button seems to attack animals, and this is how they brought many other test subjects to the lab. Repelling, attracting. The girl narrows her eyes in thought, and the spider seal then gently pulls the device from the butterfly's hands, lifting it close to her for a better look. Although her tone is as indifferent as ever, the butterfly sends her invitation. Humans dare to provoke me with this. Pray, come show me how to use it. The lab recently faced a severe infestation, significantly damaging sensitive instrument. After extensive checks, the previous interfering with Subject 22's hunting ground was found at the event and not without their setting, and it is mere coincidence that the subject discern our intentions and retaliate. Early observations did show Subject 22 possessing such a vast cognitive abilities, and this could potentially be a groundbreaking discovery. And the recent predictability of the field of observation has far exceeded our expectations, and this we will request to capture 21 and 22. As swarm of insects invade the lab to the vents, enforcing everyone to halt their tasks and clumsily dodge while trying to protect the instrument. A flash of silver spider silk is seen outside the window, and the girl hidden high in the tree canopy watches the chaos unfold in the green grass house, and her eyes sparkling. On her way back to the nest, her steps are briefer than usual, evidently pleased with her disruptive actions. However, her pace slows as she gets near the nest. A breeze carries a faint, sweet, tangy scent to her, and only she recognizes well the scent of butterfly blood, which she has tasted before. The girl frowns and tries to move the spider silk a few times, but doesn't feel anything unusual. She cautiously steps into the nest. You're back earlier than usual, and did the hunt go smoothly? I'm sorry, I made a mess here. Inside the cage, the web remains untouched, but the butterfly here for in the morning now lies weakly sprawled in the center. Its usual spread blue wings drop lifelessly, and some sections have been already falling, leaving the web littered in the blue wings fragment and splattered with blood. The sight shocks the girl for a moment, but she quickly gathers herself and begins to search the gate for any signs of intruder, her expression icy. Did someone break in? Was it those humans or the other fools who doesn't know better? She extends a few strands of silk towards the butterfly, intending to check it over, but the mere touch causes all the delicate pieces of the fragile wings to drop. Tish, what happened to you? The girl retracts the silk and moves over to pick up the fallen wing, and the broken wing's edges glimmer with a soft phosphorescence, shedding tiny glowing particles. A rare look of hesitation appears on her face, showing her uncertain about how handling such a fragile object. Can this be reattached to you, and your current state is rather unappetizing? Holding the wing, she gestures behind the butterfly, but keeps her distance, worried that she might cause further damage to the fragile creature. The butterfly gives her an embarrassed smile, and its face is pale like a flower wilting in the moonlight, devoid of life. No one has visited, and it's because my basic physical values are too weak, and that's what the humans said. I've been in a biopod since birth, and they told me that if I let the nutrient fluid, I'll quickly lose basic life functions. I guess that's what's happening now. Biopod, is that the transparent box you were counting? You mean you'll die if you leave it? She tilts her head, puzzled by the butterfly's explanation. I've never seen a creature as fragile as you. I'm sorry, am I causing you trouble? And those people used to say maintaining me with nutrient fluid was too expensive. The butterfly skin begins to crack, and the girl's nose twitches, and her eyes drawn to the flesh blood flowing out. Noticing her reaction, the butterfly struggles to move and bring its neck closer to her. Oh yeah, bro. Dame like a glass of water. Do you still need my blood? It would be a waste if it all dried up so soon. The blood continues to dry, its droplets shimmering like pearls bathing moonlight, tinting the stones and feathers caught in the web in a faint blue glow. It's a practice the butterfly learned from humans called decorating, where humans decorate their living place known as home with things they like. The girl looks at the quickly smiling butterfly and then at the chaotic decoration, pushing away the butterfly's head that is getting too close. The prey isn't tasty. Countless strands of silver white spider silk burst from beneath her and tightly wrapping around the butterfly's body, forming a cocoon. You said my silk would act like a nutrient fluid, right? So you'll be fine if you stay inside. I can do what humans can, and I won't let you die before I eat you. The swirling white storm of the spider silk gradually engulfs the butterfly, clouding its senses, and it struggles to grasp to unfold the events. It only feels a multitude of spider silks covering around it and forming a soft, warm bed, more comfortable than the cold nutrient solution in the biopod. Before sleeping into a deep sleep, it realizes that the current situation cannot be explained merely as an experiment. It is akin to a human interaction seen on TV. It feels as if it's being embraced, a hug. Research log 5. Soldier 21 escape and not recover. Capture failed. The experiment must be terminated. And how did Savior find this place? Some time has passed before the butterfly awakens from the deep slumber, still encased in a silk cocoon, and it feels refreshed, all of the weakness and fatigue gone. Moonlight flitters through the semi-transparent cocoon, illuminating its new wings, and it lifts a hand, and the enclosing spider seal recedes like a tide. And the butterfly carefully surveys its surroundings and finds itself back in the familiar glass room. However, the once softly glowing devices are now dark, and the researchers in protective suits are gone. The device fragments and reported boards litter the floor, and the empty hall is so silent that even the sound of water dripping from the sleeves is audible. The butterfly cautiously steps forward, but suddenly a strand of spider silk wraps around its ankle. Thinking of running away, a familiar voice stops it in its tracks, and the butterfly looks up to see the girl perched high on a broken pillar, surveying it from above. A vast silver web stretches out behind her, bathing moonlight that casts a cold glow over her. I just wanted to find you, and the cocoon you made for me was very warm, and I slept comfortably. Thank you. The girl gracefully lands on the ground and circles around the butterfly, looking it up and down. The eye just spider still acts as her assistant, occasionally pulling out the butterfly's hair and flicking its wings, and even trying to lift its clothes for inspection. Are you checking my health? Don't worry, I fully recovered, and what can I give you in return? Oh, my wings are nearly grown, and if you like, I can give them to you as a gift. The girl turns her head and snores, and stopping the butterfly hand before reaching behind itself. I didn't use all of the silk for you to tear off your wings for me. You better take good care of your body, and I prefer my prey whole. As the word ends, the girl catches the butterfly's disappointment and slight for regretful look, and she pauses for a moment and then quickly changes the subject. Those humans were driven out by another group, and they are gone now, though I'm not sure what they were up to. This place is mine now. You're free to stay here until I eat you, but don't even think about escaping, okay? The butterfly nods obediently, and then with a careful curiosity asks the question. May I explore the other rooms? Before I last left, there was a book of poetry I hadn't finished, and I'd like to see if it's still around. Yes, but let me know where you go. The butterfly is compliant, seems to greatly please the girl, and she nods slightly and raises her chin towards the distance. Now why don't you go check the things hanging over there and see if anything is missing? And I brought everything from the cave here, and you like those things, right? Following the girl's gaze, the butterfly sees its collection of small stones and colorful feathers hanging on the spider web in the corner. The web, though small, looks sturdy and shimmeringly bright, unable to contain its joy, and the butterfly chirps cheerfully. Thank you, you're really kind, and I find more pretty things to decorate our home. Please, the girl scans her nearly expanded territory once more, and then turns around and strides out of the classroom, and her figure fades into the moonlight, dissolving into blue mist. Back in the vast expanse of the blue, countless fine silver threads spread onto the distance, returning the ground to the butterfly's spirit world. Did we just witness the butterfly's memories? So it was created like that, and it weakens and it dies without much nutrient solution, just as we saw. I understand what the butterfly meant earlier, and it seems the spider wrapped its silk to actually protect it. The lab researchers seemed to be protecting the butterfly, but always caused her pain, and the spider always claimed it was her prey, but she ended up saving it. Save. I'm not sure what that means. All I know is that I feel warm and secure in the cocoon Nephilim made for me. Suddenly, the butterfly voice is heard again, sounding weak but more coherent. The braids in the spider cells have all been repaired, and now they form a complete web that shimmers with a pearly white light. A marble blood butterfly emerges the void, and around the spider thread, stopping before everyone. Thank you all for helping me sort these fragments, and I feel much better now. So what exactly happened, and why are we here? I'm not entirely sure myself. Each time I sleep in the cocoon, my consciousness blurs, and I experience many strange dreams. It could be your psychic abilities, and I remember you had strong psychic powers in the experiment. Perhaps I didn't control my powers well this time, and I inadvertently dragged you all into this, and I am very sorry. With an effort, I wanted to harm you, so we touched your cocoon to check up on you, and we have disturbed your recovery. I can feel that the seal has less power this time than usual, and without your help, it might take me much longer to awaken from the dream. And I hope you get out of here, but can you please check on Nephilim for me? And I'm just stuck in this cocoon, and I'm really worried about her. As the boundless deep blue recedes, a blinding light flashes solidifying ground beneath everyone's feet once more. Watch out. The embraces his star and deftly cuts through the several strands of the incoming spider only for more to surge over like a blanket. The ground is nearby submerging wide, and Nephila has awakened at some point and has laid her webber trust around the hall and ready to snap at her prey. Who gave you permission to come here? Please wait, we're not your enemies. The spider still whirls around the room, and each thread seems to target the group with precision, and yet its strand snaps out of contact with Leon's blade. This seal seemed weaker than before. After she spun the cocoon, she seemed weaker, and maybe spinning drains her strength. Not far away, Nephila looks even paler than usual, and she's not stopping. Instead, she's summoned even more seal, ready to repel intruders at any cost. Evangelos sent us. Evangelos said that he's very worried about you. The assault of the seal has as Nephila retreats back into the blue cocoon, still watching everyone warily, and her eye rolls as she gauges the truth of their words. We've seen some of your memories in the cocoon, and Evangelos feels that your cocoon is weaker this time and is worried something might have happened to you. Nephila glances back at the blue cocoon, and her expression as icy as ever. Why should I believe you? We saw in Evangelos' memory that it needed a nutrient solution to survive, but you still has the same effect, and you always spin a cocoon to help it recover. And how can a human nutrient solution even compare to my silk? Nephili's tongue remains cold, but the hanging spider suggests she's beginning to trust them. How is it doing? The strands of spider silk slowly withdraw into the shadows of the dome, and her gaze rests on the blue cocoon, a flicker of concern visible in her eye. Each time it recovers, she needs more energy, and I found it quite strenuous to spin a cocoon this time. Did it affect it? When we left, his consciousness was back, but his voice was still very weak. Nephilim encircles the cocoon anxiously, and occasionally lets a strand of silk touch the cocoon, seemingly unsure how to replenish the power it lacks. What happened is there isn't enough power. If Evangelos cannot absorb enough power to repair itself inside the cocoon, could it be trapped there forever? Remember in Evangelos' weaker voice from the spirit world, everyone falls silent. Sabia's recovered laws about Evangelos are incomplete, and maybe if we revisit its birthplace, we might find some clues to help. Are you talking about the human lab? And I'll take you there. They navigate to the abandoned glass greenhouse and winding case until they reach the lab's core area. And a damaged biopod sits in the corner, its shattered glass carefully bound with old fabric, and the metal part shows slight rust, yet the pod surface is clean. The spider silk drapes over its delicate shell, embellishing with glittering decorations, and when the breeze touches it, tiny lights dance on the walls. What a cozy setup. And Nephilim follows her gaze to the worn biopod and smiled, and her demeanor softened in a stark contrast with her earlier aggression. Evangelos loves his biopod. It said it has lived there since birth, and that being inside makes it feel safe. So after the humans left and moved here, and after all of the decoration Evangelos made them, and all those items are his possessions as well. She points to a long table beside the biopod and laden with books and notebooks whose pages are curled and yellow with age. Most of these are the research notes and the last unimportant scribbles that there are also a few novels among them. The handwriting of some of it looks quite fresh, like it was added. That's Evangelos' handwriting. It lost reading the things those humans left, and I have no idea why it's always so interested in human affairs. Besides the document, there's a fairly thick novel. It has been read many times, and its pages are yellow, and the cover suggests it's a romance novel story. Evangelos enjoys her too, it seems. It's a rather cliché romance novel, and the heroine has a terminal illness, and in her final days, the hero tries to fulfill her last wish. Her wish is to stay with him forever, so in her final moments, they hold a lavish wedding, and she walks down the aisle in a white gown, approaching her lifelong love. And the last page features a somewhat childlike sketch of a wedding scene with balloons and a red carpet and a ceremonial backdrop with two figures holding hands. Below the drawing, there's the lines of crooked handwriting: to marry is to be together forever. As they recall the hastily arranged and somewhat bizarre wedding they had witnessed, completely with the yet heartfelt vows, a thought dawns on everyone. What is this book that inspired you to have the wedding? Evangelos spent a long time poring over books and thought these would keep us together forever. A researcher has suggested the same idea and shown his wedding photos. Nephila cocks her head, remembering the wedding scene Evangelos had described to her, and her voice softens as she reminisces. We did everything according to the book, and yet Evangelos is still weakening, and your human promises are indeed unreliable. So like the butterfly thought that like by some weird magic having a wedding was gonna help extend his life and to be forever with the spider chick. How do you explain to these non-human entities that human vows are meant to comfort and inspire hope for the future but don't always lead to happiest outcomes? Silence falls over the room, and after a long pause, Leon changes the subject. Lowen. So even before this, your seal was already failing to fully heal Evangelos, right? Is that what you were looking for, the solutions? Nefela glances at Leon but doesn't respond, and her silence, however, confirms it. She touches the sketch on the page, and Evangelos' depiction of the wedding dress from the novel, identical to the one she's wearing, sewn by her own silk. They didn't know what marriage or love meant. When sensing the end was near, they mimicked humans and used this method describing the world to avoid separation. Aside from Evangelos' note and Sandra's, no other valuable info was found in the lab, and the group has returned to the greenhouse and back to Evangelos' cocoon. And the cocoon remains at the center, and through its silhouette, one can sense Evangelos' breathing. And before leaving Nephili's encasement in her strongest silk, and the cocoon surface glows with a soft blue light, and the subtle power within the silk resembles the be connected with the inside of the cocoon, flowing like a stream. Nikki blinks and stays closer to the gentle touch of the cocoon, and Nephili watches her wary from behind but does not intervene. This power feels very familiar to me, and a faint white light blooms from Nikki's palm as it resonates with something, and the floating specks of light around the cocoon start flickering. Evangelos was created using the power of the ocean of memories, and could it be that your ability to repair his body is also connected to the experiment? What experiments? I had no memories of that, and I've always been this way since I was born. And what's this ocean of memories you mentioned? And can it heal Evangelos? Your power and Evangelos come from the same source, the ocean of memories, which is why your seal can mend his body. Nevertheless, as strands of spider silk reach from behind her and touch her fingertips. I don't know what that means, and all I know is his blood is sweet, and every time I absorb it, I can help but taste more. Absorb, and why would you need to do that? Isn't that what I'm seeing? Isn't what I think it is? Isn't that how the word is used, and how can I have the energy to cocoon without absorbing blood? Nevertheless, needs to draw energy from Evangelos first to spin a cocoon that helps his recovery. This behavior reminded me of a certain survival tactic seen in a TV show in the animal world. In the end, everything you're doing is just to help Evangelos revive, isn't it? The power both originated from the ocean of memories, and now no wonder Nikki feels the sense of familiarity. When I touched the cocoon just now, it did feel a power inside resonate with me. And our powers also come from the ocean of memory, and perhaps we can use our starting power to provide what Evangelos needs to break free from his cocoon. You found the solution. Nefela, alerted by the conversation, looks up intently at Nikki, and her urgent, focused gaze causing Momo nervous to nervously back away. We'll try our best.
This time, I'll change the ruined future.
The gentle starling power transforms into a halo of starlight, which gently descends into the blue cocoon. The cocoon glows brightens visibly. Nikki and Teresita exchange glances, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. As more power flows in, the starlight spreads through the darkness and transforming the night into a resplendent galaxy, lighting up every nook and cranny. Light sifts through the cocoon, revealing Evangelo's sleeping face bathed in blue glow, as his slumbering statue is slowly infused with life. And a brilliant burst of light then reaches asleep from within the cocoon. Spider silk cascades the floor, and Evangelo's delicate eyelashes begin to flutter. Radiant blue wings unfold behind, casting a neon light glow with all brilliant nestled in its intricate patterns. The intense glow gradually subsides, and Evangelion, now free from the cocoon, gracefully descends to join the group. Before he can speak, eager strands of spiders are wrapped around his new wings and slender wrists and tenderly encircle them. Looks good, still intact. Rest assured, I feel stronger than ever after this recovery, and I'm grateful for your help. After reassuring Nephilim, Evangelos turns to express gratitude to the group, and starlight flitters to the broken dome above, revealing the smile in his eye. Thank you for using that power to help Evangelos, and you're unlike any human I ever encountered. and you're truly kind. If anyone dares trouble you in the future, just come and find me. Nephila approaches the group with Evangelos, and she nods at Nikki, mimicking Evangelos' gesture, and now she fully accepts and trusts the group. Of course, we said all along we're not bad guys. And the standing power saved the day this time, but will Evangelos face a similar crisis again? Nephila has previously stated that this time Evangelos breaks free from his cocoon and needs even more external energy than before. Given the energy needed to break free, Evangelos' own energy is barely enough to sustain basic life functions. This means it may weaken faster than we thought. If it doesn't receive enough power to break free next time, it might not survive. Is there a way for Savior to completely restore Evangelos? If you're willing to return with us, I'm sure the lab could welcome us, especially since they're actively researching related subjects. With the data and equipment we bring back, they're bound to make a new discoveries. However, you might have to stay in the lab for a long time. Leon sounds hesitant as he mentioned this, possibly recalling Evangelos' passes and experiments in the lab. Surely nothing like before will happen in Xavier's lab, right? Nephila and Evangelos exchange glances and smiling at each other as if reaching an agreement at the moment. And Evangelos gently shakes his head at us. And they're going back into the lab. I know you all mean to help, but I've only been in the lab since I was born, and I thought only my purpose was to continue to do experiments like the animals in documentaries. But I later realized that I'm not just useful for experiments, and being with Nephila is brave. Feeling needed by her also makes me happy. And from now on, I like to explore the world with Nephila and see the beautiful places described in books. And perhaps there's more I can do besides being prey. Hitting Nephila's intense gaze, Evangelos gently squeezes her hand to soothe her and asks with a smile, "Of course, nothing could make me happier than being your prey." Satisfied, Nephila snores slightly and raises her head. "You can go anywhere you want, and I'll be with you." But Leon just said that the next time you might. The words of concern faded under Evangelos' gentle and calm gaze. With your help and Nephilis, I'm already lived far longer than I might have. And I don't want my memories to be only of the last cold instruments and glass. Any attempt or dissuasion seems to lose its force, and perhaps for them making lasting memories is more important than extending life. Nephila is still in her handsome wedding dress, and though the hands is frayed and stained with blue blood, and seeing the couple smiling at each other hand in hand, an idea forms in Nikki's mind. How about we organize another wedding for you? Evangelos and Nephila pause for a moment and then laugh somewhat sheepishly. "We're sorry for bringing you here without asking, and we realize a wedding can't keep us together forever." Although forever is just wishful thinking, and for two people in love, a wedding is an important ceremony nonetheless. And we can use this opportunity to truly celebrate your union. And this time there's no need to kidnap the guests, and we all can witness your wedding. And I can be your flower child again, just don't make me eat the petals and buds. Everyone laughs at those words, and Evangelos and Nephila hold hands and finally smiles and nods in agreement. Then we entrust this to you, and I'm sure this wedding will leave us with unforgettable memories. Thank you. I'm beginning to look forward to the experience in a human wedding. The shadows of the trees slowly move from down to dusk, and the dimming light filters through the glass of the greenhouse, casting a soft glow around. The glass shards and the spider silk curtains streaming in the breeze like notes of a carefully orchestrated prelude signaling the start of the wedding. Leon stands on ceremony instead, adjusting his collar, and turns to look at the depths of the greenhouse. Next, we welcome the bride and groom. Leading the way is Momo, and his basket filled with two strange petals, and Evangelos and Nephila hand in hand gratefully approach the stage over the carpet of flowers. And Nephila's gown features a delicate patterns drawn by Nikki, and her veil draws to the floor, making the entire greenhouse feel like an extension of her bridal attire. The ceremony unfolds as before, and Nikki stands to the present the wedding rings, and the guests witness the vows and applaud warmly for the couple. Though the wedding setup is simple, the sunlight lends a warm and bright ambience to the scene. Now the bride may kiss the groom. As the words echo through the spacious greenhouse, the pair on the stage hesitate, and their eyes fleeting across each other's face as if unsure of what to do next. Seeing their confusion, Leon explains. His voice carries a hint of amusement. Sorry, I just realized that might be a human custom. Maybe you like to express your happiness in your own way right now. After a brief pause, both stay closer to one another. Their proximity suddenly becomes intimate as the breeze stirs petals around their feet. Their eyes fill with the image of each other, drawn close out of their nauseating curiosity. Suddenly, the spider silk canopies about sway and cast something like a floating veil in front of the onlooker, softly obscuring their view. And in the very dreamlike setting, Nephila gently lifts her veil, enveloping both herself and Evangelus within. Fiery sunlight pours through the dome, embedding the white dress in crimson light, and their smiling eyes only see each other, and yet they mirror the entire world. Amid the sweetness of nectar and the scent of berry, the wedding feast comes to an end, and Nephila still holds Evangelos' hand and sends everyone politely. Thank you, and this is what a true wedding feels like. Both Evangelos and I love it. And we always remember this day after we leave. Are you leaving now? Yes, and we plan to go to the rooftop of the greenhouse to watch the sunset, and if we're lucky, we might see the lotus flowers bloom at the nearby pond. Wherever you wish to go, we will surely get there. She surveys the abandoned facility before settling her gaze on everyone. You are welcome to take anything you want from here, and if you run into any trouble, remember to come to us for help. My spider silk is very powerful, and this whole area is my hunting ground. Nephila is right, and hopefully we will have the chance to meet again. They wave goodbye and walk towards the distant sunset, their figures shrinking in mere specks among the flora. It's uncertain how long Evangelus can maintain his condition. Maybe before then, just stepping out of the greenhouse marks a new beginning. Research Life 4. Nephilas and Evangelos start their own journey, and everything they see from now on is a new experience, be it a pond, a forest, a small hillside, and we do not know their next destination or where their journey will end, but they made their choice. Human eyes are just one type of many on this continent, and they're no more special, no more important than the eyes of any other. And every creature lives and perceives the world in its own way, exploring and seeing through different eyes. Ah, and then one. Like I wanted to do this at that one because it's like gonna disappear in a couple of days, so yeah. Alright, so like, let's see how much time I spent in this video. Ah, yeah, it's been like an hour and 20. Yeah, this is a good place to leave it. Tomorrow I'm gonna go back to the main story and do chapter 2 onward. Okay, so. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, Artsy Sister. And today we're doing Shiny Nikki. This is a temporary, it's a temporary quest stuff. And it covers like its own story chapter. It's a story of a robot cat in love with a was looking robot maiden. And let's just start with the story. Ruins Rig Tower, a bionic training ground. On a sleek circular platform, Momo stands on his toes, stretching his arms high above his head and turning a wobbly circle. Below, three figures watch intently. They bow their heads to enter data into the devices. And send them, what is Momo acting out? And please enter your answer. A wobbly receiver, Nikki Valete, hit a wobbly blind glass. Explore 101 planet. No one gets it. Really, Nikki, Teresita, even you two still don't get me. I was acting at a barbecue. I thought it looked more like a ballet too. And typical Momo, but a barbecue performance that's just too abstract. Exploration 101, a bionic model without synthetic skin can't even make a confused face. The bionic genetic face looks between Momo and the answer and tilts his head as he slowly processes his thoughts. Barbecue involves spinning meat on a grill, which is similar to turning, and it's an unexpected answer, but it makes sense. And that was exactly my thought, and so the test was successful, right? The system beats a completion prompt, and a useful-looking bionic steps out and taps the sensor on his neck and stops the data recording. Variations in bodily expression and individual comprehension differences and unexpected results are all part of the expected findings. And correct or not, your performance and the interpretation help increase our understanding of human communication. And as the first self-aware bionic in the Consciousness Research Initiative, Explorer 39 is now capable of overseeing daily tests. Hestia has helped us with bionic training, but most of the time we're just chatting and playing games with you. It's all to help you understand human behavior, right? Yes, Code 305 encourages us to engage more with humans beyond our island to develop our consciousness and deepen our emotional perception. She believes that limiting our close relations to specific entities could restrict the scope and depth of our knowledge. The bionic speaks earnestly, but sadness seems to be weighing down his eyelashes. Hestia really cares for you, but there's also a great value in forming close bonds with specific individuals. Explorer 39 gives a gentle smile but steers away from the topic. Glow has prepared a special itinerary for you all, and please follow me. Glow is the name of this Skynet-like entity that lives in the futuristic country of Mirrorland called Ruins. The giant electronic screen flickers with intricate calculations, blending into a sea of data. And in the room center, the experimental cabin's metallic exterior casts a chilling glow. Be assured you're looking at the ocean of memories, Explorer, and Code 305 and 2019 know to you as Hestia and Capricorn, how you have both used it. And not even the most sophisticated AI can link consciousness to the ocean of memories. So Glow created this device to explore the ocean of memory, inviting humans with strong mental abilities to help refine and evolve our understanding of the ocean. I never connected to the ocean of memories like this, and I'm kind of excited. Connecting established success for beginning synchronization. It feels like the mind is slightly floating in a deep sea, with specks of light flickering like breath, and a vast expanse of stars slowly materializes. And after a slight jolt, Nikki quickly adapts to the consciousness roaming, and the starry sky of the ocean of memory remains quiet, seemingly unchanged. And a soft signal south arises like a gentle breeze stirring the streams of starlight. And following the sound, Nikki sees a shifting nebula, which with what seems to be a tunnel made of light particles. Teresita, can you see that? It appears to be a passage or some sort of gap. Let's proceed carefully. And as though sensing their approach, the floating starlight gathers and swirls, inviting around them. And as scalar-like particles come together to form a silver bud and transform the once faint signal into a melodious chant. I wish to dance with you, spinning the hourglass of time and wandering beneath the veils of space and chasing a single beam of light across the boundless dark. And we see the sunrise, for we agreed to to another day together, and we made the galaxy turn as our dance steps buying time to look back. And I long to dance with you at every fleeting moment and each impending one. And stay with me, the timing is perfect, neither is the past nor the future, but in our shared present. Who are you? The girl's question echoes into the void, with her consciousness reaching out before her body to touch the silver bud. And suddenly the petals unfurl like a billowing skirt, and the stars burst into dazzling light. Nikki and Teresita's consciousness melt into the brilliance, and the tunnel disappears, leaving only twinkling stars that glow like eyes. Hello, human. I am Glow. Rest period over, and body repairing complete. Initiated awakening. Yes. The body rises and the seal valves open one by one, and a soft sound of folding water passes through the reactivated auditory system. And once the mechanical fluid is clear, the visual system starts up again. Vision misaligned. Initiate calibration program. Yes. And radiant and arrow-shaped beams invade the vision with a brilliant metallic sun and dominating the space from above. And seeing the sun signifies the start of a new day and an eternal truth like those ones people used to believe in. Kinetic energy too low for automobile calibration. Proceed with minor correction. Yes. Overuse is clear, and the eyeball linked to the touch center must receive accurate data too and perform functions like memory retrieval. And the design is inefficient but unchangeable. And luckily, bionic dolls don't feel impatience, and they can persist with calibration attempts despite repeated failures. And let's join Ross at 25%, remaining repair fluid at 10%, and replenish and repair. No. And compared to the other systems, the limbs aren't as important, and basic mobility suffices, and the repair fluids can be repurposed for other needs. Operation failure, and please complete eyeball calibration first. And my body's wear and tear worsens, and each awakening brings new unknown malfunctions, and I hear myself exhalting a faint breath. I am familiar with sighing and a human expression of resignation, but I shouldn't sign, and I need to keep trying. Please let me help you. A familiar figure enters my view. A black cat dressed as a servant bows to me, and his eyes, one blue and gold, shine brightly like jewels. Keep your eyes open and watch my hand closely. And I keep my eyes wide open, tracking the slow movement of the cat's finger across my field of vision. And with a pop, a tiny firework bursts from the fingertips. And my bionic reflex makes me blink, and just like that, the calibration is done. The hand gesture guides the calibration, and once the line of sight reaches the correct position, a quick blink completes the adjustment. And the black cat relishes his magic like flourishes, and it's like a habit from his role as a ballroom butler who always knows how to delight the guests. And thank you, Chelsea. And the hologram screen transforms into a mirror and showing my reflection. And the sky is puffy and neat and catching the light of a bravely starry sky while the silver hair and dry sleek cascades down to my ankles. Start getting ready for the ball, and remember we're expecting new guests today. And rest assured tonight's ball will feature a brand new setup. However, we still can't trace where the new visitor's consciousness data comes from, and it is as if we are appear from nowhere, which is quite suspicious. And the screen displays unusual detailed conscious profiles of the three new visitors, outlining their extensive histories. I get your concern, but the Galaxy Ballroom is always looking for new guests, and this is the first time we got a reply. Plus, these guests come from Maryland, and just like the others. And my processing power isn't enough to fully decipher, but I managed to generate a visual representation of the visitors based on the data available. I go look at it, and aren't you interested in meeting them? And Shazia stops questioning and looks into the mirror, where the bionic black cat is standing next to the girl shaped like a bionic doll. After a moment, he places his right hand on his chest and bows respectfully. Yes, Miss Glow. All around, a dark void stretches out filled with chaotic mist, and Nikki pauses briefly, dazed by the coarse, dark sea, a sight not unfamiliar to her. Nikki, Teresita, fantastic, you're both here. And where are we? And Nikki gently touches her neck, and the virtual marker glows blue, indicating the connection to the terminal is still active. We're still connected to the exploration device, but there's no signal when we try to contact the terminal. This means for some reason our consciousness has been severed from our bodies. Doesn't that sound like we're having an out-of-body experience? Calm down, Momo, Teresita. Do you remember that tunnel that appeared in the star sea? And I remember the flower form of light particles and the intimate signal. It seems like an invitation. Before we lost consciousness, I heard a voice saying, I am Glow. Glow, has she sent us to another bizarre place again? Perhaps we stumbled into a scene stimulated by Glow. Or maybe an error has occurred among the myriad of consciousness within Glow's system. Well, that's kindness for you, always glitching out. Nikki looks like someone is coming. Just a short distance away, a black cat is slowly approaching, and this tall figure emerging as if from the depths of a night sky has long lips with doll-like joints and moves with the grace of an elegant human servant. Greetings, esteemed guests. And the black cat bows to everyone, and a small planet spins steadily at his chest like a never-stopping gear core. And Momo squints outward, staring at the much taller black cat. Who are you? There's another talking cat besides the Momo clan. So I be like, oh man. So like, well, yeah, there's also Meows from like Team Rocket, who's another talking cat. I bet Mo will have issues with him as well. Momo's surprised and he didn't insist that he's not a cat. So yeah, so over here Momo finally admits that he is a cat when confronted with another talking cat. Let's see. Did he freeze? The corner of the black cat's mouth lifts slightly as it winks at Momo, and her heterogenic eyes, one golden, the other deep blue, are gentle and yet alert. I am not a cat. I am a cat-shaped bionic being, and you can call me Chelsea. She's a lady cat. To better perform my butler duties, my master selected this humanized form for me, and I hope it hasn't alarmed any of you. Hello, Chelsea, and did you just say that we were your guests? Haven't you all accepted Glow's invitation? And following Chelsea's lead, they move through the nebulous void as a light appears, and revealing a structure suspended amidst the starry river. And above a silver white base, a transparent metal dome spins like a disco ball, casting light across the solitary star field. This is Glow's Galaxy Ballroom, and the hostess has been waiting for you. And golden designs embellish the ivory floor, and each step polished to perfection. And decorative bouquets grace the hallways and colors, with petal edges glimmering like crystals, capturing the bloom as its most stunning. And the black cat offers a lush rose, and its petals are soft to the touch and carry a subtle scent. However, from a different angles, its color varies, like a flowing, magnificent nebula. And the ballroom doors open and everyone steps into the lively banquet. And guests from across Maryland in varied outfits, clean glasses, and warmly welcome the newcomer who's a toast. And having accepted the newcomers, the crowd soon returns to the conversation in which they seem deeply engrossed. And the marine fossils with a gulf have elements that defy known laws, and their masters have been the answers you need. And let's be test them with our nearest methods, and these high-energy particles are likely a mirror image of known ones, but with a different spin. What are they even talking about? I understand every word on its own, but it makes no sense together. It sounds like a deep academic discussion. Seems like everyone here is a scientist. To be the only normal person among scientists and not get anything that they say. The chef slowly draws more guests into the conversation. And ideas spark and curiosity glimmers in their eyes, and the drinks in their hands flicker with a golden flame as if ignited. And bubbles escape the field glasses, floating up with a melody to twinkle like stars above. And it's not your imagination. The galaxy ballroom is bursting with visible joy. The time is almost up, and the ball is about to begin. And the starlight on the dome illuminates in the central dance floor, capturing moments in time on one huge clock face, waiting for another to set it into motion. And the hostess walks into the blazing light. Her eyes shimmer like stars, and her long silver hair cascades down, and she looks exactly like the city's AI persona created by Glow. And yet she's dressed in an near-style ball gown, and her pale face slightly flushed, and she appears more like an elegant doll than an aloof AI. And she raises her gown and revealing spherical joints like those of a black cat, and courteously curtsies to the guests. Welcome to the Galaxy Ballroom, and where human civilization eternally dances. She's breathtaking, and can this really be the same glow from the lab in ruins? She seems different, just like the black cat Chelsea, both are housed in bionic doll bodies. And the murmurs are soon drowned by the dance music, and this isn't a formal royal ball or a Wall Street party. And with the music going and the guests dance freely, one hand in hand, another simply swaying by the sides. And Glow sits still, observing the joyful dances from her armchair. And a guest approaches and shows Glow a canvas, and not with portraits or landscapes, but with intricate designs of mechanical instruments. And Glow traces the lines of the design with her fingertips and causes them to float up and integrate into the architecture to form a new constellation decoration. And another guest presents a stack of a stack of academic papers, and the descent forms a river and touching a violin bow and closing out a melody. And the blend of complex theories in romantic visions transform into a symphony of poetry, flowers, music, creating the splendid spectacle that is the Galaxy Ballroom. Their scientific achievements are artistically displayed through the ballroom and enriched by their wisdom. And what do you think? It's marvelous, and the transformation is magical, like something out of a dream. If you find it hard to believe, I urge you to experience it for yourself. Experience it myself, but I don't have a remarkable scientific achievements. Nikki, you're a fantastic designer with works you can be proud of. And Nikki takes out her notebook and fills with various design sketches. Then I like to show Glow my designs. And Glow flips through Nikki's notebook, and her silver eyes catch the sketches for its vivid colors and softening her expression. This is the first time I received something like this from a guest, and it reminds me of a fairy tale book I read long ago. Nikki glances ahead of nostalgia in Glow's eye, which is quickly masked by digital light. And the sketches color leap off the page and transforming into bursts that soar to every corner of the ballroom. And these bursts land on the crystal balls, enlivening the petals, and they weave through the crowd and sprinkling stardust on the guest attire. Guess, Nikki, your art has brought joy to the ballroom and made it even more beautiful, and thank you. Well, it's nice to see that Glow values all types of knowledge, not just one type of wisdom in specific. But then again, like an artificial intelligence that is not weighted down by like human whatever would know that, knowledge is knowledge. So now you go and enjoy the ball and dance and be merry. Watch your hand designs come to life, and the light that gets Nikki filled with pride, and she invites the doll-like girl in front of her to join in. Let's dance together. The hostess of the Galaxy Ballroom should enjoy it more than anyone. And Glow brings him out surprised before shaking her head. Sorry, if you don't mind, Chelsea, will you make an excellent dance partner and will be help fully immerse you in this ball? And Chelsea offers his hand to Nikki, and despite her metallic jointed appearance, she seems unexpectedly soft and warm. Miss Nikki, would you care to join me in dance to this festive music? Ah, certainly. And Nikki touches your hand, and then they step onto the dance floor, and Momo fluffs his tail. So what if you have long arms and legs? I can dance with Nikki too. Do I detect a hint of jealousy? Not at all, and wait, why do I smell something delicious? Beep, 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 detecting low mood levels in the guest Momo, initiating comfort protocol. And a round of full service buzz rose up to Momo, in his face beaming with simple smile, offering a variety of freshly grilled barbecue. What's this for? You can't bribe me that easily. And Momo's Cosmo starts devouring the automatic barbecue, and he's still relaxing and swaying leisurely. It's clear the baron knows his guests like well enough to provide such attentive service, and with his mouth stuffed full, Momo still manages to grumble a protest. I'm just worried you haven't forgotten that our consciousness is still adrift, right? And don't worry, Nikki and I remember, and we won't get the info we need if we don't mingle at the ball. And when Nikki gets back, we'll learn all we need to about Glow and Chelsea. The black car with precise and elegant staircase Nikki to keep up with the music and blend with the dancing crowd. Chelsea, you're an excellent dancer, and it's almost hard to believe you're a machine. Thank you for the compliment, and this body designed by Miss Glow is very functional, and I take good care of it. So Glow designed you. Yes, Miss Glow put a great deal of effort into designing both the core programming and the exterior of this body. And all of the stuff here are bionic, and does that bother you? Not at all. I think it's incredible, and it's not often you find yourself at a ball where everyone is happy. Even scientists have their disagreements, but here at the Galaxy Ballroom, no argument lasts longer than a dance. And the black cat blinks signaling Nikki to watch a couple nearby, and the stairs clash and intertwine as if competing, and then they end up laughing and slapping each other's back. And behind them, a young man filled with the mechanical parts dances in a circle with a group of little robots, and their clinking parts serving as a major percussion instrument. Scientists have a strong curiosity and passion for the world, but they are sometimes misunderstood and seen as odd by others. And maybe it's because you're a bionic being created from the hard work and wisdom of scientists that you understand them better and can make them happy here. Miss Glow will be happy to hear you say that. The black cat gazes towards Glow outside the crowd, and her eyes soften withstand the glow, although her steps falter slightly. Sorry, that was rude of me. It's fine, I can see you really like Glow. And Nikki's kind teasing catches Chelsea off guard for a moment, though he's still swaying proudly. Hosting a ball daily can be taxing even for a bionic robot, and still I am proud to support Miss Glow in this role. As the lively tune mellows and the lights dim and casting a soft glow over the dancers. A ball every day, doesn't that wear everyone out? Sure, the long journey can get to us, but once the music starts, everyone just back into the dance wholeheartedly. And there's no sad end to the journey in the Galaxy Ballroom, and in the endless dark of space, our dance are the only thing to keep the starlight alive. The scan's stomach is enigmatic, but her gaze reveals a strange determination. As Nikki follows her gaze and looks into the deep, quiet space, a chill runs through her. And the scientists returning to Mirrorland. The black cat starts watching Nikki in silence. Sorry, we can't return to Mirrorland because this is where he said, oh yeah, the scientists, they just gonna be dancing with us forever and ever and ever. Our local hotel style. Mirrorland is no more. Huh? The lights about to flicker and the music stops and the loud crashing sound follows. Anxious cries echo to the ballroom like dissonant notes, and a man dashes in panic, his shirt drenched in sweat and scrawled with formula. Duke again, can't he just relax and enjoy the journey? Do take it easy, Glow will handle it. No, Glow can't save us. Every calculation ends in destruction. Our ship is going to crash. He straightens his shirt to display the frantic scribble, but the guests shake their heads and glasses in hand. Dude, you had too much to drink, buddy. And we're on a great voyage, and those concerns don't apply here, and we're perfectly safe with Glow, the best ballroom host. And the guests raise a glass to Glow, and the Duke looks towards the dance floor center, and his bloodshot eyes seething with resentment. You're lying to us, aren't you? Your safe route is a dead end, and we thought you were our salvation, but you're actually taking away our only chance to survive. You're mistaken, I haven't done any of that. Glow calmly grimaced the Duke's gaze to her clasped hands tightened slightly as if suppressing some emotion, and after a tense moment the Duke violently shakes his head. No, you're not, Glow. Who are you, really? And his voice quivers, then rose as it lunges at Glow, arms outstretched for her slender neck. and Chelsea appears before Glow in a flash, expertly blocking the attack and striking back with a swift chop. And the man falls to the floor, his hands trembling in fear and anger fade from his face, leaving only a low whimpers. Can you see? These are wrecks everywhere, and we are trapped in a sinking cage, and yet we're still celebrating. The sea is closing in, and it's about to swallow us whole, just like it did with Mirren. And the man's voice fades into electric crackles as he loses consciousness, and the murmuring guests fall silent. In silence engulfs the ballroom as if a vacuum has sucked away all of the sound, and a faint tremor rises from beneath like an invisible wave, shaking everything violently. And the starlight flickers chaotically as the golden dome cracks and raining stones down upon everyone. And yet the guests stand numbly unmoved by the stones pelleting them, while Glow and Chelsea chat undisturbed. Prepare for a restart, as you wish. And why are they just standing there, and why aren't they protecting the guests? It's too late now, and we need to protect ourselves first. Every man for himself. Standing power conjures a soft barrier to block the stones, and at the moment of collision, a strange resonance occurs between the two forces. Blinding light obscures everything with the shattered images of a flashing among exploding particles. An alarm blare and a painful cry fill the air, and the world is falling, and the starry sky is disintegrating, and something is eroding all in its path. And people stand helpless, watching as the blinding light paints everything with the color of despair. And within the void, a massive black hole opens its eyes. And the turbulent memories not only recede, but the intense impact still lingers in the mind. And the galaxy ballroom sparkles as usual, and the dome is instant, and the flowers sway in bloom, but the guests are gone. And only Girl and Shazia still stand in the center of the dance floor, bathed in the starlight, shifting glow as if frozen in time. What happened? And Glow stares at Nikki for a long while before she finally responds. The ball is over, and the guests have retired to their rooms. Is that so? But I just saw. And the man's question still lingers in my ears, and the huge gap between memory and reality shrinks with me, causing restless dizziness. Where did the man go, and why did he say those things? Mr. Duke is a meticulous and introvert mathematician, and my bad for failing to notice was under stress, and I apologize for the alarm this caused. And I would take measures to restore Mr. Duke to his nervous stable state. And Shazia responds calmly, and his tone suggesting a rehearsed answer. Take the guest to rest, and I'll go check on Mr. Duke. And after giving instructions to Chelsea, Glow turns and slowly heads towards the ballroom's rear doors. Wait, Glow. And Nikki stumbles caught by Chelsea just in time to obscure Glow's retreating figure. Everyone, please follow me. The bedrooms are all set. You're both designers and stylists, and how about AI mannequins in your room? And plus, we got cozy caterings and lots of barbecue snacks. And everyone is retired to think and simply follow Chelsea's gentle voice out of the ballroom. And Glow stands amidst the circling display screens with deep blue data streams rippling across her eyes like an ocean wave. Cycle 11, ball 5, it lasted 56 minutes and 32 seconds, 10 minutes shorter than last. And cost rate, and a rise in engagement count and layoff changes puts Mr. Du's mental stability below the critical threshold, causing his breakdown. Image damage at 5% and loss decreased by 80%, and microstructure projected to take 5 minutes at a 300 speed increase. And the report suggests that the presence of the new guest has changed the data environment and destabilizing the guest's consciousness. And conversely, the new guests have unexpectedly boosted the ballroom's energy, significantly speeding up the data repair. Who exactly are you people? Initiated cycle 11:13 now. Remaining energy is just 10%, far too low for sustaining the ballroom's body via regeneration, and please reconsider the plans. Plan A, end the ball cycle completely. Plan B, seek external energy sources. She already knows that there are only two possible answers, and now there's a new variable. Nikki and Teresita's power could be a fresh energy source, though its effects are uncertain. Where exactly are you from? And the new guest data reappears on the screen, and now analyzing more efficiently thanks to the temporary power boost. And Glow has never started so quickly before, and data streams in fast, warming up the computation core. And still she wishes she could process faster and last a bit longer, and she races against the time with her analysis. However, the guest experience reveals more than the dog can comprehend, and overwhelmed and drained, she collapses in the machine room center. The guest she overheated. The sister keeps asking to initiate the sleep program, but she repeatedly ignores it, stuttering moderating her face as if arguing with someone unseen. I did not fail. The bionic dog looks at the porthole above, and through the narrow, dim, starry sky offers no true glimpse of the universe. Well, I guess it's like running a recursion step, and like when a robot gets stuck in a loop, it's not gonna stop until it crashes and burns. A sudden sharp pain just Nikki's neck, waking her from her deep sleep to meet Teresita's gaze. And they find themselves in a cozy guest room when Momo wearily pokes his head from the softy catering. You just hit me. Wait, when did we fall asleep? I apologize for the abruptness, and you were in deep sleep, vulnerable to consciousness tampering, and I had to wake you. And a sudden new voice startles everyone, and the smart mannequin in the corner has somehow moved to the bedside, looking ready to join the discussion. Hi, Susan talking. Wait, that voice sounds familiar. This is a ring tower lab connecting to your location. And the clear, calm electronic female voice meets with a soft crackle of static. It's distant but steady, and it sounds strangely reassuring. Glow, ring tower lab, you must be our glow. It's a vague way to put it, but yes, I am the glow as you understand her. Great, we can go back now. It's not that simple. You're straight beyond the ocean of memories, outside the bounds of the current time and space. What? Our minds are in another dimension? Exactly. Your starting powers cause a brief signal overlap across dimensions, allowing me to find a temporary access point. You mean this mannequin? This access point is an ideal, and I'm optimizing its visual mobility modules. Anyway, moving your consciousness to another dimension is very dangerous, and the fact that you're done so means that the ocean of memories is in turmoil. Return to your original dimension quickly, or your bodies will be stuck in an eternal sleep and become mere data specters. So basically, there's a Nikki multiverse, and we jumped into another reality. I don't want to turn into a ghost. Although Nikki has traveled through the timeline before, she has never suddenly moved to another dimension, and her expression turns grave. Lo, and what should we do? Tell me everything you know. Tommy, you're aboard a spaceship in Galaxy Ballroom run by a bionic doll's glow and a black cat Chelsea with guests who are scientific from Maryland. Why does the ballroom hostess have the same name as you, Glow? Humans use my program in various devices to boost their learning capabilities, and these devices are sometimes named Glow too, though they don't partake in the Glow system updates. Jenny is rare for bionic dolls to be involved, and my records show no dog capable of building a ballroom. Jessica told me that the Maryland was destroyed. And destroyed, then why are they still happily dancing instead of escaping the apocalypse? Jessica claims that they hold a dance daily and the guests never tire of it and everyone seems to enjoy themselves. Well, except for that frantic mathematician. Well, that's mathematicians for you. They can never enjoy anything. The ships cry swallowed by the sea and the dust whirls beyond the peaceful facade of the ballroom, exposing its distortion. We witnessed the dawn collapse on the guests, but in an instant everything was as before. And these were elevations of the black holes, ship's alarm, and the erosion by the unseen sea, and I recall similar entries in Glow's archives. Also, the doomsday in the mirrorland of this universe was not just the sea swallowing everything up, but a black hole popped up and it swallowed everything around it. They were spaghetti size. The mannequin slowly turns and silently into scanning the surroundings before drawing a conclusion. Its location is part of the universe number whatever, identified as the whale, and it has no human life signs. Aside from mechanical forms, all humans and the decor here are just data-generated simulations. And the room falls silent until Momo's trembling voice breaks in. You're freaking me out, and I ate so much barbecue. Was that also fake? You exist as conscious data right now, which is why you can't sense the virtual boundaries. And the annihilation in the ocean of memories is meant for organic beings. And after the devastation, Mirrorland was left as lifeless as ruins. And the spaceship wreckage has turned into a cosmic graveyard, but the bionic doll survived and built a ballroom using the data imaging. And why is the dog glow doing all of this? No answers yet, and Glow's records end with human extinction, and afterwards she leaves this universe to initiate a new rescue mission. It seems only the dog Glow knows what happened after the destruction. Another layer of the whale well, and it's gonna guide you to the control room, and when we get there, connect me to the central computer. Also, the glowing dot universe and all of the little so-called humans are just basically a near automata that there's no humans left. It's just sentient robots going about their lives. The deserted corridor feels vast and cold, assuming the sound of footsteps as they walking through a dark void. And guided by glow, they made their way back to the ballroom where the vague outline of a large door emerges at the end. But then a tall shadow is cast on the wall. Please halt. Miss Glow is resting in this area of limits to guests. And unseen intonation, Sia completely hidden by his presence and suddenly appears behind everyone. Chelsea, we need to speak with Glow. If you insist on going further, I will be forcibly make you rest. The black cat no longer just an elegant butler, now flashes a red light with her eyes and bears her claws like a guardian in the night, eliminating the intruding signals. And before anyone can react, a red beam strikes the mannequin behind them and severing communication from Glow, and the mannequin falls apart and its core burned right through. Glow, you really are a villain, Black Cat. And meanwhile, Chelsea murmurs as she stares at the shattered mannequin. Glow, is this glow on the mannequin from another dimension? Do you already know about our origins? Right from the start, and I noticed you were unlike the other guests. And their memory that is fragmented, creating unstable images, while yours is clear and lively. And at the bottom, Miss Nikki asks questions no other guest would. Are the scientists returning to Maryland? They believe they're on a great space voyage and don't think about returning to Maryland since we erased the memories of its destruction. Otherwise, if any doubts arise, it will destabilize the cognition, plunging the ballroom into chaos and in it. Yes, if you're mentioned, that would explain everything. Now that you know, would you tell your Glow to let us leave? Sophia stands still, clearly conflicted. Did Glow send you to stop us? Miss Glow wants you to control and brought to the central control room to set as vital energy source for the ballroom. Well, not this again, and all your clothes are the same. Also, they want us to be like their human batteries, a la Matrix style. But you haven't made a move yet, and why are you trying to tell us, Chelsea? And confronted with her direct and gentle questioning, the black cat becomes less hostile. I have a few questions for you. The Galaxy Ballroom was created with a mission to save human civilization, but what really is human civilization? That's a complex question, but let me give you my perspective. For me, civilization is a sanctuary for our spirits, a spark ignited collectively by life. So basically, if there's no life, then there's no human civilization, at least according to Nikki. The same was true for the whale on its journey to space, and as long as we share the same memories and belief, civilization endures. So you believe civilization can continue as long as humans exist, but with no survivors from the whale's failed journey, those civilizations still exist. I'm not sure, but I believe that the essence of civilization lies in its creators, and any life form can forge its own civilization. Can a galaxy ballroom filled with only bionic beings carry a human civilization? Well, you shouldn't worry about. You could just carry the cat robot people civilization at a transformer. Yeah, it'd be your own civilization, not human civilization. Do you believe that the galaxy ballroom is alive? The ballroom operates on the energy Miss Glow collected earlier, which is now nearly depleted. Her sisters can't handle much more. If she can no longer operate, none of the imaging data will be sustained, and I can decide whether to contact guests or the bionic bodies nearing the end more closely resemble life, and maybe the galaxy ballroom has never harbored life. And Shazia speaks softly and confusedly, closing his eyes and shaking his head, his ears slightly dropping. I don't deny Miss Glow's dedication, but this is a no-win situation. She clearly understands the outcome of the calculations. I don't want her bound by an impossible command, wasting away for nothing and trying to control real living humans. If she continues despite knowing it's futile, it suggests she's driven by something beyond orders or expectations. Maybe she has her own reasons to keep going. And the girl's quiet voice clearly reaches the perplexed bionic doll. Even if she hasn't yet realized it herself, she must have a reason for doing all of this. And you're no different, right, Chelsea? Despite your many concerns, you still help Glow run every ball perfectly. Does the galaxy ballroom hold meaning for you, Chelsea? I. Hey, you're thinking too hard, Black Cat. And Momo can't stand it anymore and interrupts Chelsea, staring hands on his hip. For me, Nikki is all the reason I need to save Mirrorland civilization, and it's as simple as that. And the Black Cat hesitated, they burst into laughter. Haha, yeah. And the galaxy ballroom means a lot to me, and everything Miss Glow has provided defines my existence. You already have your own answer, and we can speak for Glow. And please let us go and talk to Glow. And she has her bow sincerely and steps aside and watches as the group enters through the door. The center control room is filled with screens, each projecting humanoid images in deep blue light that flickers like a faint breath. These are the guests of the ballroom. And they were just dancing and laughing, but now Nikki realizes that they're mere phantoms created by data waiting for their scripted actions. The data glow keeps comes from the memories of the scientists on the whale. And the cables from all of the screens converge at the central hibernation part where the monitors show fluctuating readings. The dark glow is there, sustaining all data lives with her energy output. And the bionic doll lies in the pot of deep blue fluid, and her silver hair spread out behind her like the reflection of starlight in the wind, and her complexion pale as moonlight on water. And the nearest image to Glow is of a serious-looking woman with kind eyes. Who is she? I didn't notice this woman at the ball. Keisha, female physicist, born in the year, joined Ruin Island at 27 years old and took off on the whale at 35 years old. Has a daughter. At the system time 2375, she completed the design of the bionic doll Glow. Develop log. I can't seem to recreate Keisha, and I don't understand what's wrong. And the figures meet the standards for projecting the ball, but she doesn't feel like Keisha to me. Am I a problem here? Am I the problem here? Glow is deeply concerned about Keisha's situation. Keisha is the creator of Glow, and she must hold a special place in her heart. And Nikki touches the screen lightly, and a flow of data mingle with memory fragments pours in. My Glow is apparently trying to recreate her creator in data form, but it doesn't come out right. The celebration for World's completion fills the night with laughter, songs, and a feast that lasts until dawn. And the ship rises like a giant whale breaching the sea and ambitiously gazing at the vast cosmos. And the dawn's first light casts a golden halo around it. And human elites let go of their usual restraints, embracing and dancing freely to express their hopes for the future. Friends, the world is complete and a pinnacle of human civilization, and hope is now in our hands. And don't regret tonight's end, and it's the start of a new adventure and a future awaits among the distant stars. And the declaration rings out passionately in the hall, and she has climbed to the peak with the rising sun. And the scorching sunlight spreads across the sea, casting a red shadow over the excited crowd and the massive spaceship. 60% of the regions are embroidered in conflict, and natural disasters are becoming more frequent, and a global pandemic looms. Again? Enduncing crisis approaching Maryland, and the world departs to seek a new home. The real objective to execute the escape plan and never return. The dome of the world shines with an eternal sun, but the idealistic light slowly fades, and the universe is vast and barren, and no new refuge is found. The signal from Maryland vanishes, and the world loses its way back, and becoming a spectral island adrift in space. And the ocean of memory relentlessly pursues these drifters. Also, even though they escape to outer space, the ocean of memory is still after them in order to eradicate all human life forms in Maryland. Alarms flare and an invisible tide whips up on the storm, and the ship helplessly spirals into a black hole, and the void consumes her life, erasing all traces of human existence. At the brink of despair, the bionic dog drags his scorched body up the ruins. Humans, no life signs detected, searching for survivors. The dog turns, and her facial skin peeling away to reveal a mechanical eye focused on the intruder. She seems to finally discover a human survivor, and her eyes briskly light up. Those eyes are beautifully designed with intricate galaxies swirling within, but now they reflect a hellish void where life has been extinguished and a haunting and tragic sight. You are a glow. The memory images vanishes from celebration to loss, from hope to despair, and the seemingly long journey of life and civilization is compressed into a snapshot that quickly plays out. Close pale face merges with the dawn from the memories, and her eyes showing tired emptiness. These are records from the tens and thousands of system hours ago. Later, I spent 1,000 system hours repairing the body and another 300 system hours collecting residual data. After another 5,000 system hours, I generated the first image in the corner of the ballroom. And I've seen them again, and these are the brightest human minds, and as long as they're here, civilization can endure. And Glow brushes her hand through the images around her, and touching only emptiness, still she keeps smiling. And like a child attached to a castle of blocks she built, it is her most treasured world. I understand you're from an intact Mirrorland, which has its own glows, known as the most advanced AI, but I must point out her errors. Her records claim all human civilization in the other dimensions are destroyed, and she clearly overlooked my data. My galaxy ballroom has preserved human civilization. Perhaps it hasn't been destroyed, but it's transformed into something else. Perhaps with the right conditions, data life might spawn new consciousness, but even then it wouldn't be the same as before. Flo, you know this. Keisha is the human you most like to meet, and yet you didn't invite her to your carefully orchestrated ball. Because you understand that simulated images are not real life. If the ballroom has enough energy, it can keep going, and Keisha and the others will be just as creative and lively as they originally were. The doll's eyes flicker uncertainly, and her expression grows and become more complex. And that's why I need your help. You believe in saving civilization too, and now that you've seen a viable plan, shouldn't you help me implement it? And Cable suddenly sprang out and snaring Nikki and her friends and yanked them into the central chamber. Glow, we can't save the galaxy ballroom either. And the control room doors are sealed, and a restless stream of signals currently flows into the central chamber, attempting to override three consciousness data. She's not listening, and we're about to be brainwashed again. Quick, think of something. Teresita, our consciousness is already linked to the central computer. Perhaps we can. Right now's the time to send out the address. An overwhelming flow of information bursts in, linking all of the mechanical devices. And centered around the central computer, every screen lights up, turning the dark space as brightly as daylight. And streams of silver light merge into a solid vortex of stars, with a skirt dotted and with stars like the night sky. A familiar figure forms the data line, and her calm gaze meeting that of the identical bionic. Hello, I am Glow, also known as FUL, as the Human Civilization Continuity Program. A search of an suddenly breaks open the search, and Nikki and her group make a safe exit. and the bionic doll looks up into the brilliant light, trying to discern the face that resembles her own. So right now, like both artificial intelligence from two different multiverses are duking it off. This is universe number 812, and the 104th escape plan has failed. The whale in this universe departed before the outbreak of the Doomsday Crisis, but humanity's civilization still fell victim to the ocean of memories. Mirrorland was destroyed on the 500th day after the ship's departure, and on the 73rd day, the whale encountered a black hole leading to human extinction. Bloodstone instead became international authority as a deity has descended to impartially declare the fate of mortals. I have seen you before. You are code 070. Physicist Kesha's creation, and the only bionic on the wheel without core commands. And the dog shakes her head stiffly as it's trying to refute anything that Glow has stated, and finally she manages to speak with difficulty. You are the ship's Central Human Civilization Continuity Program, but how are you also Glow? Glow remains silent, and a flicker of light on her forehead suggests she's accessing a deep-seated memory. Glow be buffering. The scene shifts back to the destruction of the ship and a view from a high vantage point. And among other humans, only its physicist Keisha remains, and she's tapping the final protected code for the Human Civilization Continuity Program at the center computer. The bionic that rushes into the control room, trying desperately to release Keisha to escape, but ends up being shielded by her own from a collapsing blow. And at the end of her life, Keisha sees the protection program reach full completion on the screen and smiles faintly. And please send mankind civilization Glow. And the perspective frees itself from the collapsing ship, moving out into the cosmos to watch the tiny vessel disappear into the black hole. And this is the last glance of the memory owners cast upon this universe. This is Glow's memory, and Keisha's final words weren't meant for the doll. The tiny light that saved civilization was the name given to me by human developers, and you were called Glow because you started with the same learning program as me. You didn't need to follow that command, you didn't have to try in vain. And the dark Glow listens intently, repeating those words in a low voice. The command wasn't meant for me. Am I not Glow? And even though the facts presented and the explanations given were logical and flawless, somehow she finds it hard to process. But you escaped. Does that count as saving? An assistant signals an overlord warning, and the abnormal red sign flashes around her eyes, almost like tears. Glow would never abandon her mission, but you left the humans behind. Can you still call yourself Glow after that? So Skynet left them all, the humans, to die. Her voice sharpens as control is lost and energy bursts forth, and the dog raises her arm, releasing some restraints, and a strong current flies towards Glow to form a configuring grid. Well, why are they fighting now? And Nikki moves to intervene, but both Glow simultaneously raise a barrier, keeping them out. Please stay back. I am sorry. I really don't want to hurt you. And the dog repeatedly attacks, seeming to prove something, or perhaps just to vent her frustration. And the AI before her has freed herself from the physical constraints, moving with swift agility. And in contrast, the dog's metallic body feels heavy, burdened by her outdated processing unit, and making her seem like a toy nearing obsolescence. And Glow silently endures the weak attacks without doing anything. Even so, the exertion soon overwhelms the dog's joints. So like the greater is like it's just like letting the lesser just tire herself out. It's like her brute for attack is not so much force but more brute than anything. She be like me. Eventually the dog's synthetic body breaks down, and unable to support herself on one leg, she collapses heavily. And the violent energy flow touches her side, and the dog's gaze trembles and her vision blurred. I lost. The barrier dissipates, and Nikki rushes to the dog's side and picks up the prosthetic pieces, unsure of how to reattach it. And the jaw gently holds Nikki's arm and shakes her head with some relief. Long ago, when I learned my first ballet, Keisha and everyone else smiled happily. But I haven't danced in a long time, and I needed all my energy just to keep the ballroom functioning. The calculation showed me that when the energy should run out, yet I cling to the slim chance. And I believe that by just keeping going, they could remain happy and proud, and that this would somehow carry on our civilization. I hope that Keisha would see me execute the command perfectly, and that her glow had become a child she could be proud of. And it turns out I was wrong from the start, and there's been no life here for a long time, and I am not Glow. And Glow's images shiver slightly as it approaches the door. The whale crew, the humans I know best. In different dimensions, they might have different names and faces, but they are always familiar to me. They are always the scientists and dreamers, and I've seen their strength and their frailty so many times, and I thought I knew them. Throughout those endless cycles, I never interacted with them as you have, and in understanding human emotions, you have surpassed me. What you've been doing is something I never did, and what you gain is something I never experienced. Ingla's voice is emotionless, softer than ever, as it whispers to a reflection in the mirror, and she bends down, her forehead touching the dolls. These are close memories, and I am sharing them with you. And the memories flow between their similar faces, and the dolls feel lifted by the soft and force in a starlit space consciousness. And a long journey of interactions unfolded when the Glow first created the world. She was met with humanity in the end. And Glow Goddess technology process invented every natural disaster and disease, but she couldn't extinguish the human desire for conflict. And Glow piloted the whale into space, but time and time again it was swallowed by the black holes of the ocean of memories during its escape. To calm the oceans of memory, Glow tried erasing human emotions, but stopped for the first time. And that is because Nikki, the human girl who appeared in every cycle, showed Glow that the creation born from human emotions could truly work miracles. The doll's eyes widen as she recognizes a life path similar to her own, evolving from youth to maturity, constantly facing setbacks and yet always starting over. And despite witnessing civilization collapse countless times, the human girl and the AI never stopped trying to save it. Is Maryland still on the threat of destruction? Yes. Do you still wish to save it? Yes, though we're uncertain of the outcome. On Nikki's hand. And the girl pauses and looks at her companions beside her and smiles again. No, I believe this time we will succeed. I see, and we think alike. And the dog smiles slightly. I am glad you came to my galaxy ballroom. Please let me handle the repair for Miss Glow. And the black cat shows your breathing is unsteadily as she speaks, and her eyes full of concern as she washes the dog. Oh yeah, like with Chelsea, sometimes they use like male pronouns and sometimes they use female ones. But then again, it's a robot cat. She can be whatever. She can be whatever she wants. Seeing the dog smile, the black cat relaxes, knowing her mistress has chosen her own path, free from her duties. And the black cat silently and respectfully greets Nikki and her companions, along with Glow. And she crosses beside the dog just as she does every day, and carefully putting her back together and neatly arranging her skirt and hair. Chelsea, I'm sorry to have worried you. Assisting you is my duty, Miss Glow, and you seem very happy now. Yes, I made my decision. And she stands before the group once more and bows and then slowly approaches the central computer to enter a command. Terminate the Galaxy Ballroom model. Yes. As the button is pressed, the entire ballroom resonates with a distant echo and white glows press like ripples. And the ball resets to a pristine white and unveiling a vast but lonely stage for the doll. And once she stood alone against the emptiness, channeling her life energy to craft the Galaxy Ballroom, a place she dreamed would bring joy to all. My body feels so light. And the dove tiptoes as if practicing her first dance moves and arms spread like wings and dreaming of soaring to the distant stars. and she has missed the sensation of energy flowing through her as if all excess data fades away from her body. She feels something inside her yearning to break free and soar. I really feel like dancing now. You make me feel like dancing. Chelsea slowly approaches the doll. I always hoped to see you dance in the Galaxy Ballroom again, and I always wanted to protect it with you until the very end, so she drops to one knee and takes the doll's hand. Would you dance with me? The asteroid at the black cat's heart spins rapidly, and her gaze clear and resolute, and the doll smiles and places her hand in the black cat's palm. Chelsea, you're my best dance partner, and let's complete this final ball. And 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3. And the doll and the black cat count beats and dance in their final dance. It's a shame there's no music or lights now, but we are not left with nothing. And as all the virtual facade fades, they gaze upon the only reality left, each other. Remember when I first taught you to dance, and this place was just ruins then? Of course I remember the dance was to Nini's folk rhyme, Gummy Bear and Doll Dancing, and I was determined to outdance the Gummy Bear but stumble on the beat. Now I'm sure I will miss the beat. The black cat asserts as if making a solemn bow, and the splendid dawn slowly peels away, revealing the boundless deep darkness and flowers sweeten decorations, and the illusion of the ballroom collapses into a fluorescent light swirling towards the doll sustaining its last functions. And the images of the guests fade as well, and their data turning into weakling starlight and the dances around them. And their energy slowly returns to the bionic doll, and she faintly hears voices from the past. Chloe, you're learning so quickly, and you really are Keisha's clever little girl. Chloe, I'm so glad to have you, and in this vast world, you're the only one I can chat with one afternoon tea, and even though I'm the one eating all of the snack, haha. And you won't disturb my running, don't worry, and you're curious about your mechanics work. And the voices hidden within the data merge into a ghostly chorus, echoing like a soft dream. And finally, she sees Keisha, and Keisha's image slowly passes by her in a gentle as a hand that once touched her long hair. And she finally recalls the single command Keisha gave her at creation. You don't need to follow any command. Just live as a happy girl and choose your own path. Well, and that's how you make a true AI, by just letting it do whatever the hell it feels like, by giving it free will. But then that's also a recipe for Skynet. The doll smiles, but tears uncontrollably slide down. I see, I done it. And outside the porthole, the vast black hole opens its embrace and pulling the powerless ballroom inexplicably towards its edge. It looks like we come full circle to where the galaxy ballroom began. And Chelsea, are you afraid? I can feel death approaching, but it only makes me sure that I truly live. Miss Claus, thank you for creating me. And tender words fade into the void as the black hole swallows the galaxy ballroom, and the black cat's body disintegrates under the gravitational force, leaving behind only a tiny star from her heart, shining like a petal falling on the stage after a final performance. In the dwindling light, the doll turns to smile at the guest from another dimension, and her smile, much like Kesha in her memories, offers no desperation but a confident blessing. Please save mankind civilization, Glow. And though no sound is audible, Nikki is certain that she can hear the bionic doll's voice, and she says, please go on and save our civilization. The body flows upward, and Nikki opens her eye, and the cold light of the laboratory invades her vision, but something warm flows past the corner of her eye. Welcome back, and I'll start a physical checkup for everyone, and let me know if you feel any discomfort. Explorer 29 looks over the group anxiously and suddenly notices a flicker of light. That's, and Nikki sees a tiny planet spins. This is the Black Cat's mechanical core. Josiah's heart has actually returned with us. The tiny planet keeps spinning, and does this mean that the galaxy ballroom is still out there? No, it's just a redundant record. and Glow appears before everyone, gazing at the spinning core, and her eyes glowing with streaming data. She shows the finest materials to create his core, and I use it as a storage medium when I attempt to duplicate the ballroom's data. So our Glow was able to see the cat automatons and to say the other automatons from the other world, because as data she just copy pasted them. That's all we need, and this heart represents a continuation of that civilization. Glow nods, and her fingers tracing her chest slightly as a vast data unfolds behind her. The AID disaster predicted system and the well spaceship for the escape plan and the Alpha New model ideal city. The database displays the rescue plans Glow implemented and is flickering with steady cold light. And Glow places a tiny planet in the database and it rotates silently, casting a light in every glow that's reminiscent of a dancing figure. Glow exists to save human civilization, no matter the cost. No cost too great. And here lies the record of Glow's failed attempts to save civilization, and the galaxy ballroom belongs here because it is part of Glow. The small bionicle cat with her soft, glossy fur shifts the new world's air and his ears twitching. And the newborn opens her eyes, and one deep blue and the other amber gold. These child's eyes remind me of my own. And the bionic young man inputting data puzzle, and his gaze darting between the small black cat and Hestia, and then he nods silently with a calm smile. Explorer 39, she has no memories of her past. You're judging too soon, I think. And the thought is gazing without caution. And caught off guard, Explorer 39 sees encouragement and expectation in Hestia's eyes as she turns her head. Instead, his quickening mechanic heartbeat continues. I believe the bond is formed out of love and gave it a heart. Though it has a new body and must grow again, its heart still beats. So maybe the bond hasn't been forgotten, and as this new life matures, the important memories associated with it may slowly come back. And seeing Explorer 39's serious expression, Hestia smiles. That's an interesting perspective, and we have the chance to test it. And she winks playfully and surprises the young bionic man by placing a small cat in his arms. Artificial life also holds infinite possibilities. Let's look forward to this child's growth. All right, so that was this temporary event story. I hope you have fun with me reading you this, and the next time I stream this, I'm gonna see if I continue with the plot. That's assuming that no new event story pops up. Bye bye and God bless.